Hello. Hello. যারা যাদের যাদের সেশন আছে ওদেরকে আগে জয়েন করতে হবে। হ্যাঁ, শান্তর পক্ষে জয়েন করাও তো। হ্যাঁ, শান্তর পক্ষে লাগবে।
আমি কামলি করতে পারবেন স্যার।
স্যার আপনি বসুন এখানে।
হ্যাঁ,
আপনি বসুন।
এটা দিয়ে দাও, আমি এটা নিয়ে এসেছি। এখানে ছাড়া যাবো।
ওই দেখুন
নাকি জন্য
গোপালকে বলো যে ইন্ট্রোডাকশন দাও জন্য
কথা বলুন। আমি
হ্যালো হ্যালো স্যার। হ্যাঁ শোনা যাচ্ছে, আমার কথা শোনা যাচ্ছে? আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে,
শুরু করে দিস স্যার।
হ্যাঁ তুই শুরু করে দে। হ্যাঁ 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 অ্যাডমিট করা যাবে।
কি করছে
হুম হুম
আওয়াজ হচ্ছে।
হাউলিং বলে এটা, আওয়াজটা হাউলিং।
হ্যাঁ ওই ইকো মানে এক পাশাপাশি দুটো তিনটে থাকবে, ওই জন্যই স্যার আমি আপনাকে বললাম আগে এখানে।
ওদের একটু অ্যাডভাইস দাও।
হ্যাঁ
কি হচ্ছে ওই শব্দ, কিসের শব্দ?
আসলে স্যার ওই স্পিকারে বড় স্পিকারে দেওয়া আছে তো।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ গোপাল শুরু করবো। বন্ধ হয়ে গেছে। শুরু হয়ে গেছে।
বাবারে শোনাই যাচ্ছে না।
বুঝলে? বলো বলো।
And the theme of this webinar is contemporary challenges to the Indian economy. I hope you will surely be able to mount up effective policies and develop new reforms for mitigating the challenges. After deep penetration and analysis of multiple issues under the aforementioned themes by renowned national and international level speakers,
হ্যালো, হ্যাঁ স্যার। ও আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, দেখতে গেছে দেখতে গেছে। এই গোপালের তো শোনা যাচ্ছে না।
শোনা যাচ্ছে না।
হ্যাঁ দেখেছো, এখানেই বসি দাও, ও ডাকো ডাকো। ভিডিওটা অফ করে দাও। Yes, audible.
শোনা যাচ্ছে না বলছে স্যার?
না, বলো
বলে দিচ্ছে এখন শুরু করি। আপনি
আরে ঠিক আছে, তুমি বলো না এখন থেকে। টাইম হয়ে যায়। টাইম হয়ে যায়। ঠিক আছে,
এটা লাগবে স্যার?
Hello, a very warm good morning to everyone. I am Dr. Gopal Chandra Mondol, Associate Professor of Economics, Prabhu Jagatbandhu College, and convener of this conference. I extend my cordial welcome, respect, gratitude, and gesture to all the honorable delegates and dignitaries present in this webinar. The Department of Economics, Prabhu Jagatbandhu College, and the Bengal Economic Association are jointly hosting the 41st Annual Conference of the Bengal Economic Association during this 2 days national level webinar. The Bengal Economic Association is a renowned academic organization at the state as well as at the national level, whose objective is to uplift the economic discourse through publication of edited volumes and a peer-reviewed journal, Arthaniti. And its annual conference provides a good platform for exchanging ideas on the countless current burning issues of the economic discipline. However, the COVID-19 pandemic and its preventive measures such as social distancing have compelled us to host this conference in webinar, and the theme of this webinar is Contemporary Challenges to the Indian Economy. I hope we will surely be able to notch up effective policies and develop new methods for mitigating the challenges after deep penetration and analysis on multiple issues under the aforementioned theme by renowned national and international level speakers, paper presenters in all 5 technical sessions, as well as the comments of the chairpersons in all the sessions. Now, I am requesting Dr. Santorupa Thakurata, Department of Chemistry, Dr. Saoli Mukhopadhyay, Department of Bengali, and Sampam Mukherjee of Prabhu Jagatbandhu College to coordinate the whole program of this webinar today and tomorrow. Now, I am giving microphone to Dr. Santorupa Thakurata to coordinate initially.
হচ্ছে না, এইটা শান্তরূপে জয়েন করতে দেখছি।
স্যার ট্রাই করতে বলুন, জয়েন করতে বলুন।
শান্তরূপে
হ্যাঁ দিদিকে জয়েন করতে বললে আমি এখানে কাউকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি না। উনি না ট্রাই করলে আমরা করতে পারবো। আমাকে শুধু ইউটিউবটা দেখে বড় ইউটিউবে প্রবলেম হচ্ছে না, বুঝতে পেরেছো?
ইউটিউবটা উপরে চলছে তো?
হ্যাঁ ইউটিউব উপরে চলছে। এখানে তুমি মোবাইল থেকে স্টার্ট করে দেখতে পারো।
আমি উপরে দেখে আসছি।
উপরে দেখো
ইউটিউবটা কি হচ্ছে। হ্যাঁ তুমি ট্রাই করো জয়েন করার জন্য। কল্যাণ রেডি করছি।
স্যার আপনি বলবেন তো এবার?
ও ইন্ট্রোডিউস করুন আমাকে।
ঠিক করবে।
কল্যাণ বলছি।
শান্তনুবাবু বলুন।
কি বলি আসছে না। হ্যালো, আচ্ছা,
আপনি বলবেন স্যার কিছু?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ।
আমি বলছি। হ্যাঁ স্যার বলুন।
হ্যালো হ্যালো, শোনা যাচ্ছে? হ্যাঁ, আচ্ছা, ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে। শান্তরূপা জয়েন করতে পারছে না, ও বলবে তো। ওকে, থ্যাংক ইউ। গুড মর্নিং এভরিবডি। শোনা যাচ্ছে তো? হ্যাঁ, গুড মর্নিং এভরিবডি। Today is an, I think, historic day, also the important day for our Bengal Economic Association, Bangiya Arthaniti Parishad, because we are at the very first phase of the 41st annual conference in webinar mode on the theme contemporary challenges to the Indian economy. So I will not discuss in detail about the contemporary challenges to the Indian economy because I am not, at present I am not the expert, but my duty is to welcome all of you. So I first welcome our conference president, distinguished professor, first distinguished professor of economics, Professor Subhoto Marjit. He is now the IIFT, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, Kolkata, and former Vice Chancellor, University of Calcutta. I welcome Sir Professor Marjit. I welcome Professor Dr. Lekha Chakraborty. She is the faculty of National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, New Delhi. And next I welcome another another speaker who will deliver his special lecture, Dr. Ashim Kumar Karmokar, formerly Jadavpur University, and at present the faculty of Netaji Subhas Open University. I welcome Professor Subhra Das from Department of Economics, Tripura University. I welcome Dr. Aurobindo Brahmo, Director and Consultant Psychiatrist, Girindra Shekhar Clinic, Kolkata, and Honorary Secretary, Indian Psychiatric Society, Eastern Zone. My warm welcome to Dr. Surojit Das, Assistant Professor, Center for Economic Studies and Planning, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Not only and the second day we shall meet. They will deliver their special and important lecture. Dr. R.P. Dhakal, Principal, Kalimpong College, Professor Jyotish Prakash Basu, Department of Economics, West Bengal State University, and also the special I welcome Professor Orpita Mukherjee, ICRIAR, who will deliver her special lecture on the second day. I welcome Dr. Sujata Datta Hajarika, Deputy Director, Indira Gandhi National Open University, IGNOU, Kolkata. She is also in the second day lecture, special lecture. I welcome Professor Urpita Ghosh, Department of Economics, Jadavpur University. Uh, she will deliver her special lecture on the second day, and very important lecture that will be delivered by Professor Biswajit Chatterjee, President of Bengal Economic Association, Bangiya Arthaniti Parishad, on the Giribala Karmakar Memorial Lecture. That lecture will be delivered by Sir Professor Biswajit Chatterjee. And on that day, I welcome the Professor Kosturi Sen, Wilson College, CR, University of Oxford, UK, and Honorary Professor Public Health, Adri, Patna, India, and Dr. Indira Chakraborty, Independent Public Health Researcher, Delhi. So these are the speakers. So I also welcome the chairpersons in the different sessions, Professor Biswajit Chatterjee, Professor Anirban Ghosh of Netaji Subhas Open University, Dr. Asim Kumar Karmakar of Netaji Subhas Open University, Dr. Sutapa Rai of Prabhu Jagat Bandhu College, Dr. Urpita Mandol Nandi, Principal Pachlak Mahavidyalaya, Howrah, Dr. Mou Rai, Department of Economics, Lady Brahman College, Kolkata, Dr. Prithis Rai, Prafullo Chandra College, Kolkata, Dr. Shyamalundu Chatterjee, Principal Chittaranjan College, Kolkata, Professor Urpita Ghosh of Jadavpur University, Professor Dr. Manojit Ghosh, Prabhu Jagat Bandhu College, Dr. Suranjana Dasgupta of Bethune College, Kolkata, Dr. Maitri Ghosh of Bethune College, Kolkata, Dr. Ruma Bhattacharya, Principal Vijay Krishna Girls College, Howrah, and Vice President of Bengal Economic Association, Professor Rupkatha Mukherjee, he is the EC member of our organization, Bengal Economic Association, Dr. Rajiv Bhattacharya, Faculty, Economics, Associate Professor, Goenka College, University of Calcutta. I welcome Professor Joydeep Sarkar of Bardwan University, and again Dr. Urpita Mandol Nandi, Principal Pachla Mahavidyalaya, Howrah. I welcome Professor Sakhi Rai, she is the faculty, Amity University, Kolkata. I welcome Professor Swastika Lama of Prabhu Jagat Bandhu College, and Professor Orko Sannal of the same college, Dr. Anup Ghoshal, Department of Food and Nutrition, Prabhu Jagat Bandhu College, Dr. Taposri Banerjee, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, Prabhu Jagat Bandhu College, and Dr. Professor Jojna Khargal of Kalimpong College, Dr. Soumen Das of Prabhu Jagat Bandhu College, Professor Jojna Khargal of Kalimpong College, Professor Priyanti Bagchi of Netaji Subhas Open University, Dr. Anandita Dan, Prabhu Jagat Bandhu College, Professor Srija Chatterjee, Prabhu Jagat Bandhu College, Dr. Dipyaman Pal, Bethune College, Dr. Sudeep Jana, Executive Member, Indian Economic Association and Joint Secretary, Bengal Economic Association, Professor Orko Sannal of Prabhu Jagat Bandhu College, Dr. Shantanu Das of Prabhu Jagat Bandhu College, Dr. Purva Chattopadhyay, University of Calcutta, Dr. Ognisha Chakraborty of Prabhu Jagat Bandhu College, and Professor Madhusudan Pramanik and Professor Saurabh Haldar of Prabhu Jagat Bandhu College. I welcome them all. Not only this, I welcome Dr. Shantarupa Thakurta, Prabhu Jagatbandhu College, Dr. Shamli Mukhopadhyay and Dr. Mr. Sampam Mukherjee of Prabhu Jagatbandhu College. They will coordinate that whole webinar. I welcome not only the speakers, rapporteurs, and the chairpersons, coordinators, but also the other participants present in this webinar, annual conference webinar. So I welcome all, and again warm welcome to participate in this conference. Thank you all. Next.
রেকমেন্ড করবেন কি করবেন?
শান্তরূপ আচ্ছা
আচ্ছা উনি আছেন,
ডাকো।
আছেন এখানে জয়েন করা আছে। আপনি বলবেন তো? বলবেন। সব রেকর্ড হচ্ছে, কথা শোনা যাচ্ছে।
হ্যালো, ও আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, ঠিক আছে। স্যার জয়েন করছে না কেন? স্যার প্রোগ্রাম করছে, কোনো প্রবলেম পরবর্তী ইন্টারেস্ট হবে না, কি আসবে কবে ও কি বলছে?
আমার কথা শোনাই যায়নি।
এখানে তো শোনা যাচ্ছিল,
শুনতে পাচ্ছেন আপনি? কিন্তু
এখানে তো শোনা যায়নি, এখন
ইউটিউবে শোনা যাচ্ছিল।
ইউটিউবে জয়েন করিস?
না
বিশ্বজিৎ কোথায় গেল?
তুমি আমাকে দেবো?
হ্যাঁ
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, জয়েন করেছি। বিশ্বজিৎ হয়েছে,
আমি তো কথা বলুন
তো ছিলেন। বিশ্বজিৎ সেট হচ্ছে না স্যার, উনি বেরিয়ে গেছেন স্যার। উনি বেরিয়ে গেছেন স্যার, উনি বেরিয়ে গেছেন। আপনি চ্যাটার্জি উনি ফোন করছেন বাবা স্যার, আপনি তো ওনাকে ফোন করবেন।
অবশ্য সব
সব শোনা যাচ্ছে ইউটিউব।
হ্যাঁ স্যার বলুন স্যার, হ্যাঁ স্টার্ট করুন স্যার। হ্যাঁ আমি বলছি, হ্যাঁ স্যার স্টার্ট করুন, স্যার স্টার্ট করুন। ও আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, এই করো, এটা আমার স্পিকারটা দাম বলছি, এটা দাম, এটা দাম। শান্তর হ্যালো, শোনা যাচ্ছে? শান্তরূপা, তুমি নেক্সট বিশ্বজিৎ চ্যাটার্জি স্যারের ইন্টারনেট চলে গেছে, তো তুমি একটু প্রফেসর লেখা চক্রবর্তীকে ইনভাইট করো স্পেশাল লেকচারের জন্য।
আমি তো এই আছি, রাখো ঠিক আছে স্যার।
স্যার কে বলছেন? লেখা বলছেন তো? কে বলছেন স্যার?
তুই তো ওটা মিউট করতে পারছ। হ্যালো, তো শোনা যাবে না। হ্যালো, হ্যালো ম্যাডাম, ম্যাডাম চক্রবর্তী, প্রফেসর চক্রবর্তী, প্লিজ কন্টিনিউ। হ্যালো, ইয়েস, ইয়া ইয়া ইয়া। এই কোনটা?
গোপালকে লিখতে বড় লেকচার।
কিশোর স্যার বলছেন স্যারকে ইনভিটেশন পাঠানো।
ফোন কর
এসছে।
কেন বলবেন?
বলছে আমাকে কোনো ইনভিটেশন পাঠানো, আমি কেন
স্যার ম্যাডামের স্পিচটা কতক্ষণ আছে?
10:45
10টা বাজে, 35 মিনিট। খুব ভালো বলছিল।
স্যারকে বলে আপনার সাথে সাথে
স্ক্রিনে আছেন তো? ঠিক আছে স্যার, আমি চেক করতে ওপরে একটু যাচ্ছি চেক করতে।
আমি কিছু বলছি না, কারণ আমার কাছে আপনি কোনো মেটেরিয়ালও দেননি, আর আমার কাছে কোনো ইনভিটেশনও আসেনি।
ইনভিটেশন তো যাওয়ার কথা
না, আমার কাছে কোনো ইনভিটেশনও আসেনি, আর আপনি তো মেটেরিয়ালও দেননি। আমি কি বলবো?
না, ওয়েল এমনি সবাইকে একটু ইয়ে করবে, আমার তো সময় পাইনি আমি।
আমার কাছে কোনো ইনভিটেশন নেই, আমি কি বলবো?
তুমি তো কনভেনার, তোমাকে আমি আর কি ইনভিটেশন করবো?
আমার লিঙ্কটা তো দিতে হবে।
সেটা তো অ্যাড করে দেবে, অ্যাড লিঙ্ক তো সবাইকে পাঠিয়েছি তোমাকে।
আমার কাছে পাঠান।
অ্যাড গেস্টে তোমার নাম আছে, দেখো।
আমার কাছে আসেনি, আমি কি বলবো?
আমার কাছেও তো আসেনি।
আমি কি করবো?
চলেছো চলেছো
আমি কি বলবো? এখানে বোকা হয়ে যাবে ব্যাপারটা। আমি জানি না। আর আপনি তো কোনো মেটেরিয়াল পাঠাবেন। আমি কালকে আপনাকে ফোন করেছি, আপনি ফোন ধরেনি।
আমার কাছে এ ঢোকেনি, আমার কাছেও ঢোকেনি। ওই অ্যাডগেস্ট করেছে, তোমার নাম অ্যাডগেস্ট আছে, দেখো।
একটা সময় করে আবার আসছি।
এখানে কিছু শোনা যাচ্ছে না? এ কোথায়? ও আপনি দিয়ে দিয়েছেন। না না, স্পিকার অফ করা আছে।
এটা বন্ধ করেছে, আমি এটা ব্যাগে রেখে দেবো।
ইউটিউবের স্পিকারটা অফ করা।
আমার কাছে চাইনি, আমি আমার প্রেপার রেডি করতে পারিনি, সময় পাইনি একদম।
যাচ্ছি না, আপনি যান সাথে আপনাকে লিখেও দিয়েছি। স্যার, এই যে কাজটা যেটা আপনি আমাকে এখন ফরওয়ার্ড করলেন, মাঝখানে পেয়ে গেছে, ঠিক আছে? আপনাকে বলছে আপনার সঙ্গে বসে 8 ঘন্টা লাগবে, করে নিন, তারপরে শেষ।
শোনা যাচ্ছে না, ইউটিউবে শোনা যাচ্ছে না কেন? সব ঠিক ছিল। হ্যাঁ, ভালো ছিল তো, দেখছি। ঠিক ছিল তো তখন, আমি বুঝতে পারছি না। আপনি কি কথা বলছেন? হুম। উফ। শুনতে পাচ্ছেন? আচ্ছা
পেপারটা ঠিক আছে আমাদের এইখানে তো কথা বলছি পয়সা ঠিক আছে
এটা
আসার সময় গাড়িতে দেখছিলাম কথা
ওহো, খুলে দিতে হবে, হেডফোন খুলে দিতে হবে।
Are followed by quick rebounds. That statement was quite attacked by macroeconomic scholars because the recessions are not followed by a quick rebound like a V-shape or a U-shaped recovery. No. And especially in the context of pandemic, now what we are experiencing is even the widening inequalities, and we are not talking about it. We are just focusing on the high frequency numbers, and we are quite happy and celebrating the economic recovery. But to sustain that economic recovery, we need to have an eye into the widening economic inequalities and other kind of inequalities, and otherwise the mounting humanitarian crisis. If you look at the pandemic packages, what we have followed is it was a life versus livelihood framework. And we have taken a stand that we will look into it sequentially, but not simultaneously, the issues of livelihood crisis. So I think, by the time lag in which we responded to the livelihood crisis, and that was very costly. And that's an area in which we need to strengthen, the components of the economic stimulus packages. Otherwise, this mounting crisis can lead to a huge humanitarian crisis. And this is a point that, when we talk about what is the analytical framework of an economic pandemic package, it has to be beyond growth paradigm. Because if we focus just on the economic growth, if you don't focus on economic growth plus paradigm to tackle and to design the public policy initiatives, then it can lead to mounting humanitarian crisis. And this is another thing I would like to flag. So the points which I try to highlight is, one, the economic policy, the monetary policy is not effective because, over the years, we have seen that the zero bound interest rate happen or even negative. And there is, of course, the liquidity trap, which is a reality in many country contexts. And even in our country, monetary policy, of course, it has done the heavy lifting, but it has limitations, and there is a scope for fiscal redominance. And second point I highlighted is fiscal redominance in the sense that it is not only the levels of fiscal deficit that matter. Also, we have to look into the mode of financing of the fiscal deficit, because over the years, we have controlled the seigniorage financing of deficits. And now in our country, what we are doing is we are financing fiscal deficit through the bond financing. And of course, theoretically, that pressure of crowding out, that question, empirical, that's theoretical question, but empirically, if you work out, as I mentioned earlier, there is a crowding in that can happen if it is properly invested in the gross fixed capital formation of our country. But over the years, with the fiscal rules, what has happened at the subnational levels, we have over-adjusted to the fiscal rules at the cost of capital formation. Now, if you look at the GDP numbers, of course, we experienced a V-shaped recovery, but if you look at it meticulously, the components which led to the growth was not capital-led. It was not investment-led. The narrative is it's consumption-led. But the consumption-led growth recovery can be unsustainable. So these are the questions which we need to look into, and the narrative of investment-led growth that needs an emphasis in the context of Indian economy. And if you look at the Fed Reserve, or if you look at the ECB, the kind of emergency packages, and that policies are quite different from the context of India, because there, the monetary policy is exogenous in the context of European Central Bank. It is all, fiscal policy that is with the hands of the member nations. And on the top of that, when they had this Maastricht Treaty of 3% norm of the GDP, fiscal deficit GDP, that constrained the member nations to float, educate policy, and that fiscal austerity wave that has led to many political economic questions in the context of European Union, because they came together based on the basis of the economic integration. But over the years, the cultural fissures and all this, you can look into that paper by Alberto Alsina and his co-authors in Brookings Papers. It's a wonderful paper on what holds a country together in the context of the European Union. They came together together on the basis of Europe in economic integration. But is it everything? That question is very relevant in the context of India also, that what holds India together. It's economic institutions. And over the years, what has happened to the economic institutions and whether it is functioning properly, these are important questions to be looked into. And when we talk about the monetary and fiscal policy response to the pandemic, it is not just confined to the analysis is confined to just the national government level. We need to look into even the subnational government level, because the macroeconomic uncertainty, the subnational governments are also equally exposed to the macroeconomic uncertainties, because earlier, strictly theoretically, if you look at the public finance, Musgravian framework, a macroeconomic stabilization was entirely the function of center government. But right now, through the debt deficit dynamics, there's a kind of a nudging that's happening that even the subnational governments are now subjected to the macroeconomic uncertainties in the debt deficit dynamics. So, of course, the question is, where is the fiscal space? That's why all these things are happening. We thought that revenue stability is the basis of expenditure design. But towards the path of fiscal consolidation, if we don't have tax buoyancy, and if we do an expenditure compression, that affects the quality of the fiscal consolidation, especially in the context of pandemic. And if we look at the debt deficit dynamics, if we don't give the leverage or the flexibility to the subnational governments to function with flexibility, then the kind of responsiveness of the subnational governments to the pandemic can be quite restrictive, because there is revenue uncertainty here. And in the question of how to address this fiscal space to deal with the pandemic, what central government has done is, of course, expenditures we cannot reduce at this moment. Revenues are uncertain. So what could be that fiscal space? Whether it is going for a monetization of deficit or something like that, that was the re-emergence of the monetized deficit, or whether we go for an asset sale or the monetization of assets or a kind of privatization wave, disinvestment proceeds. So these were the questions, and central government has adopted the path of asset sale, not remonetization or the re-emergence of monetized deficit. That seigniorage financing, by printing the money and financing the deficit, that path, we are not yet bold to take that path. Instead of that, what we were emphasizing on is on the disinvestment proceeds and the privatization wave. But we understand that our aspiration is quite huge. If you look at the numbers, whether we could attain the disinvestment proceeds, what we were aspiring for in the last budget 2021, that gap is quite huge. What we have aspired through the budget estimates and what was really actually realized. But at the same time, this year also we have floated quite a huge number in the union budget about the disinvestment proceeds or the privatization proceeds. But of course, if you look at this question, it's not only the question of a fiscal space or a fiscal proceeds. Privatization is a wider question. It affects the labor market. So what are the repercussions on the labor market and how we are going to value it? Valuation process, pricing process, a huge question. And how it is going to be rolled out, we have to wait and see. Because though we have focused on high fiscal deficit, though we have floated the narrative of huge capital formation in our economy, at the same time, there is an ambiguity, there's a lack of clarity in which how the national infrastructure pipeline and how the financing, the center, state and the PPP models and the foreign capital infusion to support the capital infrastructure initiative, those processes, the clarity, of course, the budget is not everything. We have announced the intention, but we have to wait and see whether that narrative of capital-led growth, whether it can be, quite supported by the financing patterns in which there's a document on the national infrastructure pipeline, and the students are interested, you can take a look into it. Whether of course there's a lack of clarity, we have to wait and see how it's going to be rolled out. And my final point is on the operational parameter which we are following in our country. And of course, if you ask me what is the correct macroeconomic parameter to measure the deficit, it is the PSBR, that is public sector borrowing requirement. But we have not done that because of the limitations in the data. We don't have intra public sector transactions, and when we don't have a general government deficit concept incorporating the 30-year deficit. So when the data is constrained, when we don't have the PSBR, what we have adopted as an operational parameter in our country is, of course, a fiscal deficit. And we have not looked into the question of a re-emergence of, primary deficit, which Professor Arvind Subramaniam in the FRBM committee quite emphasized, that we need to look into the current policy stance by looking into the primary deficit concept by taking out the past liabilities or the interest payments. And those kind of questions we have not looked into. Still, the operational parameter of the kind of fiscal policy stance is fiscal deficit. And if the fiscal deficit is a villain, and I have written a book on this, and the title of the book is Fiscal Consolidation and the Budget Deficit and Macro Economy. You can take a look into that. What I try to argue is fiscal deficit is good if it is timely. I'm, of course, not talking about the fiscal profligacy, but, this is the right time to, think about, we don't have to fear the deficit. A timely deficit is good, but at the same time, we have an excessive deficit procedure on board, which Finance Minister has announced that over the years in 2026, we are going to get back to not to the initial equilibrium, but to 4.5% of GDP, the deficit. But right now, don't fear deficit, because if you look into the impact of the deficit to the other macroeconomic parameters, there is not quite a bit of pressure on the other macroeconomic parameters right now. So this is a timely deficit. That this question of timely deficit is quite relevant in the time of recession or in the time of pandemic to reboot the economy. And thank you so much once again, Bengal Economic Association, for having me for this important conference. And I wish the conference, all success. And now I would love to take questions from the students. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Chakraborty, for your very splendid address. Subroto.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, Kullan. Kullan.
মিটিং অফ হয়ে গেল
না অফ হয়নি দেখো
Prabhu Jagatbandhu College is doing a splendid job in organizing this 41st annual conference webinar form, and we're grateful, Bengal Economic Association is grateful for Dr. Subrata Roy and his team, particularly of the Department of Economics, undertake this task. And we are lucky to have Professor Lekha Chakraborty of NIPFP. In fact, when I was visiting NIPFP quite often in the years 2012-13 with Dr. Bhanumurthy as Secretary of the Econometric Society, I had the task of presiding over the Econometric Society. I often used to meet Professor Chakraborty, whose office was adjacent to that of Professor Bhanumurthy. So we know each other. I'm grateful that you have given such a splendid lecture on the macroeconomic challenges that are faced by the Indian economy. And I think all other speakers that will follow, we're waiting for our conference president, Dr. Professor Subrata Marjit to join us. I think if some of the participants have some clarificatory queries from Professor Chakraborty, you can utilize his time getting some response from Professor Chakraborty. Yes. Any comments, any question, query, Professor Chakraborty? Some clarifications? শোনা যাচ্ছে?
হ্যাঁ শোনা যাচ্ছে স্যার।
শোনা যাচ্ছে?
Yes, স্যার।
শোনা যাচ্ছে স্যার?
শোনা যাচ্ছে কি?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah. Any comments or any question to Professor Chakraborty? Subrata, please coordinate this. Professor Subrata Rai,
Yes, sir.
any
Yes, sir.
questions?
Hello. Yes, madam. Hello, Professor. I have a question to Professor Lekha Chakraborty. That the present pandemic situation, what you have discussed at present, that the fiscal policy, monetary policy, there is the responses. So I just want to give some, please give me some clarification that that how can we overcome this pandemic situation. Just if you tell me briefly this situation through the monetary and fiscal policy operations.
Thank you so much. The question is, we have. Hello.
Hello.
It's yeah. We have two components to it. One is the economic firefighting package. The other is we are using the crisis as an opportunity to float the long-term economic reforms. So in the firefighting package, what we have designed is within the framework of life versus livelihood. So there, the emphasis on economic recovery, but not quite a bit of emphasis on the, how we are facing the humanitarian crisis which is mounting. That happened in a very sequential manner, addressing the livelihood crisis. So that's of course a limitation, but at the same time, for the economic recovery packages, what was done by the RBI and the North Bloc, that is exemplary. And at the same time, monetary policy, it has got its own limitations to trigger the economy, because what we have announced were three components. One is adjusting the policy rates. Second is we infuse the liquidity into the system. And third is a kind of a regulatory mechanisms or the regulatory measures or, that moratorium and forbearance and all. But if you look at the policy rate, whether it can trigger the economy back to the prior pandemic, economic growth, whether that convergence to the prior pandemic economic growth. Of course, economic growth was plummeting even before the, pandemic or before the COVID. But the question is whether the monetary policy, that policy infusion through the liquidity and the policy rates adjustments, whether that was powerful enough to respond to this crisis. That, my answer is not in a very conclusive, because we don't have a conclusive evidence for that. That monetary policy, when compared to the fiscal policy, monetary policy was doing a bit of a heavy lifting. Because if you look into the members of the monetary policy committee and the analysis by them, of course repo rate is in their control, but at the same time what are the other kinds of operational flexibility and the operational procedures which are required for the monetary policy committee to operate quite efficiently in terms of the reverse repo rate and the other kinds of monetary policy corridor and many other factors. This we need to have a relook. This is a time in which we are going for a revision of the new monetary policy framework. But if you're celebrating that the new monetary policy framework that led to inflation containment in the country based on the CPI, and if you're not looking at the aspects of the economic growth, the power of the monetary policy to tackle the economic growth, if we are not looking into those broader questions, then I think we are getting into a low-level equilibrium trap, because this one-to-one relationship between the monetary policy or the repo rate and economic growth is not functioning properly, because we are unable to trigger the capital formation in the economy using repo rates. And even using the repo rates, we are not able to control the inflation also quite sufficiently, because there are many elements of inflation which are supply side in nature, and that requires supply side interventions. But at the same time, what monetary policy framework emphasized is the control of expectations that's coming from the supply side shocks. Those expectations RBI is able to tackle, and that's a way, the narrative of inflationary expectations. But we need to have a relook into that. Now, coming to the fiscal policy side, whether your question is relevant, whether we are able to completely tackle this this issue of pandemic using the economic stimulus package on the fiscal policy front. Of course, I have my doubts, just like you, Professor Ray, because especially we cannot float a pandemic package just like the way emerging economies have done, because they have fiscal space to frame economic stimulus package to 10% of GDP. But we cannot do that because of the lack of fiscal space. At the same time, we have not explored the re-emergence of the monetized deficit, because over the years of the prior to the pandemic or the prior to 1990s, what we have seen is the inflationary potential of the seigniorage financing, and it was quite a bit of a pressure on the currency. Based on these two, factors, we have not yet looked into the scope of, monetization of deficit. But at the same time, there are a re-emergence in the thought process of, having a helicopter money, in which, you drop the cash into the hands of people, and that can stimulate the economy. But we have not gone for such kind of huge demand side economic stimulus package in our country, and opinion that's divided regarding this, whether that is that the right kind of a pandemic response. One doubt I have is, like Rekuram Rajan pointed out, even if we float a huge cash transfer into the hands of people, or the universal basic income, a kind of a helicopter money, or even the MFFP, the money financing of fiscal programs, if we are looking into this mode of financing deficit, the question is, if the propensity to save by the people is higher than the propensity to spend, then it cannot stimulate the economy. And if we look at the numbers of the propensity to save in the pandemic period, the precautionary savings are on the rise. So these are concerns. So if you ask me whether that not floating a huge fiscal stimulus package in the form of cash transfers into the hands of people to tackle the livelihood crisis, my question is like yes and no, in the sense we need to have a judicious mix of participation income and basic income to tackle the crisis. Participation in the sense that allow the citizens to participate in the economy by floating government as an employer of last resort, guaranteeing jobs to the people. But at the same time, we have seen that there is a cut in the allocation for the employer of last resort, the job guarantee programs in the context of India. That's a matter of concern. So to me, that participation income and the basic income, that judicious mix, that could be the right kind of policy to tackle the economic growth plus the humanitarian crisis which is mounting in the context of our country. And the last concern is about the health to GDP, that budget is, less than 1% of GDP in our country. And of course, we have floated a huge announcement in the budget regarding, strengthening public health infrastructure. Of course, it is a right kind of a policy announcement when we compare to the national insurance health schemes, because insurance, that's not the right way to respond to the poor people's health needs, because insurance policies can itself make the health system expensive. That's what I felt. Because if you look at the out-of-pocket spending of the poor people, that's quite catastrophic. Whether the government-led, the good government-led insurance packages can do something to reduce this catastrophic nature of spending, studies have shown that even the government-led good insurance schemes that made this catastrophic nature of health expenditure further catastrophic, because the kind of interpretations and the explanations they have to give to get the money back to support them, those kind of aspects by the insurance companies, that's entirely a different ball game. So to me, the announcement related to public health infrastructure in the primary, secondary and tertiary, that's quite welcome. But at the same time, the kind of investment we require for the public health to tackle this crisis, that's quite partial. And thanks a lot for that question, Professor Ray.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chakraborty, for your response. As I mentioned, we shall be looking forward to receiving the text of your lecture such that we can publish and circulate it among our members, and we are very benefited from your splendid inaugural lectures.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you. We shall be in touch. Now, I think, Subrato, we should move to our next part, which is the conference president has joined, Professor Marjit.
Yes.
And so, welcome, Subrato, among the Bengal Economic Association. We have arranged this 41st conference in a webinar form because of the pandemic, social distancing, and all these requirements. And you are a distinguished member of the Bengal Economic Association for long. You have been the advisor of our journal. You have been the recipients of the Best Teacher Award. You have been the contributor to the Eke Dasgupta Memorial Lectures in the past. This year, we are very grateful and honored that you accepted our invitation to preside over this conference. So let me briefly tell my reminiscence about this Bengal Economic Association, which was started in 1980 by Satyendranath Sen. One of the practices that were followed, and I joined the Bengal Economic Association exactly, I think, in 1980. So it's quite a long journey. On the 80, the association started, I joined in 82 or 83. So the practice that was being followed earlier was to go by some thumb rule of seniority in selecting the conference president. I, for one, is to deviate from that. For me, there are many senior people. Some of them are very eminent. We have asked them, requested them to be our conference president. But this year, for two reasons, I thought of choosing Professor Marjit. And none of these reasons include the fact that he was my former student, he was my former colleague at Jadavpur, and so on and so forth. But because of two reasons. One is that this is the 80th year of the famous Stolper-Samuelson theorem. 1941, Stolper-Samuelson theorem. And I cannot think, given my knowledge limitation, I cannot think of any other better academically sound, deeply eminent trade theorist than Subrata Marjit at present in India, to really reflect on trade theory at this stage. We are Indians are very famous in making Amrit Jubilee celebrations. That's 1942. We had this Quit India movement, so we have stated that Amrit Jubilee Utsav has started. But people forget that Stolper-Samuelson theorem, one single paper written in 1941, core of economic international trade theory. And secondly, I have been fortunate to go through the remarkable book that Professor Marjit, Mondol, and Ishumushi on the virtual trade model that you have book that you have published. And I was amazed to see how a thinker to think of a fourth dimension, which is different from the higher dimensions of Ithiyar or that of Costilot, Nemaiti, but a virtual dimensions of international trade theory, which is gaining momentum. So like Ricardo, whose basic purpose of developing the ideas on trade theory was to explain the emerging trading patterns between nations, whether this can be beneficial, whether that could be beneficial for the England's industrial revolution. And his one of the motivation was to jack up the rate of profit that the stationary state that England was setting. So he provided that route, escape route, and either technological progress or comparative advantage. Ricardo. Now time has come to think of a route of dealing with explaining the virtual trade dimension. And Professor Marjit and his collaborators and researchers have contributed such an elegant one. So I'm really honored that the Bengal Economic Association is honored to have Sugata amongst us this morning to deliver his presentation. Now I have some brief idea of what he is going to say because in the past we had interacted on that, what he called the Ricardian synthesis, but I think his presidential address would be somewhat modified versions of that, maybe much more elegant than this, and definitely we shall benefit from the margins. I'm grateful to the organizers or Secretary Dr. Subrata Kumar Roy, who has taken over the Bengal Economic Association mantle from Dr. Ruma Bhattacharya. We had this pandemic-driven disturbances, but still we are trying to regroup and do the academic ones because basic, to my mind, the academic associations thrive if you give emphasis on academic elements. So welcome, Sugato.
Thank you, Professor Chatterjee, for introducing Professor Sugato Marji. So we are now eagerly waiting for the presidential address by Professor Sugato Marji, first Distinguished Professor of Economics, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, Kolkata, and former Vice Chancellor of University of Calcutta. So we all are now eagerly waiting for the presidential address by Professor Sugato Marji. Sir, please, we are all waiting for you.
Thank you very much. Of course, a very generous introduction by Professor Bishwajit Chatterjee, and also great thanks to the Bengal Economic Association for inviting me to give this talk, finding me worthy of such an honor. And of course, I also greet everyone who's present today, who has come to listen to my lecture. I'll just give a brief introduction, and then I shall try to share my PPT with you, which I have. But I want to give this introduction, very, very brief one, so that before the screen the screen shows the PowerPoint presentation. As Bishwajit has said, I have been associated with Bengal Economic Association for a long time, being primarily an economist from Calcutta and a student of Calcutta. And then, of course, for a brief stint, I was at Rochester. But basically, I am a Calcutta person who has worked all through his life in Calcutta. Well, there have been stretches when I was abroad, but I have taught in a handful of institutions in the city. As Bishwajit Chatterjee has mentioned, I was his colleague. Of course, I was a student also. In fact, my interest in international trade theory owes a lot to Professor Chatterjee's initial introduction to the subject. And of course, what I have been able to gather from other former teachers also makes a lot of sense. I think I'm indebted to so many of them. So this is an extra pleasure to come and give this presidential address, where the addresses, when the addresses have been given by many eminent economists, and I find myself in that chair today, and it's a great prestige and honor for me. So let me just go straight to my screenshot. I'll just try to present it. I hopefully can you see my presentation?
Not as yet.
Okay. Yeah, I will try to change the slides because sometimes it gets stuck. So can you see this change slide?
Not as yet.
No, sir, we can't see.
You can't see? Okay.
No.
Okay, let me just see how can I do it. So do I just? Oh, it's gone. Let me try to get my. Just a second. I may be, I'm not really good with this, but I'll just try.
স্যার হ্যালো
Yes.
স্যার প্রেজেন্ট নাওটা করে দিন, তাহলে হয়ে যাবে।
Okay, just a second. Present now. Where is it in this?
Right side, in the right side. Yeah,
Right below.
right below.
I can see that. So this. Which let me just see, go again. So this is, they said that present your, so I just said present now. So but you can't see the screen, right? Because the presentation is gone. So I'll just try to first can you see it now or no?
No, sir, it has still not come.
It is still
It's
not
not showing.
Okay. So is it showing now?
No.
স্যার
Yes.
প্রেজেন্ট নাওটা করার পরে ওখানে একটা অপশন দেবে যে এন্টায়ার স্ক্রিন, মানে ওইটাকে সিলেক্ট করতে হবে। করার পরে মানে ওটা মিনিমাইজ করে তখন পাওয়ার পয়েন্টটাকে মানে শো করবে। প্রেজেন্ট নাউনটা করার পর একটা এন্টায়ার স্ক্রিন, ওটাকে সিলেক্ট করতে হবে, ওকে করতে হবে।
Okay, let me try that. I'm so sorry. Let me try that.
আগে আপনি ওটাকে ওপেন করে ফেলুন, প্রেজেন্টেশনটাকে একটা স্ক্রিনেতে আপনি আগে
প্রেজেন্টেশনটাকে আগে ওপেন করতে হবে, রাইট? হ্যাঁ,
স্লাইডটাকে আগে ওপেন করুন।
আচ্ছা, এইবার your entire screen করলাম।
ওকে প্রেস করতে হবে একটা, ওখানে ওকে বা মানে
ওকে আমি তো ওখানে that I have done. Select entire screen and then it is showing share your entire screen.
স্যার ওখানে সিলেক্ট করে তারপর শেয়ার, ওই ব্ল্যাক বক্সটাতে সিলেক্ট করে তারপর স্যার শেয়ার।
black box, but I have to see my presentation there.
না
Right?
ওটা আমরা দেখতে পাবো।
আচ্ছা, okay.
হ্যাঁ স্যার
Yes.
হচ্ছে হচ্ছে ওকে স্যার হচ্ছে।
হ্যাঁ হয়েছে। ওকে
এবার কি স্ক্রিনটা দেখতে পাচ্ছেন আমার প্রেজেন্ট
Yes, sir.
হ্যাঁ এসছে
ইয়েস ইয়েস
এসছে? Okay.
এসছে
All right. And you can see the change screen ও দেখতে পাচ্ছেন তো? Change slide
হ্যাঁ
টা
হ্যাঁ সবটা
Okay.
ভিজিবল।
সব দেখা যায়।
Okay, good.
স্যার ওটাকে full
Sorry.
view করে দিন।
Full view, right? Okay.
ঠিক আছে
All right. Sorry for this little
না তো হতেই পারে
mess up. I think every system has its own problem. You know, I've been on the virtual platform with so many systems that I get confused often. So it's anyway. So let's start without any more delay. It's a paper, basically a new Ricardian model of trade, growth, and inequality, on which I have been working for a while now. And as Professor Chatterjee has said, I have corresponded with him and many others on this topic because I think it's a kind of a new way of looking at the Ricardian model. And basically the idea that I'm going to talk about is I'm going to introduce the idea of wage fund of the Ricardian model into a more sort of traditional mainstream Ricardian trade and general equilibrium model, then expand on that to show to you how that kind of a structure gives us a very holistic view of both microeconomic theory as we learn, as well as the relationship between microeconomics and macroeconomics, including certain topics which have made big splash in the literature in terms of empirical evidence and so on and so forth. So basically, the motivation comes, essentially it's a paper on history of economic thought, highlighting the classical interpretation of the neoclassical system. So this is a classical interpretation of the neoclassical system through the lens of the Ricardian trade model, but it contains host of results of contemporary relevance and broadly consistent with stylized empirical evidence. Noting, and this is also our way, I believe, in which you can use the credit market, or you can bring in finance in economics in a very simple way, but in a very, I would say, it's a simple way, but it is also a way that Ricardo has shown 200 years ago. And we have not focused much on that because we were more accustomed in understanding the proper Ricardian system. But what I'm doing is actually I'm making a fusion. I'm actually bringing in wage fund, but not in the standard way that the classical economists and then the successors of analysts who have dealt with classical economists, but it's more like a full employment version of Ricardo. And that I was surprised to find that it could mimic so much of the basic economics that we have learned from neoclassical model. So the credit market is an important issue. And so we introduce the classical wage fund or working capital as capital, and thus allow the Ricardian model to have both capital and labor. And then we compare this with the major workhorse of the profession, the neoclassical model with K and L. Our new Ricardian model surprisingly generates results very similar to neoclassical models without any neoclassical tools such as smooth production functions, cost functions, marginal productivity theory, CRS, and all that. The model points towards an independent way to learn microeconomic theory of production, where K is only used as finance and not as a factor of production, and use it for analyzing trade, growth, etc. The usual way we treat capital is to take it inside the production process. So basically, our understanding of how to use capital comes because we understand capital as an input that can be substituted by other factors, maybe labor, though in reality, factor substitution, as we know, can be very, very rare, only once a specific technology is adopted. But this approach of this particular approach where we bring in capital inside the production process deliberately eliminates the role of capital and use it purely, so what we do in this approach, that is our approach when we deliberately eliminate that role of capital through the, inside the production process and take it as purely as credit or finance, as a loan from the bank, which is used to finance production by employing only labor. We have a new Ricardian model with capital and labor both, and K is completely outside the production process. This is consciously done to see what such an inclusion of K just as a source of finance does to the simplest general equilibrium system. Now, one purpose of my work is pedagogical. As you can see that I'm trying to talk about how this microeconomic theory can be understood. And as in the process, because we were groomed in a tradition of learning economics, of course, in Presidency College and Calcutta University, where we always try to look at micro and macro in tandem with each other. To us, when we studied Keynes, it was not really as a topic of Keynes, but in what sense the basic micro foundation of neoclassical models gets a little bit, sort of complex with Keynesian kind of flavor. When we talked about Barrow and Grossman and then subsequently of rational expectation models, we tried to relate it to these Keynesian models or to the more adapted the classical model of output, employment and labor and money and so on. And in fact, when I'm bringing in capital in this sort of a microeconomic general equilibrium structure, where capital is used as a finance, you will see that how this very simple interrelationship between micro and macro and the implications of this macroeconomic factors in international trade become very, very transparent. This is one issue that I want to highlight because this is a pedagogical sort of use of this model. And the other issue is, of course, that as a theory, it predicts a lot of interesting happenings at the global level, with substantial empirical evidence, and that is also an interesting way of demonstrating that this is something which possibly needs a bit of cultivation. So I just show that this replicates the solo model of growth, including modified golden rule of accumulation. So everything sort of follows from this basic model. K by L and W by R relationship is the same as one derives with marginal productivity theory. There is no need of production function the way we understand, that is Cobb-Douglas or CES or whatever, cost function, diminishing returns or CRS, yields results of contemporary relevance. For example, trade always increases income gap between capital and labor. Labor share of income declines independent of what you trade. Trade increases growth temporarily, but that is not sustainable. You see, the last comment I make in this slide is actually has a Ricardian flavor, that you can defer the stationary state, but you cannot stop it. Stationary state is going to, befall upon you because trade can only temporarily delay the stationary state. W cannot increase without accumulation of K. That is, wage rate and accumulation is very interestingly related. Technological progress does not help labor, but helps capital. It is research and development which can continuously sustain growth. Tendency of a capitalist process to undermine accumulation for production vis-a-vis R&D, as W tends to grow with the former. I'm going to explain all this, so these are some of the results. Finance can flow only to the R&D sector, eliminating production completely. This is another thing. Financial crisis may not hurt capital but labor. With sectors employing different skills, rising wage gap and rising, relative interest income gap, both can go hand in hand, which echoes the concern of the popular contribution of Thomas Piketty. Now, a literature survey, I don't want to do much of this because I just want to give this a reference to all this, and I would definitely send this slide to Professor Chatterjee. Any member or anyone who's interested in that can read the slides and, sort of form opinion or do whatever they like. So finance and trade have been discussed in a few papers in trade, but not systematically, and largely ignored and scattered in the context of pattern of trade, factor price movements, inequality and development in open economies. For a quick look, one may refer to my initial work with Ron Jones in 2001 American Economic Review, then Matsuyama's paper in 2005 Journal of European Economic Association, Antras and Caballero in Journal of Political Economy, Carla Manova in Review of Economic Studies, and Shubhayu Bandyopadhyay, myself, and Lei Young in Canadian Journal. And then very recently, that's my last PhD student's work with me, which is under revision now with Review of International Economics, and where we talked about credit and trade. However, from the perspective of history of economic thought, Ricardo, Mill, Solo, Calder, Phelps, and Calder Phelps paper was pointed out to me by Professor Chatterjee. I think we knew that in our post-graduation, but I lost track of it. But yes, Calder Phelps's work, and Calder, I have not mentioned Pasinetti's work, just to give you some glimpses of that. Of course, Caves and Jones various editions. Very interesting paper by Hicks and Hollander in QJE in 77. Steedman's paper, Finlay's works, of course. Then Jones's latest work also in World Scientific Book. Jones and Wader's 2017, 200 Years of Ricardian Trade. And then myself and Shoibal Kaur's edited volume from Cambridge. Then Jones and myself for economic theory. Maneshi's Oxford Economic Papers paper. In fact, two other papers I would like to mention. It's not completed yet. Of course, Mihir Rocket's RC Memorial Lecture, which I do not talk about in this work because it's different. But that requires, I'm trying to search the exact reference. I was in a bit of a soup, could not get that, but his work there. Also, Amit Bhaduri, Donald Harris's work in QJE on a chaotic dynamics in Ricardian distribution. But that again, I will see that all these works are not related, are not directly related to what I am doing. It's a tradition. Of course, Takashi Negeshi's 2 volumes on Ricardo, which now one of my co-authors, which are working on the dynamics of these models, Norigotsu Nakanishi from University of Kobe, he is putting together something. And actually, Negishi, is a very famous theorist, had 2 volumes on Ricardo, of course, which is related to what I'm doing, but which is not mentioned here because I think that I have come across it later and I'm going to update it. So, but none of this has cared to explain what would happen if the wedge fund model, I think it is the term wedge fund is due to John Stuart Mill, 1848, was applied to an ideal distortion-free full employment model instead of fixed wage unlimited supplies of labor model. You see, all work on Ricardo was basically trying to see what Ricardo was thinking in 19th century or in late 18th century. 1817 was his 1817 work and many other works. What was there in Ricardo's mind? What was his philosophy? So in that context, now Ricardian model that one could characterize in terms of the historical economic thought is actually has constituent components of wedge fund theory, then a diminishing marginal productivity in agriculture, which we should not confuse about the standard diminishing marginal productivity story. That's why I did not like the treatment of Ricardo in very well-known history of economic thought textbooks, like, for example, Bloch's textbook, or many other textbooks, and in fact, in the work of many very well-known people, where Ronald Finlay is one of them, and also I found John Hicks and Hollander, because they immediately translate Ricardo into a diminishing marginal productivity, which is a production function kind of approach, but essentially that's an intensive margin approach. And Ricardo was never doing that because the classical economists talked about the extensive margin. In mathematical terms, it means that there are continuum of quality of land, which gives you the idea of theory of rent. But in that continuum, the mathematics is calculus that you can actually adopt this the extensive margin. But calculus was invented and used in economics much later. So what happens was that the intensive margin got a big boost by more modern economic theorists because they were used to using calculus. But essentially, the extensive margin could also be formalized in terms of calculus, but that conceptually is very, very different from putting more labor onto a piece of land rather than using worse and worse quality of land as your requirement goes up. So basically, wedge fund model was always in terms of basic Ricardian constituent elements, unemployment, unlimited supply of labor, fixed wage rate, and so on. I have chosen wage fund to represent just the idea of finance. So mine is a far more structured and far more, you can say, less distorted model. It's about full employment model. And I am deliberately choosing this in trying to find out the similarity between or the minimality of the assumption that I need to extend the Ricardian trade model or general equilibrium model to introduce finance or credit. So, and that makes this model very, very close to how do we study our macro and micro, because in macroeconomics, the classical economists talked about full employment models. And as you know, the loanable funds theory and so on was a theory of finance. And basically, we have, this modeling of Ricardo in terms of wage fund. It gives you credit market or the finance market and the labor market as a mirror image of similar kind of relation. We'll come to that. Our new Ricardian model preempts most of the results of the new classical production theory, etc. I've already talked about that, so I'm not going to hammer home that point again. So let me just go straight to the model. The model, except one equation, is the same model that you teach your students. I guess there are many college teachers here or university teachers maybe, who teach your students the Ricardian trade theory in your standard undergraduate class. So all the equations are roughly the same. But the first and most important equation is this wage fund equation, which tells you, as you can see, that total, so it's like it's a snapshot of a period that you start from with a stock of finance, a stock of credit. From where it has come, we won't ask this question. So it is a stock of liquidity with which you have to employ workers, because production requires one period to mature. So you have to give the workers this money. They would actually buy wage goods and so on. They will, or commodities, and they will survive and they will work. And then the production comes. You will sell that product. Your revenue comes, and you pay back to the financier. So you borrow for the workers and pay back with interest to the financiers. So this is the simplest idea of wage fund. So you can always say that K has to be equal to L times W. Because if W is the wage rate and L is the number of people, then total finance must be equal to W into L. That's how much the finance is. So if K is given, you know L into W is given. And if your labor supply is given and you are in a full employment model, you know that the wage rate will be determined from this wage fund equation. So this is the difference from the classical Ricardian interpretation of wage fund. In Ricardo, W would be fixed, although there is a difference between real and nominal and biosocial minimum wage and so on. But just for argument's sake, so it is like $100 with which you inherit, which is in inheritances finance. Then you have $10. If your wage is given by $10, the minimum wage, you can only employ 10 people. So there, the wage is fixed, employment is variable. Here, full employment, your labor supply is fixed and wage is variable. Okay. Note that this relationship qualitatively is the same for a CRS production function with diminishing marginal productivity, because look for Cobb-Douglas production function and calculate the labor demand. Now, this can also be conceptualized as a labor demand function, because if you take L on this side and W in the denominator, higher is W, lower is the demand for labor. In fact, this is a rectangular hyperbola. LW is a rectangular hyperbola with respect to W, because you higher is the wage rate, lower would be your labor demand. And that would be a declining or downward sloping demand curve for labor, and then you have full employment condition of a fixed quantity of labor that would determine the wage rate. So this is a labor market equilibrium condition. This is also a credit market equilibrium condition, because your demand for credit is W into L and your supply of credit is equal to K. So basically what happens here, that even if you would have three markets in the system, in fact two goods, four markets, two goods, labor and credit, but actually you can work with three markets because of the Walrasian system. And these are some of the interesting things. So competitive price conditions will yield now. Average cost would have an interest component. Now, those who have gone through or at least had occasions to look at what Ian Steedman and others were doing in early 80s and so on, or the fundamental issues of trade theory and the Saffian way of looking at. In fact, Steedman actually have these equations in his book, but Steedman and his group went on to, they were much more engaged in trying to extend SAFA model into international trade. So they go to the more towards the standard, the value questions and so on. But this model that I'm describing, like a very, very conventional and orthodox neoclassical, is a model where the value system is resolved because this is essentially Wallersian general equilibrium system. So relative prices are determined by demand and supply. That's it. And there is a nominal system here, which is integrated with a real system there. That's where the macro is coming, but we'll come to that. But here, average cost comes with an interest component because you have to pay it back to the financier. Similarly for these two goods. And then what you have is a relative, with homothetic demand function, the relative demand for these goods is equal to relative supply. Then you have full employment conditions. And then 1 to 5 will determine the nominal wage, the relative price, the rate of interest, X1 and X2. So this is how the model is determined. It's very simple. So I have already said that how W is determined and so on and so forth. So basically, the determination of the model, once you know this W, because your K and L are given, you can plug this here. So what you are left with, given relative price, is just the interest rate that you can solve because you can take the ratio of this, and then you know that this P has to be AL1 by AL2. And then plugging that in, you can get the rate of interest from either equation. Then what you do, you basically look at, given this P relative price, you know how the equilibrium has to happen. So this is a relationship that you get between X1 and X2, and the full employment labor is a relationship in X1, X2, and you solve this model. So this is how the system goes. So you can see that this model, so far as trade pattern and everything is concerned, it will be very similar to a Ricardian model. So, this is a full employment model. K does not determine output. L does as in a Ricardian model, but with unemployment. Now I can introduce unemployment and fixed wage, which I shall go on passing as I would finish. But but one thing that very important here, you can easily see that if there are fluctuations in the availability of credit, it impacts the nominal wage in this, in this full employment model. Whereas it will impact output in a model with unemployment. Why? Because once we go to a full unemployment model and your wage is fixed, your LE would be determined from here, the employment, and then your LE will have something to do in determining the X1 and X2. So the point is that credit fluctuations will impact nominal wage in a full employment model and output in a model and real output in a model with unemployment. You see, this particular summary of results captures the difference between the classical system and the Keynesian system. The credit fluctuations is like fluctuations in finance, financial capital, or quantity theory of money, which can only affect the nominal prices. See, in the Ricardian model, because your W is a nominal thing, it will affect your nominal prices. But your relative price will still be a function of the labor coefficient. So your relative price will not change, but levels of output start changing. But your level of output starts changing in a model, and there will be some unemployment. So even if, people might hate to call this a Keynesian model, because as you know, that Keynesian model is necessarily an effective demand model, and effective demand is interpreted by the Keynesians in a special way. But here, Keynes also had a case of what happens if there is a nominally fixed wage, because you remember that very simple undergraduate questions that we face is that why nominal wage, flexibility of wage may not guarantee full employment, again because of the inelastic investment demand or effective demand problem. But that apart, you can easily see that this two very different relationships is capturing the age-old question of this macroeconomics. Now, I'm going to talk about these propositions and verbal explanations, and then, the theorems to prove this theorem. Some of them are simple, some of them are maybe a little more complex, but that's sort of not worthwhile to spend time on. International trade must reduce real income of the workers, and inequality between labor and capital income rises independent of the pattern of trade. Assuming that workers do not own capital, even if workers own a part of capital stock, their real income can still go down, and inequality will surely rise even if their real income goes up. So let me just go back to the basic equations. You see, go back to our undergrad Ricardo model. If I'm completely specializes, if I completely specialize in good one because of comparative advantage, then what happens is, that I'm going to produce only this good and not this good. That I produce because relative prices are higher in the world market. But you see, your nominal wage cannot change because K and L does not change. So it means that real income of workers has to go down. But mind you, that because your rate of interest must have to increase, because your all capital will flow into this sector only because of higher interest rate. So immediately you see how the income distribution will behave. Now, if the other country which is specializing in this good, for that other country also the same thing happens, real wage goes down and interest rate will go up. If workers also own a part of capital stock, you can show that there will be positive real income effects for the workers, but still the workers can lose depending on their consumption bias for these goods. These are some of the things that we do so regularly in trade theory that I'm not going to spend this time on that. But you see, the idea that trade does not help workers in a financial model is a very interesting idea, you would say, because if you had only labor as factor of production, every benefit labor, here is also, labor is the only factor of production, because in production process, you do not have anything else. But just because you are stuck with this financial role of capital, and capital is just here is finance. Capital will earn more interest rate, but the workers may not gain. That's the whole argument of this proposition. Then we have the solo growth model. So let me go back. The solo growth model and the modified golden rule and any model that uses optimal growth path in any modern trade model. In fact, I could have referred to some of the models that I have worked on recently with Bishwajit Mondal, models of virtual trade and endogenous growth. And in fact, those models also use this kind of calculation. So let me just go to the story of the solo model, what's happening here. See, if you introduce growth in this model, suppose labor is growing at an exogenous rate of N, that is standard solo model, and capital is not growing. So K by L will continuously fall and the wage rate will continuously fall. And let's take a small trading economy. So I'm not really worried about how relative prices are changing. Relative prices are beyond my control, number one. And number two, given relative price also gives you a flavor of a single sector model. So essentially you can talk about the solo kind of thing. You see, if your labor goes up at a rate of N every period, then your real wage must fall. So that is given. So the only way that real wage will be constant if capital also grows at the same rate. So, and the capital, let's look at the classical savings function, which is the Kaldor-Pasinetti type, or where everything all capital, all return from capital are saved and all wages are consumed. These are not necessary assumptions for the solo model, but let's say that's the case. Then what will happen is that rate of growth of capital would be R and rate of growth of L would be N. So if R is equal to N, then W will not change and nothing will change actually. Because if W does not change, your relative prices do not change. And if relative price do not change, your X1 and X2 will grow at the same rate. So this is the Solovian growth rate. Think of where the Solovian steady state is arrived. It is arrived at an equilibrium where the concave savings augmented production function intersects the growth of labor line. And there, the rate of capital accumulation has to be equal to the rate of accumulation of labor. And there the steady state is achieved. But how it is achieved in Solo? It is achieved through the diminishing marginal productivity. Because as you are accumulating more and more capital with respect to labor, the return to capital is going to fall. In this case, there it falls because of diminishing marginal productivity. Here, more and more capital you accumulate. If R is greater than N, your W goes up. And if your W goes up, this R must fall. So you see the decline in R is happening not because of diminishing productivity of capital, but just because of the finance thing. If you have more credit to finance and you have given amount of labor supply or labor growing at a much slower rate, your wages must increase. There is nothing, your diminishing marginal productivity has nothing to do with it. So we now have a Solo model, or a Ricardian Solo model, which it is not based on Ricardian, on the neoclassical production function. So this is, I think, it is an interesting way of looking at Solo model. And then anybody who's interested in optimal growth, they will know that, this is the description in my slide about how exactly the steady state equilibrium is stable. This completes the proof, etc. That we can prove that my steady state this augmented Ricardo, new Ricardian growth model, new Ricardo comes Solo growth model has a unique and stable steady state. That I can prove. So the trade can only temporarily boost up growth in per capita income. But in the long run, per capita income will depend only on steady state K by L. That's what Solo is all about. K greater than, growth of K greater than growth of L is an off steady state behavior. And your wages can go up and things can happen in this system. But once you reach that steady state with R equal to N, then everything stands still. So the real wages do not change. Real wages remain the same. Rate of return to capital, they have to remain the same, because if your N is equal to the same, R is equal to N. Okay. So basically your steady state growth is not a growth story. In per capita income stagnation story. And that's why the Solo model was criticized later by the endogenous growth theorists, that how do you explain increasing growth of capital to labor and increasing, richer countries becoming richer and poorer countries somehow becoming poorer, though in the last 3 decades, it has been shown that the larger part of the world GDP is being produced in some of the major developing and emerging countries. A very interesting book, if you guys are interested, The Great Convergence by Richard Baldwin from Harvard University Press, Belcamp Press, where he actually shows that how the inequality among nations has come down, whereas, of course, inequality within nations has gone up. Now, in the golden rule or any kind of optimal growth model, we have to work with an Euler equation, which is the marginal utility of your consumption at period time is related to the marginal utility of consumption period t plus 1 into this growth of income factor in future. And if you make these two marginal utilities identical across a steady state, you get this relation R equal to N plus rho, which is famous, Phelps's famous modified golden rule or later modified golden rule condition. So you see, I have brought in the modified golden rule condition, of course, in a dynamic optimization model, which does not depend on the neoclassical production function. And you still have this condition as R equal to N plus rho. Some points should be made clear. Again, because I go on, this Solo's unconditional convergence hypothesis hold, and optimal dynamic saving investment process, etc., is similar here. But so basically what I'm saying, I've just repeated that. So technological progress will increase return to capital where W does not change. This is a very important So I'm not now going to talk about a little bit of technological progress and R&D in the basic model, and you can see why this is important. See, suppose I'm physically accumulating capital where AL1, AL2 does not change. That means W must increase. And if W increases, then R must fall. There is no doubt about that. So forget, given relative prices and so on. So even if the aggregate income from capital goes up, but per capita income of the capitalist will fall if they actually accumulate simply for production. So if the production expands in the system, it is the workers who gain. Now suppose the capitalists, so you can say technological progress that increases production means it will help W and help W by R ratio. Suppose this financing of capital has got nothing to do with production. So you can get the same workers that were used for production, but now you can actually employ them for technological progress. So let's say AL1 drops and AL2 drops. So if workers are employed for technological progress, then actually R increases because the average cost will start falling. So growth in production and technological progress do not satisfy the same intention of the capitalist class. The financiers would like technological progress more because that will increase their rate of profit, but not really just pure production. So this type of issues are also very important that this model very easily and very simply throws around that technological progress will increase return to capital where W does not change. Both trade that I have shown already, that trade leads to an income gap between labor and capital, and technological progress contribute unambiguously to rising inequality. One could show that in this model, capitalists will try to do as much R&D as possible if P does not change. You could show, for example, in my paper, I show that there is an outline of a simple model that capitalists have a choice of where to use this K with the same type of workers. I have not introduced, skilled workers for R&D, unskilled for this, that, etc. Just look at, they have a choice. They know that they're in a small country. They can import as much as this X1, X2 from abroad. They don't care. They can actually, somebody else can produce for them and so on. But they are trying to decide whether to put that $1,000 that they have inherited as finance in production or in R&D or in new technology. And supposing that new technology is bound to happen if you can invest, then you can show that the capitalists should never invest in production. They will always invest in new technology. And they will buy these goods from abroad. So there will be some sort of complete specialization of those who can improve technology. In that case, these guys are not going to produce and sell. And instead, they will delegate production to other countries which cannot invest in R&D. So this becomes, this almost looks like a story that has emerged in the modern world, because where, that's the very standard kind of a story where they say that America actually produces technology and China produces for the world. Now this is also amenable to modeling foreign investment, technology transfer, and issues like that, because in that case there are ways and means of offshoring production. Apple actually generates the iPhone technology in US but doesn't produce it in US. They produces in China, etc. So these type of issues are that can be easily handled in this type of model, which is I think is an interesting thing. I have done a specific factor extension of this model, which I and Gourango Das of Hanyang University have done this paper called New Ricardian Specific Factor Model, and with skilled wage and unskilled wage. And I just point out to one theorem there where those people, I know that maybe younger generation, not many of them are accustomed with the actual working of the specific factor model, though you cannot avoid, because in trade and development, there are thousands of cases where this model is being used. Now, if you do a specific factor model, and suppose there are two sectors with specific kind of labor, but all kinds of labor, skilled and unskilled, have to be fed, have to be given salary to work before they actually produce. So let's say X1 is skilled and X2 is unskilled. So now the entire amount of credit goes to paying salary of the skilled workers and unskilled workers. And there, again, you have a Ricardian structure. So the relative wages of skilled and unskilled labor, you can actually make the relative wage WS by W is equal to P times A, where P is the relative price and A is the ratio of labor coefficient. So from there, you can get the WS. You can solve for that as PK by PAS plus L and W as K by PAS plus L. Now you see, and I think I point this out to anybody who teaches specific factor model, who have studied specific factor model. There you see, to find out the endowment effect on factor prices, you need at least 1 page of algebra. With Jonesian, it is unfortunate that I could not discuss with my mentor and Professor Ronald Jones, who is suffering acutely from dementia. He's lost all his memory, and he's in a home in Rochester. Even in 2018, he wrote his last book from World Scientific, but I do not know how quickly he deteriorated. And now, some of his students even cannot discuss. His brain was so sharp and so elegant that I could have gained a lot. But in fact, that there are some journals just bringing out some special issues in his honor. And, one of these journals possibly will publish this article. But the idea is that, I could have actually cracked a joke with him by saying that now you can't make me, work out this whole big complex hat algebra stuff to find out what happens if capital endowment goes up to skilled labor. Now it's a single equation. You see, if capital stock increases, other things remaining the same, both wage rates will increase. If skilled labor supply increases, skilled wage will fall, and both wages will fall. If skilled labor supply increases, W will fall. And similarly, if the unskilled workers falls then wage rate will increase. You see, this follows from these equations. The endowment effects of general equilibrium follow simply from these equations. But interestingly, the relative price effects are a bit different. I'm not going to discuss that, and then what we did, we actually, anyway, so I'm not going to discuss because I have compartmentalized my time accordingly, but this specific factor model should be published by next year, I hope, in one of these Elsevier journals, which is publishing an issue on that. Now have extensions to imperfect financial market. And this I want to discuss because I think the finance and trade in a typical trade model is very, very undermined kind of a topic. But the trade model or the general equilibrium model has a very beautiful prepared ground to introduce finance in this structure. And so the wage fund or stock of financial capital or credit so far has been assumed to be perfect. Any farm worker entrepreneur perceives that she will get adequate finance at a competitive rate of interest. Now, mind you, we might say, well, stock of finance is given. Why do you say that it's perfect? This is the same thing as saying that your farm size is indeterminate in a CRS industry, competitive industry, but your industry size is not once you in general equilibrium because your total resources are given. So even if a farm finds itself to be too small and thinks that it can actually hire any amount of credit to produce, the total stock of credit in the system is given. So basically, to that extent, the system cannot have as much credit as they want, but the farm can contemplate to have as much credit that it is because it's too small. So that's the idea that the farm size is indeterminate, but industry size is determinate in this finance structure. Suppose now that I is the total amount of own finance. I is the total amount of your internal finance. Your father has given you $200 excuse me, that is, your father has given you $200 and you have inherited that. I call it internal finance available to the entrepreneurs or workers, which they can put into production at 0 interest rate. The rest they have to borrow, call it B, and at a higher interest rate of capital R. Now, I assume that my own interest rate is 0, and B is your aggregate borrowing. So there, I'm not going to go into the detail of this. This will almost sound like a class in finance. I'm not going to talk about that. But just remember that actually, if this is the ratio in terms of which your outside external finance that you are borrowing, that you have to pay an interest rate of capital R, and 1 minus this fraction, you are actually getting from your own internal source, for which you pay as interest rate 0. And C is your ratio of external finance. And therefore, you have very simply these changed equations where you substitute small r by capital R into C, where the C is the ratio, and so on and so forth. So these things, they are very simple extensions of that. So given the aggregate wage fund, so K is greater than the point is that 1 plus CR is greater than 1 plus R, or which is equal to 0 in your case, because 1 plus C into capital R is your effective cost of capital, which is greater than what you have as if you could only use your internal finance. Now from there, actually, you can go to a credit rationing model, which again, it's not really something that I'm going to develop here. But with credit rationing, what is happening here is that the total quantity of credit is given to you. So it is not really that if you pay a higher interest rate, you can go to the bank and borrow as much as you can. But not only you have to pay higher interest rate, but the amount of credit is also given to you. So the credit rationing model is there. And in this type of models, you can again extend the Ricardian structure. So I'll just go back to the original model, which is because then it will be very easy to you to see the relationship between the macro-micro link. You see, here when I said K is a finance thing, this finance can be credit rationed, this can be rationed finance, this can be imperfect financial market with a higher interest rate and so on. But all of this can be inserted in this basic model. There is no problem with that. That I want to mention. Second is that any kind of monetary policy shocks in the system, will have repercussions if there is imperfect financial market, but will not have real repercussions if there is no imperfection in financial market. That theorem is proved very simply and interestingly in this structure. So it is the imperfection in the financial capital market which can generate the real effects of quantity theory of money and so on. That's why in this model it's no longer important that you have perfect capital, perfectly competitive product market, but you're perfectly competitive. If you do not have competitive financial market, you have that kind of a problem. And then I actually last part of my presentation would be to tell you that, sorry. How to bring in Heckscher and Samuelson counterpart in this. And again, I'll just go to the basic model. So now suppose that instead of inheriting credit only, the system also inherited a stock of machines. So these machines are at a given supply, which would be used in the process of production in X and Y. So you can set up a Heckscher-Ohlin model with X and Y as two production sector, which is using labor and machine in fixed proportion. No CRS, nothing. And basically it's a Leontief thing. And there, interestingly, the credit market will show you that is what finance you get. You get a finance to pay for the workers and also pay the farms so that they can buy machines. So these are like the leasing business. That is, you have machines and everything, you want to lease them. So the finance is financing both inputs. And therefore, this would becomes a function of relative price and interest rate, because as you know that WALX plus PMAMX has to be equal to P by 1 plus R. This is the price equations. So from the price equations, you can see that W and PM, they are all becoming functions of P and 1 plus R. So this whole thing becomes a function of relative price and 1 plus R. And given relative price, the credit market will be cleared at some interest rate. Given relative price, the credit market would be cleared at, because higher 1 plus R means both W and PM will fall, given P. Because higher 1 plus R makes production less lucrative. So there will be uniform effect on factor prices. It is the same kind of lesson from Jones's, two-sector general equilibrium model. So if your W and PM goes down, it means that credit demand will actually fall. So it means that basically, if there is higher R, then your demand for credit will fall. So you have a declining demand for credit function from where you can actually get an equilibrium R. Once you get that equilibrium R given P, then the model is like a two-sector general equilibrium model. You then solve for nominal wage and price of M, then plug them back into the full, and from the full employment condition, of course, you have a stock of labor and stock of machine. You can actually get total output, and hence you can determine pattern of trade, everything. And once these relative prices are determined, then everything else will be determined, because higher relative prices may increase or decrease credit demand depending on which is more credit intensive, product. So all of this will follow. The Heckscher-Ohlin will tell you. So Heckscher-Ohlin extension is also not difficult at all, and you can get, as Bishwajit was mentioning, the Stolper-Samuelson theorem in a kind of a different way. Okay. And so I'm not going to spend any more time on Heckscher-Ohlin. Now, so basically what we have shown is that financial crisis will, a shortage of credit due to financial crisis will raise interest rate and will reduce both W and PM. This is the Heckscher-Ohlin kind of, outcome, but forget about PM, it will reduce W. Financial crisis definitely will hurt the wage rate and the price of machine, but it will help the capitalist class. So PW and PM will fall in proportion with rise in 1 plus R, reducing the demand for credit to accommodate a lower K. If stock of M is also higher because of unintended inventories, it is an added problem of liquidity in the system, raising 1 plus R further. This will reduce P as a relative price of output. So it goes into a kind of a story of trade and macro in a singular kind of a model. The share of labor income. This is a very important issue like inequality. There have been so many papers written and now being written on that there has been a secular decline in share of labor income in this in the world over time. And you can see in all these models that I have described, starting from the basic new Ricardian model, there is always a tendency for a secular decline in share of labor income, both with trade, technological progress, and so on and so forth. In fact, technological progress can also increase the price of machine relative to W, the whole issue of robotics and things like that. So, so basically what I'm trying to tell you is that apart from pedagogical values, it actually tries to capture many empirical stylized facts in terms of a simple structure. And at the same time, it gives students or teachers a handle of how to interrelate certain basic issues of macro and trade, how to talk about that pure financial intrusion in trade model. What does that do to the basic trade theorems and so on and so forth. And this can be cultivated as a method, where students really don't need to know a huge amount of very structured microeconomic theory of neoclassical variety to understand the general trends in the world in which we live in. So I think that basically there are other extensions planned in this particular context. For example, unemployment in Krugman's product variety model, etc. I'm trying to write a paper for somebody, and in fact, a student of mine from past student from Center who is now teaching at IIT Patna. We're working on a model on how we can bring in unemployment improvements or the class of product variety model, finance and unemployment. Because as you understand that this conclusion that fluctuations of credit is far more important for wages than for output in US, and fluctuations of credit are far more important for, are far more important for wages in Europe than output, far more important for output than wages in Europe is important, because in United States, wage is essentially flexible. So whenever credit goes up or down, people's per capita income starts fluctuating a lot. But when you talk about Europe, the wage is so frozen that actually it is the unemployment which starts fluctuating a lot. So basically, even the product variety model will try to show that actually, the financial problem might affect although the variety of trade model shows the trade between symmetric countries, but the fact that finance brings, comes into to play its role, and hence, determines the size of the market and so on and so forth, then the number of varieties and everything become endogenous in the sense that then the macro also plays an important role, and two countries no longer may remain symmetric the way we understand to remain symmetric. So there are issues. This is almost like something that can be developed or can be assessed only if you actually try to expand it in several directions. And I am very happy because I have been presenting this in this kind of semester from November, December in the seminar circuit for Indians and others. And for the students and everyone, and particularly in teaching institutions, I hope that some of my thoughts would sound logical to you, or would resonate, continue to resonate, and you would be interested into having a look and try to use it, or somehow make others acquainted with it and so on. And I again thank Bengal Economic Association for allowing me to present this and to express all my thoughts and ideas regarding this. And hopefully I can come back to this forum again with more specific structures and more detailed analysis of this in different context. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Sugata, for your splendid lecture. Actually, this lecture demonstrates that it is the ideas that matters, ideas that lead the academics. And when we were students, we were told about distribution in the form of wage profit frontier, WR relationship. Later on, we realized that this inverse relationship between W and R has nothing to do with the marginal productivity theory or the classical theory. It is always there. How to integrate this with this trade models is really an innovation. Even in the Marxian models like Donald Harris mentioned, you have this WR relationship is inverse. So what Piketty is finding through his empirical work, that the share of labor is contracting, share of profit is rising throughout the world, and India is no exceptions. And there are different types of reports shows in a globalized world where there are free trade, the importance of trade affecting income distribution becomes very, very crucial. And I think Professor Marjit's lecture has given us the clue to think in terms of the new ideas that he has done up in this model. We shall be privileged to have some written version of these ideas for a solution.
Yeah, I'm revising. I'll send you the paper shortly.
Okay, sure. Thank you. So I must congratulate, I must thank you. In fact, prompted by some of your writings that you have shared with me in recent past, during this pandemic-driven confinement periods, I have been also looking for my old books that are still with me, like Luigi Pacinetti's theory of production that we studied as students. In fact, Pacinetti reconstructed a Ricardian model. That is in his book, in Economic Growth and Distribution. But that is nothing to do with the endogenizing the trade. But Donald Harris, this Kamala Harris's father, Donald Harris of Stanford University, has a book on capital accumulation in a capitalist society, Stanford University Press, where he has not only integrated the neoclassical, but also, of course, his focus is on the Marxian one, but it is not the Morishima type of Marxian models, but to relate it to the income distributions in a more precise mechanisms.
Actually,
I think the classical thing matters.
Amit Bhaduri has recently sent me an email, and he also mentioned that, and so basically he's talking about the similar and his work with Donald Harris on something. So yeah, I am going back. I am going back in history to understand some of these issues more carefully. The interesting, I think, one important issue is often that the scholars of yesteryears, what they did, they could not even believe that there will be a model, or there is a model where you would bring in full employment. You see, because not only the classical economists were not interested in that, of course, they had unlimited supplies, but also Hicks and others were groomed in Keynesian tradition. So, and also these Cambridge economists also. So what happens was that the unemployment, they could not even think of a world without unemployment. But if you don't, artificially generate a system with full employment, you cannot compare the structures very easily.
Absolutely.
So that is, so basically the benchmark should have been a full employment model. And from there you could have said, well, this does not hold. Let's see if does not hold, what happens. But they did not, because they thought that full employment is a sacrilege. You can't even touch it. Okay, so that's why I don't believe that they. I think some of them may have worked this out, but actually that did not come out in the open, because this was neither maintaining their classical position, nor Marxian position, or not even Keynesian position. Because you cannot talk about full employment at length at that time. I think this is very interesting, time phasing of history.
Absolutely.
History of economic thought should not have been eliminated, from our courses and so on. Should have been taught in a different way.
Unfortunately, it is getting eliminated.
It is. I think it is. Yeah, but the way it should be taught has to be different. But it is one of the finest and I think most required kind of teaching, because in these days where people don't read anything and people think that they are innovating every other thing every morning fresh, they should read it more and more.
So one puzzle, let me tell you, I was rereading that classic 1965 survey by Chipman, where he was mentioning this demand supply mechanism and the Brouwer's fixed point theorem are equivalent. Very difficult to
I Bishwajit, just because it's the problem of a relatively old age, because I can't say that I am of old age when Bishwajit is sitting there, but the point is that V.K. Chetty, father of celebrated Raj Chetty, came to give a talk at Presidency College. In a seminar, you remember the Mihir Rokhit and Deepak Banerjee used to organize this.
Right.
So I think I was at Jadavpur, or I was then at Presidency, I do not know. They asked me to discuss the paper by V.K. Chetty. And V.K. Chetty was he was working with, as you know, fixed price macro model. That was V.K. Chetty's later years. And he has a bunch of fixed point theorems in his paper, because he comes from a general equilibrium tradition, right? So when I presented his work, as a presenter, I reformulated the entire thing into ISLM framework.
Absolutely.
And I said that every fixed point is the intersection point between an upward rising curve and a downward sloping curve.
Absolutely.
So I told, and then Professor Chetty told me, that, oh, there is this interpretation of fixed point. I am really happy about that. I said fixed point came out of this because when you went to multi-market existence problem to go from single market to multi-market, every economist was thinking that how to transform this multi-market single market demand supply equality to multi-market, and that led to the application of both Brouwer and Kakutani and so on.
Absolutely.
And I think I remember that it seems that basically what you are doing, because ultimately in ISN LM you have you transform y in terms of r. R is a function of y. You take an equation, then you get an r which is defining an R, and then you would solve for the Y. So basically, this is good. I'm very happy to know that someone, such a great person, actually thought that this that there is a
there
fixed
was
point
a
analogy.
statement. There was a statement when he was developing the history.
Chipman is very good. Chipman is fantastic.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's very good. Yes. I had the opportunity to spend 6 months with him in Europe, and both Chipman and Professor Kemp, with both of them. And my virtual trade idea, first time I sort of presented it to Professor Kemp, and he encouraged me to write that paper actually. And Chipman was always to tell me that everything is general equilibrium. So even if you're doing a partial equilibrium model, that's a general equilibrium. And
but you see, this insight is often not passed on to the students, the first learners.
Yeah, that's true. I think it is. Yeah, I try to share my experience with my students now at IFT by saying them that when they don't ask me questions, I tell them that I also felt stupid in asking questions, and I was also treated badly sometimes. But you see, the point is, if you don't ask me questions, I won't know what you don't understand. And asking question is a hallmark of an intelligent person.
Absolutely.
Because you would be intelligent gradually. So, and also how senior professors or very famous people tackle you, or how do they give insights or something. I think sharing personal experience is a part of teaching. I believe that, and that is something very important. Anyway, I don't want to take much time. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody. Yeah. So, okay, I'll send you the paper. Yeah.
Thank you. So back to Subroto. We had the splendid presentation by our conference president on behalf of Bengal Economic Association, and as well as the organizers. I extend my love, affection, and admiration for Mr. Marji. Subroto or Shantarupa to continue the remaining sessions. Okay.
Please switch on your microphone.
I'm sorry. So yes, we have a very enriching session, and now I will like to call the convener of seminar subcommittee, Prabhu Jagatbandhu College, Professor Dr. Kishore Mukhopadhyay, for delivering a short speech.
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you, Shantarupa. On behalf of the seminar committee, Prabhu Jagatbandhu College, I give my sincere thanks and congratulations to all the dignified speakers, respected chairpersons, and and Ramodius and other participants of the 41st Annual Conference of Bengal Economic Association on the contemporary challenges in Indian economy. Frankly speaking, I am not from economic sector, rather from physics, but what I feel that in recent times the Indian economy has been challenged in many dimensions and sectors. Due to those challenges, the marginalized section, particularly migrant workers, small and marginal farmers, less privileged classes, caused by women are in the condition of massive poverty and chronic unemployment. We have experienced the reverse migration, that is, workers are migrating from industrial urban areas to the rural area, that is their home area. It is an opposite picture which we have experienced in so-called rural urban migration model. With these few words, I wish a great success of this conference, rather webinar, and again, thanks to all of you. Thank you so much.
সিস্টেমটা ঠিক প্রবলেম আছে আমি বললাম ঠিক আছে
Hello, Shantarupa, come in.
Yeah,
Has finished.
okay. Actually, there was some technical problem. I was not getting the sound very well. So with this, we have come to a short break. We will now take a short break for 10 minutes, and we will meet. Actually, we will meet at 12:15 sharp for the next session of lectures. So we will now take a short break for 5 minutes and meet at 12:15 sharp.
সপ্তাহটা সব ধরে ধরে ইউটিউবে শুনে যাবে তবে তো ওটা
একটু বসি সম্পাদি
না 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 ঠিক আছে ওই সংখ্যা দিয়েছি তুমি এবার বলছো
কেন
আচ্ছা লেগে যাবে না তো এত বড় ঘাগড়া পরে আছে ওইখানে চলে ঘাগড়া তখন এখানে এখানে উড়ে উড়ে যাচ্ছে বেজার না বাইরের লোককে দেবো বাইরের লোককে দেবো সেটা কি বলে বাইরের লোককে দেবো কেন আমরা খেতে পারছি না বাইরে বিড়ালের ফান ফান কেটে গেল ঠিক আছে আমি দেখতে থেকে বিক্রি করে যাচ্ছি
অসীম কুমার কর্মকার কি মানে দেখিয়ে পারেন করে তো নেই
রাস্তাটা করতে গেছে
দোকান থেকে
চাপা তলা সেই খুলে পারে মাছ ধরে কোনো বস্তু নেই না মাছ ধরে কোনো বস্তু নেই
স্যার বলছে কি শুরু করেছো সম্পাদিত হতে পারে আসবে দাঁড়াও না তো ব্যস্ত হচ্ছ কেমন
ব্রেক আছে আচ্ছা কালকে ফার্স্টে কি তুমি
না
ও তাহলে
হয়ে গেছে
আচ্ছা ওরা এখানে করুক চলো আমি
জিজ্ঞাসা করতে জিজ্ঞাসা করে শুরু করবো একটু জিজ্ঞাসা করতে হবে তো শুরু করবো আমি কেন বুঝবো আরে বসবো না আমি তো ব্যাপারটা জানি না এখন বাড়িতে বসতে বসে আমার সাথে হবে
শুনেছ পরে
Thanks to Dr. Mukhopadhyay. Our next Thanks to Dr. Mukhopadhyay. Our next honorable speaker is Dr. Ashim Kumar Kormokar, former faculty Department of Economics, Jadavpur University, and Assistant Professor of Economics, Netaji Subhash Open University, will deliver special lecture on most important challenges in contemporary Indian economy warranting priority attentions. In this session, Professor Anirban Ghosh of Netaji Subhash Open University will act as chairperson. Professor Swastika Lama, faculty, Prabhu Jagatbandhu College, will act as rapporteur. Sir, please. Sir, please.
পিন করে দিও, হ্যাঁ, পিন করে দিও। হ্যাঁ, পিন করে দাও, পিন করে স্ক্রিন করে দাও। না না, একটু বলা হয়ে গেছে পিন। হ্যাঁ, স্ক্রিন করে দাও। হ্যাঁ, স্ক্রিন করে দাও।
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, you are audible.
Yes, sir,
Yes, you are audible, sir.
My voice goes
You
there?
can, yes, yes, you can be heard.
Yes, sir, please. Okay. May I start now? No. Hello. Hello. Thank you. May I start now?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Subrato. May I start? May I start my lecture?
Yes, sir, you may start.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you all. I am especially grateful to Bengal Economic Association for inviting me to deliver the lecture on the most important challenges in contemporary Indian economy, warranting priority attention. First of all, I thank Chakraborty Madam for illuminating us about fiscal consolidation. I have kept this point on my account, but she has brilliantly delivered the lecture through monetary and fiscal policy mix and the reformulation of the monetary policy that urgent need. So that point I shall not cover, but there are other many challenges India's way forward. Like we need to sustain the present rate of growth, if not accelerate it to higher levels. We need to translate growth to poverty reduction. We need growth to who is the poor contribute and from who is the poor benefit. We need to expand employment opportunities and improve productivity across all sectors of the economy. We need to narrow economic disparities across and within states without compromising on efficiency. We need to improve on social indicators too. India still ranks low of 130th in 2009 out of total 189 countries in the UDP Human Development Index. by looking at the subcomponent-wise performance of the indicator, India's performance is not good. So, India has full many miles to go in terms of human development indicators, especially those pertaining to quality of health and educational outcomes. Also in terms of attaining equality, social justice, and inclusive development defined as growth coupled with equal opportunity. Alas, social justice barely trickles down for the majority as politics has become who gets what and how. In fact, there has been a failure in the growth equity approach. It began from Nehruvian era and continues till date following several political turmoils. Indians' policy is not wiser than before about poverty, inequality, and social justice and ways of tackling it. The agenda for achieving growth and poverty reduction is formidable, requiring, as it does focus not only on identifying priority areas for action, but also on effective and efficient implementation of the policy agenda. So far, the wages among the workers are concerned. It is found that contrary to the predictions of the Hexaroline and Stolper schedules and framework, wage inequality among the workers in India has increased after liberalization due to the reduction of workers' bargaining position and therefore wages. To answer the pattern of unemployment in India, it appears that more than 40% of the population is not engaged in any kind of income earning work. Even India lags behind Pakistan 33% in this specific. That is to say that every 3 out of 5 Indians is literally unemployed. Even the recent NSSO report has vociferously articulates that the rate of unemployment is highest in recent years. First time in the economic history of India after many, many years. Sustained economic growth really trickles down. It is a fact. Economic growth has a far greater impact on poverty alleviation than inequality. In this stage of development, India must continue to focus on economic growth to lift the poor out of poverty by expanding the overall pie. A good system in China of equal land ownership reforms, social development programs in rural areas since 2000, including universal compulsory education up to grade 9, rural medical cooperative system, social pension scheme for rural residents, and a minimum living allowance scheme and targeted poverty reduction program in place since 86. China is now on road to end extreme poverty by 2030. Note that this policy focus in case of India does not imply that the redistribution objectives are unimportant. But redistribution is only feasible in a developing economy if the size of the economic pie grows. Poverty refers to the assets, income, or consumption of those at the bottom of the distribution. Inequality refers to the degree of dispersion in the distribution of assets, income, or consumption. There has been a very rise in economic inequality in India, however measured, whether by Gini coefficient or by quintile income ratio or by any other ones. In the Indian case, income Gini is 25.
Problem.
Hello, am I audible? Hello? Hello? May I continue?
Yes, sir, you can be heard. Please continue.
Oh, yes. Very difficult things. Anyhow, inequality in income and wealth is much higher than the world. Only higher than that of consumption. India now stands at the second highest income inequality country in the world, lower than only South Africa. To answer the pattern of wealth disparities in India, it is evident that the growth rate in the asset accumulation is the highest in the top decile. By contrast, the growth rate of assets in the bottom decile is the lowest. In other words, there is a stronger picture of divergence in asset holding as the rich have pulled away from the poor in asset holdings. The period between 2006 and 2015, billionaire wealth rose almost 6 times faster. 1 billionaire was created every 2 days. This is the biggest increase in the number of billionaires in history and whooping 82% of all the wealth generated between the second quarter of 2016 and the corresponding period last year went to the top of 1% according to latest survey by Oxfam. Banerjee and Piketty 10 years back also expressed the idea of rapidly increasing wealth at the top end of the income wealth distribution of the ultra-rich in India. Backward castes remain excluded by a variety of means, including educational stratification and the massive influence of networks. However, mostly for growth performance is not so up to mark. Indian economy grows at an average growth of 6.7%. The year 2020 was predominated by COVID-19 pandemic, posing the most formidable economic challenge to India and to the world since the global financial crisis. What are the contemporary challenges? I have identified several challenges apart from the things discussed earlier. First challenge is stepping up of agricultural growth. We need to step up the growth rate of the agricultural sector. We have to admit that our agriculture is characterized by low productivity both of land and labor. The most critical problems are low yields and inability of the farmers to exploit the advantage of the market because of lack of infrastructure to transport the produce from the farm to the market. Clearly, we need to modernize and diversify our agricultural sector by improving both the forward and backward linkages. This will include better credit delivery, investment in irrigation and rural infrastructure, improved cropping pattern, and farming techniques and development for food processing industry and cold chains across the entire distribution system. Agricultural growth is critical for expanding employment, generating broad-based growth, and sustained poverty reduction. But alas, the rise of multinationals and their capturing of the government in several forms, like the Trojan horse of new colonialism, and directing the policy prescriptions disfavoring the huge masses who depend on agriculture are enamored with ominous signs. The recent agricultural act is the evidence to the fact. Second challenge, infrastructure development. The second critical constraint to growth is the infrastructural deficit, more particularly in power. In order to mobilize the necessary resources and build quality infrastructure, we need to put in place appropriate legal, regulatory, and administrative frameworks to attract domestic and foreign investment. We also need to address issues of pricing and cost recovery, with subsidies where required being made transparent and explicit. This in turn will require the establishment of credible regulation for ensuring fair competition across public and private operators and for protecting consumers' interests, public safety, and the environmental integrity. Efficient and speedy implementation of projects is critical in all spheres, but more in the infrastructure area. Basic infrastructure connectivity in the country provides the foundation of growth. In the absence of adequate infrastructure, the economy operates at a suboptimal level and remains stagnant. Third challenge, building social infrastructure. The third important challenge I have identified is to growth is investment in social infrastructure, particularly in the twine-made goods of primary education and basic health. There are numbers of studies that establish a positive correlation between low levels of poverty and the improved indicators of health and education. We need to spend more on education and health, but one also needs to spend more efficiently because better education and health are a function not just of the quantum of expenditure, but also on the quality of that expenditure. But health and education sector are entwined with several odds and oddities. In one of my paper recently published, I have shown primary healthcare sector and the health sector has amply provided proof its less attention and more of the circus amid COVID-19 situation. Martin Luther King once said that of all the forms of inequality, injustice in healthcare is the most shocking and most inhuman. India continues to underperform in comparison to other low and lower income, middle income countries. On quality and access of healthcare, India was ranked 145 out of 180 countries. This is the database 2016. Only few sub-Saharan countries, some Pacific islands, Nepal and Pakistan were ranked below India. Besides, countries such as China, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Cambodia, etc. have improved much more on these metrics in MMR and IMR than India. Of late, some researchers have pointed out that a large proportion of deaths in India manifests due to poor quality of healthcare. The recent COVID-19 pandemic has emphasized the importance of the healthcare and its interlinkages with other key sectors of the economy. The ongoing pandemic has showcased how a healthcare crisis can get transferred into an economic and social crisis. Considering this, India must take steps to improve healthcare accessibly and affordably in the country. Fourth challenge, uplifting the status of women. Increasing vulnerable situation of Indian women, particularly the women of its women's workers, confirmed by the global gender gap report published by the World Economic Forum in 2017. The report looks at the four components: economic participation, educational attainment, health status, and political empowerment. In three of the four indicators, India ranks in the bottom half of the table. For example, in terms of economic empowerment of India, India ranked 139 out of 144 countries. And in terms of health and survival, it ranked 141 out of 144 countries. Even in educational attainment, a factor hyped by the government as a major achievement, country only ranked 112 out of 144 countries. The only indicator where it ranked in the top 20 was political empowerment. Because of this, the overall showing has improved slightly, but the country still ranks poor as far as the gender gap was concerned. Employment trend. It is a pain of depressing picture of employment prospects for women. There has been a declining trend in the female labor force participation rate since the 80s due to changes in the overall macroeconomic policy regime. The structural change brought about in the latter era have led to a significant decline in the female employment and contributed to the already overwhelming informality which have impacted the women's work even more adversely. From the Indian data set, one can easily show that the women are highly concentrated and overrepresented in casual work and unpaid self-employment. Thus, despite the recognition of the gender equality in law enshrined in the Constitution, the progress towards gender equality and outcomes in the labor market remains quite insignificant. Besides, there exists a whole range of dense, diverse, and often overlapping categories of exclusion of women, particularly from the marginalized group from just conditions of work. Parishad Babu has already mentioned this in his brief lecture. However, need for universal protection, social protection, public intervention and policies towards facilitating decent work, social security, provisions, and etc. have seen marked shifts in general in the new liberal era. In fact, apart from disparity between men and women's ability to bargain for their choice of work outside home, women, due to complex relationship between patriarchy, caste, and class, are usually found working in unjust conditions. For example, in India, about 93% of the women workers work under conditions of infirmity without any social protection. The ILO flagship report on World Social Protection 2018 illustrates that only 28% of the world's population receives social protection. One of the reasons for such underprotection is the inadequate investment in social areas, already mentioned by earlier speaker, especially in countries of Asia, Africa, and Arab states. Fifth challenge, it is managing globalization. Next candidate on my list is the challenge of globalization. Globalization has been contentious issue. The scope of this lecture does not permit me to address in detail all the issues surrounding the debate on globalization. What I want to say is that our economies are no longer defined by political boundaries. Globalization defined as the free movements of goods, services, ideas, people across border is here to stay. No revolution in human history has been totally benign. So it is the case with the globalization which comes with costs and benefits. We cannot wish away globalization, nor can we shut our doors and remain indifferent. The only option is to manage globalization in such a way as to maximize the benefits and minimize the cost. Consider, for example, our knowledge economy. We got off the block ahead of other countries because of our superior manpower. But other countries are fast catching up, and our comparative advantage or dynamic comparative advantage unless we are continuously ahead of the curve in terms of technical sophistication and competence level. We have to make efforts to modify the international trading arrangements to take care of the special needs of our country. We must identify and strengthen our dynamic comparative advantages. Has globalization improved the lot of the farmers? Though economic globalization was heralded as a rising tide that will raise all boats, but the poor and the vulnerables in the third world, it has been more like a tsunami, sweeping away what little security they had. Whilst economic globalization assumes several aspects and different sectors, it is the most vulnerable who are paying the highest price. In the Indian case, the poor engaged in greening the field are paying with their lives and livelihoods problems. Here comes into the fore towards the poor. So, moreover, I can say that India's food and agricultural systems have been severely destabilized as a result of policies of economic globalization and trade liberalizations. And as it is evident, anemia has increased in married and pregnant women and children. As it is evident by Tendulkar Committee report, amongst the lowest 50% of the households, the per capita calorie intake has been consistently decreasing since late 80s, which is a matter of serious concern. Other side of the coin is that rising prices with lower incomes for most of the poor Indians earning less than ₹20 per day or 90% of it only spending on food will ultimately translate into hunger and famine. So, and it is one point that the poor in India with an income of $1 per day cannot compete either with the top 50 to 20% of the domestic population, which grabs 60 to 70% of national income. So this is the problem in the Indian economy, in judging the Indian economy. The wage differential between the north and the south worlds persists through restrictions on labor mobility. On the other hand, goods and capital flow freely over the globe and prices and interest rates get globalized. Thus, the process of globalization is essentially a mechanism of exploitation of the reserved army of cheap labor historically located in the south. 6 challenges. Just to recap, the challenges on the way forward to accelerating growth and poverty reduction that I have addressed so far are stepping up agricultural growth, infrastructural development, enhancing the quality and the primary education, basic health, managing globalization. Identifying these challenges and drawing up plans to address them is a relatively easy part. What is infinitely more difficult is the translation of those policies into action. That brings me to the final challenge, the issue of governance. Good governance is at the very heart of the economic growth and poverty reduction and even political legitimacy. It is now part of the conventional wisdom. The realization that good governance is critical came as a result of some profound changes in development thinking over the past 50 years. In the 50s and 60s, when many countries of Asia and Africa were emerging out of colonialism, the path to development is widely believed lay in capital formation. In the 70s, awareness grew that physical capital was not enough, and at least as important as the fulfilling the basic human needs. What this too did not proceed results. The missing link, I was taught, was improving social capital through education and health. Again, there was no breakthrough. The disappointing experience with the debt crisis in Latin America and chronic poverty in Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia during the last decade of the 80s threw up the idea that the path of development lay in improving economic management and giving greater play to market forces. Again, the results were mixed. Some countries, such as those in Latin America, posted disappointing results in spite of making the transition to the market fully. On the other hand, countries in East Asia performed well despite deviating in important ways from the market model. What made the difference was institutions of governance. They received wisdom that for the growth and poverty reduction, we need physical and social capital. We need to focus on basic needs. We need to yield to the market forces in a calibrated manner. These are all the necessary but not sufficient. They will not yield results unless they are accompanied by good governance. So, good governance is the manner in which the authority of the state is exercised in the management of the country's economic and social resources for maximizing welfare. In the ultimate analysis, it is the quality of governance and separate success and failure in economic development. Across countries, application of the same policy in a roughly similar context that produced dramatically different results. In our country, we have seen vast differences across states in development outcome from out of the same mix of development policies. The differences across countries as well as across the regions within countries, even as they adopt similar policy packages, arise because of differences in governance. Indeed, research shows that per capita incomes and quality of governments are highly correlated, indicating virtuous circle in which good government results in economic development. Even as we take action to meet the challenges I have listed, it is important to know that there are some long-run factors. We cannot ignore that. The most important of which is technology. History has shown that modern economic growth has been inspired by a rapid and persistent upgradation of technology and scientific knowledge. As we all know that the importance of technological progress in economic growth began with the Solo model. This model was empirically extended by Barrow, and Salaya Martin, and Mankiw, and Romar, and Weil, identifying technological progress as the key determinant of long-run economic growth. It is estimated that 1/3 to 1/2 of the growth experienced by the industrially advanced countries has come from technological progress. Thus, technology has emerged as the principal driving force for long-term economic growth. Economic growth results both from slow and steady improvements in technology and from knowledge embodied in physical and human capital, as well as from the breakthrough invention. Breakthrough inventions are unpredictable, and such inventions change the direction of almost all entire industrial structure. Schumpeter made a fundamental distinction between invention, which was the discovery of new techniques, and innovation, which consists of practical application of an invention in production for the market. Invention is the outcome of the efforts of the scientists and technologists, while innovation is the task of the entrepreneur. Production for the market occurs only when the scientist and the entrepreneur join hands. In India, we need to identify very clearly areas in which we must concentrate as far as technological advance is concerned. However, given our resource endowments and capabilities, we need to identify areas where the payoff from research and development efforts will be high. So, to conclude, the higher growth in agriculture will have to come from improved productivity that I already mentioned. Good governance is essential for ensuring that we get full benefits of our various policy interventions. And we need boldness and a sense of purpose to implement those policies and programs. Ideas, policies, and execution form the triad of good governance. I think that these ones and other daunting challenges judging the Indian economy will be highlighted in more detail in the 5 technical sessions conducted today and tomorrow by Bengal Economic Association, by the researchers at home and abroad. Thank you very much. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you can be heard.
Yes.
Dr. Oshim Kumar Kormokar. Now I am inviting Professor Subhra Das, Department of Economics, Tripura University, will deliver special lecture on optimum size of government intervention for sustainable agricultural farming in India. Dr. Oshim Kormokar of Netaji Subhash Open University will chair the session. Professor Orko Sannal, Department of Economics, Jagabandhu College, rapporteur of the session. Sir, please.
Yes. I request Subhra Das to deliver his lecture. Is Subramanian here? Subhra Das is here. Yes, Subhra Das. Yeah. Hello. Please call him.
Next. Now I am inviting Professor Subhra Das, Department of Economics, Tripura University, will deliver special lecture on optimum size of government intervention for sustainable agricultural farming in India. Dr. Oshim Kumar Kormokar of Netaji Subhash Open University will chair the session. Professor Orko Sannal, Department of Economics, Prabhu Jagabandhu College, be rapporteur of the session. Sir, please.
Yes. Is Subramanian here? Yes, Subramanian here. There is no Subramanian. No one has not come.
Now I am inviting Dr. Aravinda Brahma, Director and Consultant Psychiatrist, Girinda Shekhar Clinic, Kolkata, Honorary Secretary, Indian Psychiatric Society, Eastern Zonal Branch, for delivering the special lecture on mental health on post-COVID pandemic period. Dr. Sutopa Ray, Faculty of Prabhu Jagabandhu College, will chair the session. Dr. Ronu Ghoshal of Prabhu Jagabandhu College will act as rapporteur. Sir, please.
Madam, please unmute yourself. Could not listen to us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. A very good afternoon to all present in this 41st conference of Bengal Economic Association. And I feel privileged to be chairing the session of Dr. Aurobindo Brahma, who will give us a special lecture on mental health in post-COVID pandemic. This is his topic. And of course, it is quite obvious that the focus of this session will be on the psychosocial impact of COVID-19. I request Dr. Brahmo, Aurobindo Brahmo, to please come and give your special lecture. Thank you so much. Dr. Brahmo, are you there? Dr. Aurobindo Brahmo, are you there? It seems that he's having difficulty in connecting. Sir, can you please contact him?
Hello.
Hello?
Next speaker কি আছে? সুব্রমণিয়াম বাবু ফোন করেছিলেন, পাইনি।
এরও ব্রহ্ম আছে।
নেক্সট কে আছে?
শুক্র ম্যাডাম আছে।
স্পিচ দেবেন? তাহলে উনি দিন।
ডক্টর না, এটা তো এটা আড়াইটে থেকে তুমি এটা দেখো, ওটা দেখো না, উনি যেটা বলছেন ওটা বলছি।
উনি কি স্টার্ট করেছেন?
Sharing the session.
Oh, তুমি স্টার্ট করুন।
It seems we do not have Dr. Aurobindo Brahmo here.
কুমার
হয়ে গেছে।
আচ্ছা
কি বলছিলেন?
হয়ে গেছে। দাঁড়া, এরকম করিস না, ঘাবড়ে যাচ্ছে। সুব্রমণ দাস হয়ে গেছে।
I think, sir, we need to contact Dr. Aurobindo Brahmo over telephone.
হ্যাঁ, উনি জয়েন করেননি দিদি, আমি দেখছি।
হ্যাঁ, উনি জয়েন করেননি।
আমি দেখছি।
প্রিন্সিপাল স্যারকে রিকোয়েস্ট করছি, স্যার ডক্টর অরবিন্দ ব্রহ্ম এখনো জয়েন করেননি, হ্যাঁ, তো ওনাকে একটুখানি কন্ট্যাক্ট করার প্রয়োজন আছে।
আচ্ছা, ঠিক আছে, আমি দেখছি, বলছি।
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, excuse me. Subramanian Das is with us. So may I?
Hello.
For the previous session.
Hello. 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 Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are audible. Yes.
Hello.
Now?
Oh. Yes, it's my tenure or it's my time.
Now, I am inviting Professor Subramanian Das, Department of Economics, Tripura University, will deliver special lecture on optimum size of government intervention for sustainable agricultural farming in India. Dr. Ashim Kumar Kormokar of Netaji Subhash Open University will chair the session. Professor Orko Sannal, Department of Economics, Prabhu Jagatbandhu College, be rapporteur of the session. Sir, please.
Shukra is there? Shukra?
Yes.
Yes, you.
Yes, I am here.
Yes. Thank you very much for coming.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Gormukar.
Yes, I know you from the economic conference. And
okay, actually, due to some network problems, I have not got the link.
Yes.
Okay, so I am trying to share my slide.
Yes. You can continue. You start your presentation.
Stop sharing. Now the slide is showing?
Not yet.
Yes, sir. It's showing.
Right now.
It is showing? Okay, fine. So, good afternoon, everybody. Respected chairperson of the session, Dr. Kormukar, and my dear learned audience, those who are online. So, the topic of my title is Optimum Size of Government Intervention for Sustainable Agricultural Farming in India. So, agriculture is the primary base of the Indian economy. Around 60% of the household belongs to rural area, and they totally depend on the agricultural economy for their livelihoods. Agricultural development may depend on critical aspect of inclusive growth and proves to be a smooth path of achieving social and economic inclusion. Growth of agricultural sector is the key for poverty reduction and inclusive growth. Agricultural growth will enhance the economic growth and reduce rural poverty by increasing their productivity and incomes. Agricultural growth is rising. Farmers' income is important aspect for inclusive growth and agricultural sector. It is observed that regional disparity, rising income inequality of land holdings, and high dependency of workforce are important obstacles for inclusive growth in agriculture and on equitable development in all sectors of the economy. Economic growth scenarios of India as well as the major growing states have not been successful in combining growth with equity and making growth inclusive. The trickle-down process of growth has bypassed sectors like agriculture where labor is concentrated. Agricultural service serves as a source of income of substantial portion of the population in developing countries as a supplier of food, raw materials, and foreign exchange to a country as a whole. The development of agriculture is important because it involves a range of economic activity in addition to cultivation. Agriculture is considered one of the priority sectors in the government programs. These rural farmers produce agricultural production not only for their self-consumption but also for the rest of the nationals, especially for who are belonging in the urban areas. Presently, Indian economy has facing a severe crisis. The agricultural farmers are fighting for their livelihoods due to huge loss in agricultural production. The recent 12th plan, as per the 12th plan, which is ended 2016-17, with a growth rate of agriculture of 3.2% against the overall growth rate of Indian economy at 7% per annum. During the last few years, the problem persists and grows significantly. The gravity of the problem in agriculture increases day by day, especially for small and medium-scale farmers. A large number of farmers protested against the present agricultural policy through a long march towards the capital of the country as they sacrifice a huge loss due to low selling price of crop and damage of their crops. A significant number of farmers has been committing suicide since last few years after falling in the debt trap, and finally their families are now put into the more vulnerable condition. According to the information of the state government, Government of Maharashtra, they have provided to the information to the National Human Rights Commission. As per their information, the number of suicide almost doubled compared to the earlier 5 years. It reaches to 11,995. Often we are talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. Out of these 17 Sustainable Development Goals, first 3 goals are highlighting on that: no poverty, zero hunger, and good health and well-being. Goal 1 that focuses on no poverty, end of poverty in all forms of everywhere, which is focused on the eradication of poverty. Goal number 2, zero hunger and achieve food security and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. And goal 3, that is basically good health and well-being, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. Achievement of goal 3 depends on the achievement of above 2 goals. In this context, the government intervention is necessary for sustainable agricultural goal, which means the policies, laws, regulations are set aside by the government to intervene to decisions made by the individuals. This regulatory action affect the market economy and bring about the sustainable agricultural growth of the economy. Sustainable agriculture focus on the producing long-term crops while having minimal effects on the environment. These types of agriculture tries to find a good balance between the need of the food production and preservation of the ecological system within the environment. The government of India has now focused on the new strategy to address farmers' diverse needs, which includes doubling of farmers' income through increased production, diversification in the farming system. The government of India has constituted a committee under the chairmanship of Paroda, that is in 2019, for agricultural policies and action plans for a secure and sustainable agriculture. Paroda Committee 2019 have recommended some institutional reforms, including a review of existing agricultural policies and the formation of new commission on agriculture and farmers' welfare to meet the emerging challenges. Agriculture is a state subject. Establishing farmers' welfare commissions both at the center and state level is essential as an institutional mechanism for providing a neutral platform. The committee also recommends that there is an urgent need for policy reforms to increase capital investment and agriculture, that is investment in both in private and public investment, especially in the eastern, northeastern, dryland and coastal regions. Those are capable of more sustainable green revolutions in future. This will increase credit access to the farmers and young entrepreneurs at the low interest rate, that is around 4% rate of interest. Creation of more financial institutions such as Kishan banks can increase investment in rural and marketing infrastructure, includes based warehouse production and availability of quality seeds and planting materials. Availability of safe and effective chemicals, farm machinery on custom hire basis, food processing facilities, etc., can encourage the farmer. For achieving the SDGs, these are important major determinants to increase the social progression index. Availability, that is for achieving sustainable development goals. These are important major determinants to increase the social progress index. Social progress is defined as the capacity of a society to meet the basic human needs of its citizens. There is also need to rationalize input subsidies and transfer them henceforth to farmers through direct beneficiary mechanism, direct benefit transfer mechanism, that is the DBT transfer. Such as here converting subsidies on fertilizers as incentives for the use as per the need, assist through soil health cards, power of the irrigation, subsidy through adoption of conservation, conservation of agriculture, as well as micro irrigation practices. Moreover, more land over under trees through the adoption of agroforestry policy, etc. It is also recommended to provide subsidies as incentives for both farming efficiency and environmental services at the rate rupees 10,000 per acre per annum up to a maximum of 10 acres of land. 10 acres means that is 4 hectares per farming family. Strengthening of price stabilization fund is suggested with enhanced allocations, and the creation of credit risk management fund is also suggested for the plantation crops. Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana is linked to the operational efficiency for its functioning through accurate weather forecasting, mapping of loss using satellite images, and timely settlement of claims, etc. For increased income of the farmers in agriculture, emphasis is clearly needed on the agriculture, especially supported well by value chain for efficient post-harvest handling, rural-based primary processing, and marketing. The minimum support price should be fixed at 1.5 times of the cost, and the procurement in future it should be extended for all commodities, with decentralized procurement to be made by the states. There is also need to enhance market intensity in rural areas and ensure market linkages through electronic national agricultural marketing, requiring uniform adoption of agricultural produce and livestock marketing Act, APLM Act, and Contract Farming Act by various states. The Mandi tax has also been rationalized around 5 to 7%, though sometimes it is charged more than twice of the amount. The Essential Commodities Act and the Agricultural Produce Marketing Committee APMC Act is needed to review in regard to their relevance, especially where target through ENAM is to create a unified national market to benefit both the producers and the consumers. With these notable recommendations, the government has tried to implement, but it is not fully protective to the farmers as per the observations of the farmers' crisis found. During pandemic situation, the livelihood of the people, especially belong to the rural people, rural area, have changed. Migrant laborers have come back to their rural places and they are now jobless. Many people have changed their nature of jobs. They are now trying to engage themselves in agriculture. As a result, distrust and unemployment increases. Wage of the labor may fall as there are some jobless migrant laborers have come back to their native place. This put a more pressure on agricultural sector as profit of the agricultural sector goes down. The revenue generation of the agricultural farmers goes down. In this context, new agriculture policy is incorporated by the government of India. There are 3 bills passed in the parliament. First one, Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Bill 2020. One nation, one market concept was introduced to allow farmers to sell the produce anywhere in the country. Second one, Farmers, that is Employment and Protection Agreement of the Price Assurance and Farm Service Bill 2020. Contract farming empowers the farmers to engage with wholesalers, exporting, etc., so that they will get the price assurance before showing the crop. The third bill, that is the Essential Commodities Amendment Bill 2020. This bill removed pulses, oilseed, onions, and some other products from the essential commodities list, and thereby the restrictions on the storage of these items will be removed. One nation, one market would open the job of the agricultural produce market committees, APMCs, which works in favor of small-scale agricultural farmers, not only in terms of to sell the produce, but also to know the price and production choices. There is no guarantee that the farmer's income will be increased by these bills. Rather, it is important to strengthen the APMCs instead of transforming the responsibility of the private entities. So these bills bring the...
Sir, please change the slide.
It is not changing?
You can change your slide.
Slide is not changing?
No, sir.
Okay, probably just 1 minute.
Okay. And sir, make it full screen, sir.
Just 1 minute. Now is it come? Now it has come? Hello? Ashunta, now it has come?
No, I cannot see. I cannot see it in my screen. But anyone will tell you whether it has come or not.
Is it coming now?
Yes, sir. No, now it has come. No, it's continue.
One nation, one market would open the job agricultural produce market committees, APMCs, which work in favor of the small scale agricultural farmers, not only in terms of to sell the produce, but also to know the prices and production choices. There is no guarantee that the farmer's income will be increased by these bills. Rather, it is important to strengthen the APMCs instead of transferring the responsibilities to private entities. Though these bills bring into the private investment to improve the infrastructure and to reduce the cost of production, but simultaneously it can reduce the farmer's income, and the private investors can pump out the entire benefit as the return of their investment. Removing the restriction on the storage of some food grains may lead to more imports at a cheaper prices, affecting the domestic farmers. Big businessmen may store the food grains at lower price and sell it later by increasing the price artificially. Unless the price are regulated by the government, the market will go into the hands of the big business, putting both the farmers and the consumers at the risk of the exploitation. This paper attempts to identify the reasons behind the farmers' crisis and to focus on the way out to protect the farmers from these crises. This paper attempts to determine the optimum size of government intervention to protect the farmers so that the sustainable development can be achieved. The analysis is discussed in the following two sections. So here we are mentioning that here I am showing that is the agricultural output, the growth. Agricultural output growth has dropped sharply to till financial year 2019. It is decreases from 11.02% in the second quarter of the financial year 2019, and finally it decreases to 3.83% during the second quarter of the same financial year 2019. There are different factors behind this farmer crises. These factors are changes in the consumer preference, lack of awareness, information about the consumer preferences, use of traditional technology, production processes, financial crisis, cold storage and warehousing facilities, lack of organized agricultural marketing. I am giving the brief of each brief details of the each regions. So, in case of changing consumer preferences, it is important to highlight that there has been a change in the food consumption pattern of the population in India, with serious declining in the intake of cereals and rise in some expensive food items, milk product, edible oil, and milk, meat products, etc. Indian dietary consumption has shown an expected fall in the traditional dominance of cereals and increased intake of high-value products such as fruits and vegetables, processed foods, milk and dairy product, and meat, fish, egg, etc. The change, according to Angel's law, the household income increases beyond a certain level, then share of food expenditure in total expenditure begins to fall, even though absolute expenditure on food may rise. Just as foreign individuals for a society too, with increase in per capita GDP, Angel's law begins to operate, and such stage interpreted as threshold of prosperity. However, Angel is silent on how consumption of food changes with change in income. According to the Burnet's law, As per the per capita income rises, consumers diversify their diets and demand high-value products such as fruits and vegetables, livestock products, processed foods, beverages, and relatively less staple foods. From that figure, it is showing that not only in rural India but also in urban India, the consumption on cereal that is declining. However, fruits and vegetables, milk, meat, etc., all these are changing. In contrast, the share of non-food expenditure has also increased significantly, both in rural and urban areas. But the decline has been much faster in urban areas, which satisfies Angel's law. Angel's law states that as income increases, the proportion of additional income spent on food decreases, even if income actual spent on food rises, and that on non-food items increases. Now, the lack of awareness and information about consumer preferences. Most of the farmers are not aware about the change in consumption basket of the consumer preferences. They are producing traditional cereal and pulses, and they don't have any idea about the gradual changes of consumption pattern as well as the market demand. They should be well informed by the competent authority at the local level. Use of traditional technology in production process. Most of the small farmers are not habituated with the modern techniques of production. They are using traditional techniques of production. Sometimes it would not have been possible to adopt modern techniques in small and fragmented land holdings. Subdivision and fragmentation of the land holdings is one of the main causes of our low agricultural productivity and backward state of our agriculture. They are using human hand convention tools like wooden plows, tickle, etc. Very little of or no use of machines is made in plowing and showing, irrigating, or thinning and pruning, weeding, harvesting, etc. Further, Indian soils have not been tested for growing crops over thousands of years without caring much of replenishing. This has led to depletion and exhaustion of soils, resulting in the low productivity. Generally, small farmers do not soil test. A regular soil test is required before starting of every cropping initiative. Financial crisis is another important problem of the Indian agriculture, especially to the small and medium-scale farmers. The agricultural credit can be available in two sources: institutional and non-institutional. Non-institutional sources include money lender, traders, and commission agents, relatives, and landlords. But institutional sources include cooperatives, commercial banks, including different commercial banks, cooperative banks, and NABARD. There are three types of agricultural credit: short-term, medium, and long-term. Short-term credit is mostly required, especially to the small farmers. It is basically less than the 15 months. Such loans taken from non-institutional sources are generally repaid with high rate of interest. However, medium-term credit, that is ranging between 15 months to 5 years, is required for purchasing cattle, pumping set, and other agricultural implementation. Long-term credit is required for long period for more than 5 years, just especially for the purpose of buying additional land or for making any payment involving on land like sinking of wells, reclamation of land, horticulture, etc. Now, cold storage and warehousing facilities. That is another problem of the Indian agriculture. Warehousing and scientific store structure, especially constructed for the protection of quality and quantity and quality of the stored products. Storage of warehousing are important to prevent a loss of farmers and also for price stabilization of agricultural commodities by checking the tendency to making post-harvest sale among the farmers. A significant portion, around 16% of the firm, produce perishable products like fruits and vegetables being wasted every year due to weak cold chain of infrastructure. Up to 10% oilseed, 8.5% of the pulses, and 6% cereal grown in India are also completely wasted. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization (FAO), produce worth rupees 14 billion yearly is damaged, and it is a paradox that millions of the people go hungry in India every day while food goes to the waste. Lack of organized agricultural market. So agricultural marketing is very much defective in India because here organized marketing is not in that way, like cooperative society, government making activities, regular markets, etc. Now, government intervention to the of determination of optimum producers subsidy equivalent. To protect the farmers, government intervention or protection is necessary, but a question arises to what extent this protection can be given. To determine the optimum intervention, a model can be constructed in the following. Here I have taken some assumptions. This is a theoretical model that I have constructed. The assumption I have taken so far: number one, farmers' objective are to maximize crop production and to maximize their profit after its marketing. Number two, I have taken the assumption there are three types of factors of production, namely fixed factor like land, variable factor like labor and capital, and environmental factors like availability of irrigation facilities, rainfall, temperature, and natural calamities like flood, drought, cyclone, etc. These are treated as stochastic component. Capital is a composite factor which includes seeds, fertilizers, machineries, and pesticides. Number three, third assumption: there are uses of optimal labor and capital to maximize the production. That is, using of optimal labor capital ratio in the production process per unit of land. Labor can be used till the marginal productivity of labor is zero. Fourth assumption that I have taken: there exist constant returns to scale in the production process. Fifth assumption that I have taken: selection of suitable cropping depends on the types of soil compatibility. The information about suitable cropping can be determined by agricultural experts, and monitoring should be done at the local level. The optimal composition of labor and capital can be determined at the local level depending on the soil compatibility by the agricultural experts. Government's number sixth assumption I have taken so far: government support will be given to the farmers who cultivated land of its own or taking lease in by using optimal labor and capital ratio in the production process per unit of land. Number seventh assumption that I have taken so far: government will provide an incentive as per the supportive measure to the farmers in storage of actual average productivity of land to optimum average productivity of land if and only if the farmers use optimal labor and capital. Assumption number 8 that I have taken: agricultural credit is available at a nominal rate of interest from the formal credit institution like NABARD. And the last assumption that I have taken so far: there is no concrete information as the local self-government is involved in the process of information about soil compatibility, consumer demand in the market, and awareness on suitability of cropping. The production function, the Q, here it is a function of fixed factor and variable factors and environmental factor. Three set of factors that I have taken. Environmental factors already I have mentioned: rainfall, climate, and cyclone, drought, etc. These are the random shock in the model. Fixed factor is land, and variable factors are labor, capital, irrigation. Government can provide an incentive as a supportive measure. Say I am considering L star. For unit loss of production. The actual loss of production can be defined as the difference between the actual production and the maximum possible production in order to show the negative sign as it is a loss. So QA minus Q star, that is taken here for showing the loss. Average productivity of land, that is actual APLA, here I have taken it, and APLA star is maximum average productivity of land. The government support of the support to protect the farmers, G star, that I have taken here, G star. So just now I am showing the equations. G star equals to L star into AP land actual and AP land optimum, that is multiplied by LA, and finally we have got this G star, that is nothing but L star into Q star, QA minus Q star. The farmer's earning revenue after selling his crops in the market, that is P star into QA, and he has spent the cost, is C function of Q. Therefore, a loss sacrificed by the farmer is P into QA minus C function of Q. The basic objective of the farmer is to maximize profit. The farmers can earn profit if the government provide an incentive to the farmers, G star. So this is the profit equation that I have taken here. Now, under the profit maximizing condition, that is first order condition we have taken, that is equals to 0. Under competitive market situation, profit would be 0. So from that equation, we can get L star is nothing but P into QA minus C function of QA divided by Q star minus QA. This is the optimum rate of incentive that can be provided as a supportive measure to make up the loss of the agricultural farmers. The second order condition for maximization exercise is the slope of the marginal revenue is less than the slope of marginal cost. this government intervention gesture in agricultural sector will be effective in this way, which can be producer subsidy equivalent (PSE). So alternative econometric model that can be framed to determine the rate of incentive to make up the loss to the farmers. Let us consider a Douglas production function situation. I have taken this specification which is shown in the slide. So taking the log logarithmic in both sides, that I have got the next equation. After that, I have estimated it, and after the estimation, after the residuals that can be used now used for that as an exogenous variable. It is treated as the stochastic component, which is treated as shock, just like the natural calamities that is happening. The coefficient of the mod E value shows the rate of change in output due to stochastic component or external factors, which is treated as the loss of the farmers. So that is negative here, and I have got this dq del qa by del E, that is the coefficient, it multiplied by qa. So now I am going to the conclusion. Before taking the supportive measures and awareness campaigning among the farmers is required about soil health, that the fertility of soil, suitability of cropping in that particular types of soil, change in consumption pattern of the consumers. A village mandi in every 3 years, 3 villages is required, whereas minimum support price could be ensured. Government supportive measures should be the gap between marginal cost and marginal revenue from the production and marketing process. It would be the effective if and only if those steps are followed properly. Proper market monitoring about the farmers' use of optimal labor capital ratio is mandatory by the appropriate authority at the level of the local self-government. Otherwise, it would be misleading and ineffective. Finally, it needs to be ensured that the farmers who are really making losses in production and marketing, they will get these producers support equivalent. So this is the thing that I have done, I have framed it with theoretical model. So as I am staying in Tripura, so in Tripura context already I am showing some slide. So the detailing I am not mentioning it, only some of the things that I am showing, whatever is done in Tripura. So basically in case of Tripura, there are two types of as there are plain land and that is hilly land. So that most of the people, they are basically 1/3 of the total people, they are tribal, and tribal are basically they are doing the Zoom cultivation. It is basically doing on the hilly land, and some of the things that is in the plain land, that is the regular farmer they are doing. So this is the production area, production and yield in the last 10 years, basically as per the source economic survey of Tripura that I have got it. So, and it is showing the production, that is area of hectare and area production and yield in kg per hectare. Area production, rice also it is mentioned. So there are rice cultivation newly one type of system, that is rice that is system of integrated irrigation system, new irrigation system, that is 3 type of farming that is done recently, and 3 agriculture that is done, and the productivity of that agriculture that is increasing nowadays. And one interesting feature that we have shown, the production and productivity of the fruits and horticultures that is increasing in Tripura compared to the early periods. So as the people, they are transforming from the cereal production to the vegetable and fruits and some horticultures. It is the graph showing the fruit crops, area of the fruit crops that is increasing, and major fruit crops that is the production that is also increasing, area of vegetables that is also increasing, these things. And one major thing that is the pineapple production, that is there is a huge shifting of agriculture, that is from cereal to pineapple, as it is treated as cash crops. So this is the changing that I have seen in Tripura. So, but finally, the numerical part that is not developed till now. So the data is collection of data is ongoing. So that's why up to this. So thank you for listening, listening. So now,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Subrobaran Das, thank you very much for your illuminating lecture. on agriculture, and you have covered all the aspects, more or less all the aspects of agriculture and the hindrances in Indian economy, and especially in your Tripura, and try to show how to attain sustainability. And your piece is very nice, and it will give light to the new researchers who will do research on agriculture. Thank you once again for giving an illuminating lecture.
Thank you, Ashunda.
Thank you very much. Now we come to the next lecture.
Okay.
Thank you. In time you have.
Thanks to Professor Shubhavaran Das. Now I am inviting Dr. Aravinda Brahma, Director and Consultant Psychiatrist, Girindra Shekhar Clinic, Kolkata, Honorary Secretary, Indian Psychiatric Society, Eastern Zonal Branch, for delivering the special lecture on mental health on post-COVID pandemic period. Dr. Sutopa Dev, Faculty of Prabhu Jagatbandhu College, will chair the session. Dr. Anu Ghoshal of Prabhu Jagatbandhu College will act as rapporteur. Sir, please.
First of all, I would like to ask Professor Shubhavaran Das to stop presenting. Can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
You know, if Professor Das does not stop presenting, then the screen will be blocked. Hello? Hello? Can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Yes. A very good afternoon to all present in this 41st conference of Bengal Economic Association. I really feel privileged to be chairing the session of Dr. Aravinda Brahma, who will give us a special lecture on mental health in post-COVID pandemic. There is a lot of disturbance in the background. Yes. So, Dr. Aravinda Brahma will be delivering a special lecture on mental health in post-COVID pandemic. And of course, it is quite obvious that the focus of this session will be psychosocial impact of COVID-19. I request Dr. Aravinda Brahma to please start your lecture. Thank you. Hello, Dr. Aravinda Brahma. Dr. Brahma, can you hear?
Yes. Just a minute.
Yes, Dr. Aravinda Brahma. Yes, please start.
Yeah.
করলেন তোমরা যারা ইয়ে করছো, হ্যাঁ, নাও ইটস ওকে, ঠিক আছে। Sujoy Banerjee is presenting. Please stop presenting.
No. Actually, it was presented from Sujoy's laptop. Okay.
সুজয় ব্যানার্জি উনি প্রেজেন্ট করবেন এটা।
হ্যাঁ, বুঝতে পেরেছি।
You can see na the slide.
Yes.
Is it visible? The slide is visible.
No.
The slide is not visible.
No, not at all.
Okay. Just.
আপনি প্রেজেন্ট নাও করুন স্যার। হ্যালো স্যার,
হ্যাঁ
আপনি প্রেজেন্ট নাও করুন। হ্যাঁ
হ্যাঁ কিন্তু ওখানে প্রেজেন্টের অপশনটা দিচ্ছে না। Stop sharing.
হ্যালো, হ্যাঁ আমি সুজয় বলছি। হ্যাঁ বলছি প্রেজেন্ট নাওতে গিয়ে যখন আমি ইন্টার স্ক্রিন যখন করছি, শেয়ার অপশন আসছে, আমি যখন সিলেক্ট করছি, কিন্তু তারপরে এখন কি এখন আমার শো করছে ইউ আর প্রেজেন্টিং টু এভরিওয়ান। এখন কি কোনো স্ক্রিন শেয়ার হয়েছে? আপনারা কি দেখতে পাচ্ছেন?
স্যার এরপর আপনি আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি স্যার আপনি স্লাইড
শেয়ার হচ্ছে না।
হ্যাঁ স্যার, আপনি স্লাইড পোর্শনে যান স্যার।
ওই প্রেজেন্ট নাওতে গেলাম, গিয়ে ইওর এন্টায়ার স্ক্রিন ওইটাতে যেতে হবে তো।
হ্যাঁ হ্যালো, হ্যাঁ 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 সেটাই করছি। এখন হয়েছে কি দেখুন তো। এখন আমি টোটাল প্রেজেন্ট করে দিয়েছি।
ফার্স্ট স্লাইডটা দেখা যাচ্ছে কি নামটা দিয়ে? স্লাইড ওপেন করা আছে,
নামটাম দেখা যাচ্ছে। সেটাই করা হচ্ছে।
প্রেজেন্ট নাওতে গিয়ে ইওর এন্টায়ার স্ক্রিনেতে প্রথমে ক্লিক করলো।
কিন্তু প্রত্যেকবার সেটাই দেখাচ্ছে।
স্যার অ্যারোতে ক্লিক করুন স্যার, অ্যারোতে ক্লিক করুন।
কোন অ্যারোতে?
এখন কি দেখা যাচ্ছে?
হ্যাঁ দেখা যাচ্ছে, দেখা যাচ্ছে।
ফার্স্ট স্লাইডটা দেখা যাচ্ছে?
দেখা যাচ্ছে, মেন্টাল হেলথ ইস্যু।
হ্যাঁ 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 হ্যাঁ, এটা দেখা যাচ্ছে তো।
COVID-19 প্যান্ডেমিক।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
উইন্ডোজ। হ্যাঁ আমাকে এখানে টোটালটাই দেখাচ্ছে যে এখানে আমার শেয়ার হয়ে গেছে দেখাচ্ছে।
ঠিক আছে, এটা যখন দেখা যাচ্ছে এখন স্টার্ট। ঠিক আছে, এটা ফুল স্ক্রিনে এবার দেখা যাচ্ছে।
Okay, 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 okay. Thank you.
হ্যাঁ স্যার এবার শো করছে
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much, Bengal Economic Association, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this very important issue. There is a mental health issues during COVID-19 pandemic. Though you know that different mental health issues were arising for last 1 year, and we are in our day-to-day clinical practice, we are getting different types of mental illnesses and mental problems with whom people are coming to our clinic. So thanks once again to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak on this very important aspect of pandemic. Now, as we know, human civilization probably is passing through the most critical juncture of this millennium, while its existence is being challenged by the emergence of a novel severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus, that is the SARS-CoV-2, encroaching newer territories all over the world expeditiously. And this 2019 coronavirus disease, COVID-19 outbreak, has been declared an international public health emergency on January 30, 2020 by the World Health Organization. We know that the disease was first reported from China in December 2019, continues to surge through the continents, affecting many countries from Europe, America, and Asia severely, and also Africa, and is still widening its burden of disease. Now, this unpredictable, fast-spreading infectious disease has been causing universal awareness, anxiety, and distress among the people. Adverse psychosomatic outcomes among common people are expected to increase significantly due to the pandemic itself, and also due to the constant flow of readily available information and reinforced messaging obtained via online social networking services, what we call infodemic. That means parallel to this pandemic, we have got infodemic also. If you can remember, at least 1 year back, that is in the April, May, June of 2020, in TV channels, in different newspapers, and in different social medias like Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, people are getting different types of informations about this COVID-19 illness. As it is a new illness for the medical fraternity, we even do not have, WHO do not have much data about this particular virus. So what happened, many informations, most of which are false, that were forwarded in different social medias. People got panicked, people got anxious, people got severely distressed. So that is the infodemic part of this pandemic, and for which people had different kinds of mental illnesses like panic disorder, phobic disorder, which are different types of anxiety reaction in our body. So as a consequence of this infodemic, rapidly expanding mass hysteria and panic regarding COVID-19, and it causes psychological problem in public from all the socioeconomic classes, which could potentially be even more detrimental in the long run than the coronavirus itself. I'm telling this because, you know, till date, though 1 year has lapsed, but till date, many people are coming to our clinic, and still there is a panic, there is anxiety regarding this COVID-19 virus, or whether I will get infected with corona or not, whether if I get infected, whether I will survive or not, or what will happen to my family members. So that is a common anxiety reaction that we are observing now. So what happens, this is called coronaphobia. Phobia means, you know, irrational fear. So initially, say about 100 years back, we had this type of fear with tuberculosis. When tuberculosis was first identified, the bacillus, the bacteria was first identified, and at that point of time, we do not have much medical treatment for that. People who are having this tuberculosis phobia. And very recently, we had two phobias which is related to two different illnesses. One is cancer phobia and another was AIDS phobia. So, but the latest one is coronaphobia, where even 1 year lapsed, but still people are having this sort of anxiety that whether this is an irrational fear, definitely, that if I get contacted with this infection, then what will happen to me, what will happen to my family, and all these things. Now, COVID-19 has made the largest lockdown happen in the history of civilization that can severely enhance miseries of migrant workers, daily wagers, and billions of slum dwellers worldwide. I'm not going into the details because you are the best persons to discuss on these particular issues of migrant workers or daily wages. Losing jobs leaves this individual unable to make both ends meet, and this sudden misfortune of income poverty adds to their guilt, frustration, depression, and mental anguish. A recent study done in last year, October, from Eastern India noted that majority of the respondents felt worried about financial restraint during lockdown. Almost 1/4 experienced depressive symptoms, and 1/3 found it difficult to adjust with this new normal situation. Now we are in a certain type of new normal situation, but it is very difficult, especially for this migrant worker, daily wagers, or the slum dwellers to adjust to this new normal situation. Not only for them, even for the common men or even for the children who are in school, they are also getting it difficult to adjust in this new normal situation. Now, if you see the effect on economy, the global economy is in a crisis. Well, we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic has pushed entire nations into lockdowns, crushed value chains, and stressed household finances. We have witnessed the world economy coming to a standstill. We are now in recession. It is way worse than the global financial crisis of 2008-2009. And unemployment has risen to unprecedented level globally. So definitely COVID-19 has got a severe effect, negative effect on our economy as well. So, but I am here to say something about what is happening to the common man, the mental health issues. So in this difficult time when we all are struggling with corona pandemic while keeping ourselves locked in our homes or in a quarantine centers or in isolation wards, it is very common to experience a lot of issues in the form of sleep disturbances, frustration, boredom, and worry about the future outcomes. There are simple ways through which you can keep yourself healthy, both mentally and physically. Like a good sleep, a healthy diet, and regularly if you do yoga, exercise, all these things. Moreover, this can become your routine habits, which will benefit your physical as well as mental health in the long run. So ways to management stress in COVID-19 times. So how to overcome sleep disturbances? You can easily overcome sleep disturbance by following some good sleep habits, also known as sleep hygiene. So these are the following ways of maintaining a good sleep hygiene, helps in sleeping. Like, be consistent. Every day you go to bed at the same time each night and get up at the same time each morning. Another very important thing is sleep only when sleepy. Only try to sleep when you actually feel tired or sleepy rather than spending too much time awake in the bed. I am telling this because now in many organizations, the workers are instructed to work from the home. So the sleep cycle has changed for them. So it is very important. You go to bed only when you feel sleepy. Avoid caffeine and nicotine. So it is best to avoid consuming any caffeine like coffee, tea, cold drinks, chocolate, or nicotine for at least 6 to 8 hours before going to bed. And bed is for sleeping only. Keep it in mind. Try not to use your bed for anything other than sleeping so that your body comes to associate bed with sleep. Like, it's a common habit for most of us that even when we go to bed, either we read something or nowadays the most common thing is mobile phone. So when you are in bed, you are watching the mobile, and that is definitely hampering our normal sleep cycle because the light that is reflected from the mobile or laptop that definitely disturbs our sleep pattern. Say no to naps during day. This is again important, especially those who are working from home. If you can't make it through the day without a nap, make sure it is for less than an hour, and it must be before 3 p.m., not after that, because then that will hamper your nighttime sleep. Now, there are some sleep rituals, like develop your own rituals of things to remind your body that it is time to sleep. Like do relaxing stretches or breathing exercise for 15 minutes before going to bed each night. Hot bath. This is another good sleep hygiene, especially used in the Western countries and in our country also, especially in the winter time. We advise our patients to have a hot bath 1 to 2 hours before bedtime, and that is very useful. And say no to clock watching. That is another, very bad habit. We frequently check the clock during the night, and that can wake you up, especially if you turn on the light to read this time and reinforce negative thoughts. So that is a very common thing what we heard from our patients, that doctor, I am watching the clock. It's 12 at night. Now it's 1 o'clock. It is 2 o'clock, and still I am awake. So don't watch the clock. And if possible, you can use a sleep diary. Make up a chart with spaces for the time you went to bed and woke up, how long and well you slept, when you were awake during the night, how much caffeine or alcohol you consumed and when, what or when you ate and drank, what emotion or stress you had, and what drugs or medications you took. That is also important, the effect of medicines. Using a sleep diary, it's a good idea. Use it for 2 weeks to get an idea of what is going on, and then perhaps 2 months down the track to see how you are progressing. So if possible, you can maintain a sleep diary, those who are having these sleep-related problems. Next important thing is you should have a healthy diet. Try to take balanced diet and water at regular intervals and keep yourselves hydrated to boost your immunity. Take diets which are rich in vitamin C, like orange, lemon, amla, cauliflower, and this will help you in staying fit. And nowadays, this combination of vitamin C, zinc, vitamin D3 tablets are sold from the. It has become a OTC drug, over-the-counter drug. So people are taking this to guard against coronavirus. But definitely, it will not help you this will not prevent you to get infected from corona. But if you get this combination of vitamin C, zinc, and vitamin D3, that will definitely improve your immunity. That will boost your immunity. And if you have a good immunity, that immunity will fight against the coronavirus. So that is important. So these are in the chart you can see. Some fruits that you can take every day in your diet, which are rich in vitamin C. Now, daily charting on medication. If you are on medication, do daily charting of the medication that you take as per definitely a doctor's advice. And this would help you monitor adherence to your treatment, and you would not miss any dose. Remember, all of you know that those persons who are having different comorbidities mean other illnesses like high blood pressure, blood sugar, thyroid disease or kidney disease or heart disease, and you are taking some medicines for that. Those persons with comorbidities are more prone to develop coronavirus disease because they are having less immunity than a normal person. So don't miss your dose. Regularly, you have to take your medicines as advised by your doctor. Another very important aspect is leisure activities. Do at least one leisure activity every day, like music, reading books, dance, watching TV, arts, crafts, or any other hobby, whatever you like, you want. Because Corona has teached us one thing, that before 2020 March, we all are working so hard. Some are working almost 30 days a week from morning to late night. So we all are in a rat race that we have to achieve something. But when that lockdown was announced, then people felt why I am working so hard. I am not giving time to myself. I am not giving time to my family. So only working, only for, I am in a race that I have to achieve something. We totally forget about our relaxation, recreation. That is very much essential for our mental and physical health as well. So you have to do some leisure activities, some relaxation activities. That is very important for both our mental and physical health, and that will again boost our immunity. And this will help us staying distracted from worries and would cheer up our mood. Now coming to the students, because I think students are one of the worst sufferer of pandemic, because for last 1 year, this online teaching, I think yeah, as a teacher, as a professor, you are better judge. But what we felt from our students, from our patient, that this online teaching is not up to that mark what they achieved in when they are taught in the school. So students should do at least one academic activity every day, and this would help you staying connected with your coursework, and that can include reading books, completing projects and assignments, revision of previous material, revisiting difficult to comprehend topics, practicing mock exam paper, and organizing their study materials and books. Another very important aspect is stay socially connected. From the Psychiatric Society, we have asked the government to change the term in April 2020 that it is not physical distancing, it should be social distancing. So at this time of crisis, staying connected with your parents, if they are staying away from home, or friends, family and colleagues, because now we are having Skype, WhatsApp, so or different other social media, so you can stay connected with them. By simple interaction and discussion, one can easily manage social distancing and experience comfort, support and feeling connected. This social distancing, the term that was initially introduced by government, we objected in that. We called you should change it to the physical distancing. Social distancing means there will be less social interaction, so people will get more anxious, people will get more depressed. So we requested the government to change the term from social distancing to physical distancing. Actually, it is physical distancing, that 2 feet distancing that we are maintaining in the if we are in any public vehicle or in any gathering. Now, spiritual practice, I think in our country that is very important. As we know, God is everywhere. And even though the religious places like temple, gurdwaras, church, mosque, they were closed in the lockdown, one can continue to perform spiritual practices like prayers and religious readings at home. And this would bring new positivity and help you cope up with the situation better. Actually, the positive vibe that helps in boosting immunity, that can be obtained from the spiritual practices. So those who want, they can go for these spiritual practices, and that will again help you to boost your immunity by this increased positive vibes. Now, regular indoor exercise and yoga, that can maintain our fitness, and they also help with good sleep, but try not to do strenuous exercise in the last 4 hours before bedtime. That is important because that will hamper the sleep. Exercising regularly would give you a sense of pleasure, connection, accomplishment, and confidence. And exercising can also be in a way doing your household chores and playing with your kids. And in the lockdown time, many of our patients, as we advised, they were having this regular exercise and free hand and yoga, and they were very much benefited, what we gathered from them afterwards. Another good thing is diary writing or journaling. Keeping a diary would help improving your mental health, giving you a place to vent your feeling and an ability to process difficult experiences. And writing something, especially diary writing, is a very good habit. Another very important thing is gratitude exercise. Expressing true gratitude boosts your health and spread happiness. And it has been seen that gratitude exercise improves your physical health as well as psychological health. And grateful people enjoy higher well-being and happiness. Expressing gratitude enhances empathy and improves your sleep, enhance your self-esteem, and that will also increase your mental strength. So that is very important. Now, another important thing is mindfulness. So how to practice mindfulness? Take a seat. Find a place to sit that feels calm and quiet to you. Then set a time limit. If you are just beginning, it can help to choose a short time, such as 5 or 10 minutes. Now notice your body. You can sit or kneel, however is comfortable for you. Just make sure that you can stay in for a while. Then feel your breath. Follow the sensation of your breath as it goes in and goes out. Then notice when your mind has wandered. When you get around to noticing that in a few seconds, a minute or 5 minutes, simply return attention to the breath. Be kind with your wandering mind. Don't judge yourself or obsess over the content of the thoughts you find yourself lost in. So these are the steps of mindfulness practice that you can do that will definitely help you building your confidence level as well, and it gives a very good relaxation to your entire body. Now coming to the pharmacotherapy, that means the medications, different medicines. As I have already mentioned that because of this COVID-19, if a person has ever suffered from COVID-19, he has recovered from COVID-19, or a person who has not suffered from COVID-19 yet, the common mental impacts were anxiety disorders. There are different types of anxiety disorders like panic disorder, phobic disorder, or the depression is there, acute stress disorder is there, and those who had coronavirus disease and got admitted in a ICCU had a tough fight there on ventilator and then came back, or someone in the family was admitted in the ventilator and there was a big panic whether the person will survive or not. In the family, many members may suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. Post-traumatic, here the trauma is someone is in ventilator and then he was recovered, but that trauma can cause this post-traumatic stress disorder in a person, in the family. So there we use different types of drugs, like here I have mentioned some anti-anxiety and anti-depression drugs like selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors or other antidepressant. Benzodiazepines, primarily we use this drug for the sleep purpose. Propranolol is a drug that also helps in controlling our anxiety. So I am not going into the details of this because that will not help you much. Now, impact on frontline healthcare workers. They are mainly the doctors, nurses, especially the ICCU nurses, support staff. So they are the frontline healthcare workers. Now, it has changed because now in the bank, those who are working in banking sector, or in the teaching sector also, because many schools has reopened from February 12. So the teachers, they are also, or the support staff, they are also considered as a frontline healthcare workers, and that's why government has offered vaccination to them. So why do they have psychological symptoms? Because of this stress or exhaustion from the workload, or a state of emotional burnt out for following this, continuous isolation from near and dear ones, continuously caring from critically ill patients for the doctors or nurses, risk at the same time to their own life as it is high risk zone, monotonous working environment. This duty taken may be voluntarily or mandated by administration, uncertainty of the situation, worrying about health of their loved ones, and news about co-workers' ill health. So not only for doctors, but people who are working in the banking sector or in teaching, they are also having this type of psychological symptoms that we are getting in our clinic. So these are the common psychological symptoms that we observe, like stress, anxiety, depression. Depression means feeling of hopelessness, feeling of helplessness, feeling of loneliness. Some somatic symptoms. Somatic symptoms means physical symptoms, that vague physical symptoms, like people complaining of headache, people complaining of chest tightness or chest pain or abdominal pain, but after an investigation, we are not getting anything. So these are the vague physical or somatic symptoms. Now, sleeplessness or insomnia, fatigue, exhaustion, hostility, these are the common psychological symptoms. So, what can be done at personal level to maintain the emotional balance? Try and accept what is expected of us, how you are fit into this operation, what is exactly your role in this. Take precautionary measure before, during, and after the walk. That is very important. Practice this or rehearse it well. Get full information from authentic sources only of the external world and happenings. Don't follow what you are getting in your WhatsApp or in other social medias. Don't rely on those informations. Keep in touch with your near and dear ones on a regular basis. Practice mindfulness, deep breathing exercise that will give a very good relaxation. Try and rehearse your spiritual rituals. Try to keep the environment as light as possible. Use humor wherever possible. Constantly communicate with your colleagues and keep focusing on positive and realistic thoughts. And don't get lost in negative or imaginary thoughts. So administrative or managerial level responsibilities, like sharing of exact information of the spread of infection as soon as possible to reduce the stress and its impact, and provision of all protective measures, ensuring its practice before entering actual war zone. Actually, you know that corona has not gone yet. Rather, it has started increasing. The number of cases has started increasing. So these protective measures like wearing masks, using sanitizers, keeping this physical distancing, these are very important, because nowadays we are seeing even the patient who is coming to my chamber, he is coming without mask, without sanitizer. So we are requesting them, it is still there, so you have to wear a mask. You people also ask this whenever you are meeting someone in your workplace. You have to put a mask on your face, as well as you ask the other person, unless and until you will use a mask, I cannot talk to you or I cannot do anything for you. So that is very important. So here are some things not to do in this situation, like frequent change of policies in the workplace. That is not advisable. Chance for contradictory statement and of orders of work in the workplace, that should not be done. The dialogue versus monologue. Actually, we need empathetic behavior towards our workers, so that because all are working now in a very stressful situation. Ambiguity in assurance. Whatever you want to say to your co-workers or your supporting staffs, there should not be any ambiguity. Say in a very clear voice so that people can understand what you are telling to them. Ensure only their well-being. That is most important. But to do predictable schedule of work for them in the workplace, arrange for replacement, acknowledge their feelings. This information, education, and communication sessions about wearing protective gears and self-care, what I have just mentioned, that is using mask, sanitizer, and keeping this physical distancing. Sensitize them about what is expected of them. Give them first chance to speak out. Provide with positive feedback. That is very important in a workplace. Attend to their issues of substance abuse and withdraw thereafter, because during this last 1 year, the substance abuse has increased a lot throughout the world. Alcohol, cannabis, that is ganja, heroin. We are getting many patients, especially the young generation, from 20 to 40, 45 years of age. Lots of patients are now abusing different kinds of substance or sleeping pills, all these things. So you have to take proper care of that, of your co-workers or your colleagues. attend to their comorbid medical conditions. Just like I have already mentioned, those who are having comorbidity, they are more prone to develop this COVID-19 virus. So be careful of that. Be non-judgmental. That is very important, and that is self-explanatory. I'm not giving into details of that. Keep up their team spirit and maintain their moral high always. Provide them with a sense of pride and goodwill by showing them actual such acts or messages from community. So these are the things that will give a positive vibe to your family members, your co-workers, your colleagues, your friends, and that will, in an indirect way, that will help to boost their immunity as well. So ensure safety of the family members, ensure that the basic needs are met with of your co-workers or support staffs, allow them to practice their religious or spiritual rituals, help them in returning to their community in view of hostility, fatigue, or grief of loss of co-workers, etc. So thank you very much. Thank you for your patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you for your captivating and brainstorming lecture, Dr. Brahmo. He has beautifully taken up the psychological assessment of the COVID effects in the post-COVID era. You have given us a glimpse of the initial psychological impact of COVID-19 among general public, and you have also provided a roadmap for us to tackle the psychological impact of this paralytic pandemic.
Yeah.
Well, I will just sum up your lecture in a few words. You have coined a very interesting word right in the beginning, infodemics, together with pandemic, which refers to...
Yes,
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, can I be heard?
Yeah. Huh.
Well, I repeat the last line. You have coined a very interesting word, infodemics, together with pandemic, which refers to panic disorder relating to COVID-19. In fact, you said that even after 1 year, the panic regarding pandemic persists, and you have been receiving such patients in your chamber affected by coronaphobia, which is the irrational fear of getting affected by corona. So this is the situation, and you have also touched upon the effect of COVID on economy. You have advised a proper lifestyle of good sleep habits or sleep hygiene for maintaining our mental and physical health. You said that we should abstain from the use of mobile during bedtime. You advised breathing exercise and a hot bath 1 or 2 hours before bedtime. We should not check the clock again and again during night time, which is a habit which I have. So we should maintain a sleep diary. We should have a healthy diet rich in vitamin C and lots of water intake, which are very essential for boosting immunity. Actually, good immunity will fight the disease if we are affected. We should also take part in leisure activity every day, which is very important for mental and physical health. We should stay socially connected. Yoga, exercises, spiritual activities like meditation, gratitude exercises, and mindfulness. You have touched upon all this, giving us a very good guidance of how to keep us mentally healthy. You have also talked about pharmacotherapy, that is the medication which have been used to treat the symptoms of acute stress disorder or post-traumatic stress disorder. So this was something new which we came to know from you regarding the pharmacotherapy, the medications used. And I would like to also add a few things of my own regarding the pandemic of coronavirus, which has hit the globe only a year ago, but it has already exhausted us. In fact, we seem to be tired of corona. People seem to be tired of wearing masks already. It is a social crisis, it is an economic crisis, it is a financial crisis, it is a legal crisis, but over and above all, it is a psychological crisis. As has been highlighted by Dr. Brahmo, people are going through a myriad of psychological problems in adjusting to the current lifestyles and the fear of being infected by the disease. The enormity of living in isolation, changes in our daily lives, hopelessness arising out of job loss, extreme financial distress, and grief over the death of loved ones without being able to see them for one last time has the potential to affect mental health and well-being of many. Physical distancing has robbed us of the comfort of the company of our family and friends, who are our emotional sponge, absorbing all negative emotions and feelings pent up within us. Physical distancing has in effect transformed into mental distancing, and we are like small islands fending for ourselves with no external emotional support. But to survive this pandemic, we need to be careful not to let physical distancing gradually become mental distancing. Dr. Brahmo has used the term social distancing here. And even I believe that social distancing is more appropriate than physical or mental distancing. But we definitely have created a society of individuals socially apart during the pandemic. Because it is critical to seek social support and connection with others when we are living in isolation, in constant fear of surviving this pandemic, we have shown signs of anxiety, panic attacks, depression, and even suicide. How can we easily identify them, not just among our family, friends, and neighbors, but also for ourselves? In fact, Dr. Brahmo has recently taken up the psychological assessment of COVID effects in the post-COVID era. He has given us a glimpse of the initial psychological impact and also a roadmap for how to tackle the situation. Thank you so much. Your brainstorming lecture has definitely given rise to a lot of questions in the minds of the participants and the listeners. So I would request the listeners to please come up with your questions. Any questions from the participants? Do any of the participants have any questions for Dr. Brahmo? Well, I think there are no questions. So thank you, Dr. Brahmo, for hopefully...
No, I have a question. Sorry, I have a question.
Okay, Monojit, please come.
Yes.
Your question.
I am Professor Monojit Ghosh of Economics of Prabhu Jagat College. My question is, Sir Dr. Brahmo, there are two kinds of disorders that you mentioned. One is phobic disorder, another is panic disorder. How do we differentiate these two disorders, particularly for this COVID-19 cases, because they have generated good amount of panic, the migrants and all these people have generated. And number two, the phobia also they have created that we will again may face the situation in future. So how do you tackle these two types of disorders simultaneously? This is my first question. And my second question is, you have mentioned one disorder very important, that is post-traumatic stress disorder. And this post-traumatic disorder, which is a mental health condition, definitely, it's a mental disorder, and that is also, we know that is triggered by a terrifying event of this COVID-19, by experiencing it or by witnessing it to some others also. And there are the symptoms are very much also phobia is coming, panic also coming. So how do you also tackle this post-traumatic stress disorder for COVID-19 people who have suffered it or who have not suffered it? How do we tackle these problems, either by using a therapy or by medication or by that kind of things? Like these two are my questions.
Thank you for your very pertinent question. First question is regarding panic and phobia. Basically, both panic disorder and phobic disorder, both are two types of anxiety disorder. So what happens in phobia means it is irrational fear. There is no logic. Why I am getting feared? There is no logic. So it happens when the person is believing that I may be contracted with COVID virus, so I will be COVID positive, and that means I may die. So that is the fear. That is completely irrational. Like a person goes to market and after coming back, he thinks, I saw one person standing besides me and he's not wearing mask. So that means if the person is COVID positive, then I will become COVID positive. So that is an irrational fear, because that person doesn't have any symptom, nothing. He is a completely normal person, but he believes that I am having this particular illness. So that is phobia. And panic means when a person is having this type of irrational fear for a long time and doesn't take any, any medication or any other assistance from any medical person, then panic disorder occurs. Panic disorder means certain symptom arises like palpitation, tremor of the hand, tremor of the whole body, a choking sensation. Choking sensation means he feels that I cannot take a breath and I will die immediately. And in most importantly, this panic disorder is very familiar with the heart disorder symptom. When a person is having heart attack, the symptoms are just like what is there in the panic attack. So what happens in most occasions, the family members bring the patient to the cardiologist, not to a psychiatrist, because they cannot differentiate it. So they go to the cardiologist, and after doing ECG, echocardiography, and all other medical checkup, when everything is okay, then the cardiologist referred the patient to us, to the psychiatrist. So that is panic, and another one is phobic. So because both of them are anxiety disorders, so we give anti-anxiety drug, anti-anxiety medicine for say 2 to 4 weeks, and that symptom resolves. Now, your second question is regarding post-traumatic stress disorder. Post-traumatic stress disorder, that can happen after any trauma. Just like after tsunami, we got many patients in Tamil Nadu who are having post-traumatic stress disorder, who are survived, or after an earthquake, or after a rain. So any traumatic event in life. So COVID-19, again, a very traumatic event in few persons' life, who himself got admitted in ICCU, or whose parents or any other family member was died in ventilator. So they may develop this trauma as a post-traumatic stress disorder after a certain time. So there also, initially, we give anti-anxiety drug for say 2 to 3 months, and at the same time we start counseling for them. Counseling or psychotherapy, whatever you call. So after a certain time, we stop medicine and we ask them to continue this counseling or psychotherapy for a certain time. So that is the case how we handle post-traumatic stress disorder.
So this therapy, psychotherapy and cognitive therapy, both these two are being continued.
Yeah. Psychotherapy means that this is the cognitive behavior therapy, or CBT, what we call. Yeah, that is the very effective treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder.
Another response from this he or she understands that I should go to the psychiatrist or psychologist instead of going to the cardiologist and all. What do we do? By mistake, we go to the cardiologist first, then he does all sorts of ECG and all this MRI, everything that he does. Then after doing all the things, he says, so you have no problem, you now go to the psychiatrist or psychologist. Is there any method, any to understand that before going to the cardiologist or any medical psychiatrist or psychologist, before wasting this time and energy and money also, is there any problem?
No. If a person is already anxiety prone, that family members know that yes, this person is anxiety prone, their personality is anxiety prone personality, then they can come to the psychiatrist initially. But actually, the panic attack symptoms are so mimicking the symptoms of heart attack. So usually people go first to the cardiologist because they thought it's a heart attack. So
palpitation is there.
Yes. And that choking sensation that I cannot take breath, I will die soon. So in 99% cases, they visit cardiologist first, and then they are referred to us.
Then go to the psychiatrist and all.
Yes.
So that is that he has to do this. Nothing doing here. He has to attend the cardiologist first.
If the person is having some past history of attending a psychiatrist, or he is on psychiatric medication, or the family members are that much educated that yes, he is anxiety prone from the beginning, so then they can contact psychiatrists. But that is maybe 1 to 2%. But in 98%, 99% cases, they will go to the cardiologist first.
Okay. Many thanks, sir.
Thank you for your question, and thank you, Brahmo, for satisfying his curiosity. If anybody else has any further questions, please feel free to write in the chat box with your email address. He will forward them to Dr. Brahmo and he may respond in due course of time because of time limit over here. In this way, the discussions and deliberations will not remain confined to today's session and will continue. Only then organizing such programs will be very useful. And I thank Dr. Bromo in the end for spending your valuable time for us and with us. We will be looking forward to hearing from you again in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With this, I close this session and hand over the session to the
Thank,
coordinator.
thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Brahmo.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks to Dr. Aravinda Brahmo for enlightening us about the mental health on post-COVID pandemic period. Our next honorable speaker is Dr. Surojit Das, Assistant Professor, Center for Economic Studies and Planning, Jawaharlal Nehru University, who will deliver on special lecture on fiscal policy under demand depression. Dr. Subroto Kumar Ray, Principal, Prabhu Jagodbandhu College and Secretary, Bengal Economic Association, will chair the session, and Dr. Orpita Mondol Nondi, Principal, Panchla Mahavidyalaya, Howrah, will co-chair the session. Dr. Taposri Banerjee of our college will act as rapporteur. Sir, please. Sir, please. Dr. Das,
Should I start? Should I start speaking?
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Welcome, Dr. Surojit Das.
Thank you. Thank you.
Faculty, Center for Economic Studies and Planning, JNU, New Delhi. So, sir, we are very much fortunate that in a short time I have got your consent.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah. So your student Sakira is also requested you to deliver the lecture here. So in this session, our teacher, Professor Dr. Taposri Banerjee will act as the rapporteur. So, sir, please start your lecture.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Respected chair, at the outset, I must thank Bengal Economic Association for giving me this opportunity. I'm feeling honored to be part of this seminar. In fact, I am a Bengali, although I teach in Delhi. But in future, I would like to join Bengal Economic Association if possible. I don't know why I am not a member of this association, but I should be part of this association. Having said so, I also must thank Shaki for inviting me and connecting me to this Bengal Economic Association and sir. Without wasting much time, let us begin the discussion on today's topic, which is fiscal policy under demand depression. Sir, how much time do I have?
How much time means see the program? 45 minutes. Your time is up to 3:15. Okay.
Right, sir. So should I speak for half an hour and followed by a question answer session, or what is the format like?
No problem, sir.
Right. Thank you, sir. Okay. Okay. So we all are economics teachers, so we more or less know the situation, and we know that the entire world is suffering from acute demand problem of aggregate demand in general, particularly so after the lockdown, COVID-19 induced lockdown. Even before the lockdown, most of the economies in the world were suffering from kind of demand depression, in the sense that growth rates of India and China were coming down. Growth rates in European countries were extremely low. In general, in the developed world, the growth rates were extremely low. In our country also, the unemployment rate in 2017-18 and 18-19, as far as periodic labor force survey is concerned, was highest in last 40 years. And the private investment or non-food credit offtake from the commercial bank as a proportion of GDP at aggregate level was coming down quite steadily for last 6-7 years or so before the lockdown started. So in general, the world economy was suffering from aggregate demand problem. However, that time still a lot of economists were debating whether it is at aggregate level, whether it is a supply constraint situation or demand constraint situation. However, after following the COVID-19 induced lockdown, there is hardly any debate whether it is demand constraint situation or supply constraint situation now. Everybody across the board more or less believe that it is a demand constraint situation, and in that kind of a situation, it is rather demand depression. In that kind of a situation, what is to be done? So regarding that, policy debates are going on. There are a lot of countries who have spent quite a lot of money during the lockdown, and direct government expenditure has gone up in to India. Let's say in many other countries, the government expenditure has been stepped up significantly. Here also, our government expenditure was stepped up to some extent. State governments were given some leverage to spend little more and incur little higher fiscal deficit as compared to their earlier FRBM norms of 3% of GSDP amount of fiscal deficit. Although the extra fiscal deficit is tied and there are a lot of questions regarding that, however, state governments are likely to incur a little larger fiscal deficit. As far as the union government is concerned, the union government's fiscal deficit, as far as the revised estimate of 2020-21 is concerned, would go up to more than 99% of GDP. And in the next year's budget also, 2021-22, the finance minister has announced that fiscal deficit, instead of 3% of GDP, as far as the FRBM norm is concerned, it would be little more than 6.5% of GDP, even in the coming fiscal year. So, the governments worldwide are facing revenue loss naturally because of the lockdown and because of the fall in purchasing power of people at the aggregate level. If people's purchasing power comes down, then obviously consumption expenditure would come down, and indirect tax collection of government as a function of consumption expenditure of people would automatically come down. Even the direct tax collection of governments have come down because there has been a significant fall in income and profit. So tax revenues have suffered for almost all the governments all over the world. And as far as the expenditure is concerned, expenditure, if it has not been increased, at least expenditure of the governments could not come down. As a result of that, fiscal deficit is going up almost everywhere around the world. Now, as far as the recovery of this situation, demand constraint situation is concerned, many governments have, many economists have opined that there is a need of fiscal stimulus. A big push should be given to the economy from the fiscal side to step up the aggregate demand and to revive the growth and level of employment in the economies. However, there are concerns that if fiscal deficit goes up too much on the face of falling government revenues, then how to step up government expenditure significantly to give a big push to the economies. Now, as far as export-led growth, that is one possibility. Export-led growth is concerned. Since it's a pandemic, it has happened all over the world. That's why there is very little possibility that the demand for exportables from different countries would go up significantly give the economies a boost as far as give the economies required boost in order to revive the growth rates and level of employment. So we know that all other three components of demand side, that is consumption, investment, and import, they are functions of GDP. They are kind of endogenous variables. Only exogenous variables are part of investment, part of private investment and government expenditure and the export. If there is no possibility of export-led growth, then we are left with private investment and the government expenditure. Now, private investment would not increase as a proportion of GDP until and unless there is profitable opportunity in the market, because private investors also have to borrow money from the commercial banks and the other term lending institutions, and if the expected profit rate is not significantly high, then obviously there is a possibility that most likely before making investment they would think twice. So private investment has been low since lockdown, and as far as government expenditures are concerned, government expenditures are also being constrained because of falling government revenue and because of the fear of increase in the fiscal deficit as a proportion of GDP. So in this kind of a situation, what is to be done? Now, many economists have argued that this is not the right time to behave in conservative manner. This is not the right time for fiscal conservatism. We should be little liberal, and government should spend liberally. Even if the fiscal deficit goes up, when government spends some money, some economic agent or the other in the economy earn that money as their income. And again, they would spend part of that income. When that income would be spent, some other economic agents would earn income, and the Keynesian multiplier would start working. Government should incur larger fiscal deficit, and government should even if the government revenue comes down on the face of this crisis, the government should not be worried right now. Instead of that, government should spend liberally, and government should try to step up the aggregate demand in the economy. Now, when government taxes, obviously disposable income of people come down. So if government steps up tax revenue under this crisis, demand crisis, then there is a problem. There is a possibility that people's purchasing power at aggregate level again comes down. That's why tax is a leakage of multiplier. So the policy recommendation is to step up government expenditure, not financed by taxation, but primarily financed by the fiscal deficit. Now, we know in the literature, the main objections about fiscal deficits are the following as far as neoclassical and monetarist economists are concerned. One is obviously the problem of crowding out. People say that if fiscal deficit to GDP ratio goes up, then there could be crowding out of private investment. In today's situation, the private investment anyway is low because of lack of profitable opportunity. Now, if private investment is not good enough to absorb the existing labor force to reach near full employment situation, in that case, I think government should step in and government should chip in, and government should make sure that the overall investment, that is private investment plus government investment, should be such that the economy quickly can recover and it can go near full employment situation in near future. More importantly, the crowding out argument is valid under certain extremely restrictive assumptions. First of all, if we assume that aggregate saving is also a function of aggregate income, then if income rises, then aggregate saving also can rise. If aggregate saving rises, then there is no no necessity that if government fiscal deficit goes up, then rate of interest or real rate of interest has to necessarily go up and to cause crowding out of private investment. So until and unless we assume that saving is not a positive function of aggregate income, crowding out is not a possibility, real possibility. And under a demand constraint situation with huge unemployment and unutilized capacity in almost all the sectors, I don't think, I would like to argue that if fiscal deficit to GDP ratio goes up in this kind of a situation, it would not necessarily cause crowding out of private investment. The second argument which is put forward is about inflation, that if fiscal deficit to GDP ratio rises, there could be demand pull inflation. Now, under a demand depressing situation, even if demand rises because of rise in fiscal deficit to GDP ratio, it is unreasonable to think that it would necessarily cause demand pulled inflation. Inflation is happening, but inflation is happening because of other reasons, not because of increase in aggregate demand over aggregate supply. Inflation is happening because of rise in petrol prices maybe, and petrol prices in turn are rising because of higher tax rates on petroleum imposed both by union government and by the state governments, because tax compliance of petroleum products are relatively better, and government almost effortlessly can get full amount of potential tax from this sector quite easily. So governments prefer to impose more and more tax on petroleum sector, and since it is a core sector, if petrol prices rise, then all other prices in the economy rises, not only because of the increase in transportation costs, but many industries also use petroleum as their fuel, energy, and inputs. Maybe inflation is happening because of other problems, because of shortage in supply in some pockets because of the lockdown. During lockdown, in fact, in this context, I would like to mention that we were trying to conduct primary survey in 15 states in India. Now, initially we were doing telephonic survey in order to understand the impact of lockdown on common people, particularly people from unorganized sector, because most of our workforce is involved in, are engaged in unorganized sector only. So we have collected data from 15 states in different time throughout the lockdown year. And we have also conducted primary surveys in 2 states, Goa and Assam. And our findings are like very scary. More than 50% of our respondents, of course, our sample size was very small, 3,000, but more than 50% of the workers in unorganized sector, they have lost more than 50% of their income during the lockdown, and also their expectation about future stream of income is also very bleak. They are extremely scared. They are expecting that their future income would also be less than probably 50% of what they used to earn before the lockdown started. So even after opening up, those who are self-employed people, more than half of our workforce is self-employed, their profit is exactly equal to their income. Small shopkeepers and plumbers and electricians and gardeners and auto rickshaw drivers and so on and so forth. So these people, they have started operating, but their income is not picking up because market is down, and market is down because there is no purchasing power, or there is lack of purchasing power of common people. They are consumers. So then again, almost 50% of the respondents have reported that their indebtedness, directly or indirectly, has gone up during the lockdown. And some could manage. Their income came down drastically. Their expenditure could not come down proportionately. So as a result of that, their past saving got depleted. And many of them, in fact, almost 50% of the respondents have said that they had to borrow money from their friends and relatives and other people, local money lenders and so on, and directly or indirectly they have borrowed, in the sense that they are staying in rented accommodation and could not pay rent. They have taken commodities from the grocery stores, could not pay the bill, and so on and so forth. So that way, many people have become heavily indebted during the lockdown because of loss of income. Many people were arguing, people like Professor Abhijit Banerjee and many others, that there was a need of cash transfer, etc., to the poorer, particularly to the poorer section of population, because they have suffered disproportionately because of the lockdown as compared to the richer section of population, and also they are vulnerable. There was a humanitarian crisis, but government, government, not only our government but governments around the whole world were clueless where from to get money to transfer to the poorer section of population as per the need. So, in that kind of a situation, expansionary fiscal policy was considered to be a luxury when revenue receipts of the government as proportion of GDP was coming down significantly. However, if there is no possibility of crowding out in this kind of a situation, no possibility of demand pull inflation in this kind of a situation, and if fiscal deficit to GDP ratio goes up, and in that case, governments actually should go for an expansionary fiscal policy, one can argue. And if government goes up for expansionary fiscal policy, and by front-loading the government expenditures, by front-loading I mean that whatever planned expenditures government have in next 2, 3, 4 years, they should spend as soon as possible within this year or the next, so that economy revives quickly. And if economy revives quickly, if growth rate picks up, if employment level comes up at least to the level what it was before lockdown, then government revenue would also improve. Tax revenue and non-tax revenue of the government would also improve, and that in turn would help the government to reduce fiscal deficit as a proportion of GDP in future. As far as the debt sustainability considerations are concerned, in fact, Calcutta economist Professor Mihir Rakshit has argued, many others have argued, that as long as the government debt is internal in nature, there is no need. If government borrows from the domestic people, then there is no fear as such of sustainability of government debt. And as far as the debt servicing or interest payment component of the government debt is concerned, if government borrows from the central bank at a discounted interest rate, which has been stopped in Indian case since 1996, if government can borrow from its own central bank at a relatively discounted rate, then obviously interest rate also would not put much pressure on the government exchequer. So there are solutions like this. However, our government, particularly union government, in this budget has chosen to reduce the fiscal deficit in the year 2021-22 from 9.34% to 6.75% by one, reducing government expenditure as proportion of GDP, by two, incurring, there would be slight improvement in the tax revenue as far as the government expectations are concerned, and by massive disinvestment. By the plan is to make disinvestment worth of 1.75 lakh crore rupees within this financial year. So there are a lot of protests going on all over the country, and as far as disinvestment is concerned, according to our present accounting norm, the disinvestment proceeds or the net, they call it NDCR, non-debt capital receipts, are incorporated into the calculation of our fiscal deficit of current year. Professor Raja Chelaiya has written one very interesting article. According to that, this disinvestment is basically government public sector units are accumulated wealth of government which has been accumulated over the past several years by using taxpayers' money of the previous generation. Now, if we sell those public sector units at one go, then the entire wealth is sold at one go. And if it goes out of the government hand, then government earns some money in the current year, true, but the future stream of income from the profit and dividends of the public sector units would go forever. More important, so the question is whether it should be incorporated into the current. It is not a flow variable; it is a stock variable. So whether that stock variable should be deducted from the fiscal deficit of the current year to calculate the net fiscal deficit or not. That is one theoretical question. The second question is more crucial. That is, even if government, in order to reduce its fiscal deficit, government sells some of its public sector units to the private hands, as far as aggregate investment in the economy is concerned, private plus government investment, the total investment, because of this handover of public assets, the total investment would not increase. So until and unless total investment is increasing in the economy under a demand depressing situation, the growth rate would not pick up, or the level of employment would not pick up very quickly. So it does not help from the macroeconomic point of view. It just helps, given the present accounting norm, to show that government's fiscal deficit is within limits. Now, the prescription was that in order to finance the fiscal deficit, the large fiscal deficit, which is required, which is need of the hour to revive the economy, in order to finance that, the easier route would be monetization of the fiscal deficit or partial monetization of the fiscal deficit instead of incurring large disinvestment. So carrying out large disinvestment. Obviously, commercial banks, if they want to, we have seen the data of Indian commercial banks, all commercial banks taken together. The commercial banks are putting more money in government papers because there is lack of demand for credit from the private sector in the market following depression. So even after announcement of Atmanirbhar Bharat package and everything, the the private sector borrowing from the commercial bank did not, as a proportion of GDP, did not pick up. So even as the credit deposit ratio of all commercial banks taken together is continuously coming down since March 2020, since when the lockdown was imposed, and it is not picking up yet, because there is lack of profitable opportunity in the market. So in that kind of a situation, if commercial banks want to invest more in government and other approved securities, they are welcome to do that. But if they don't, then government cannot force them to invest more on government papers. In that case, whatever government papers they are willing to buy, let them buy. Otherwise, the rest of the fiscal deficit can always be financed by monetization or by borrowing from the central bank. As far as our central bank finances are concerned in India, the RBI, I was looking at the data today morning itself, the RBI's foreign exchange reserve has gone up to more than 23% of our GDP, which is more than 46 lakh crore rupees. And more importantly, if you compare the foreign exchange reserve, which is an idle balance, by the way, the government or the central bank doesn't earn much money from this huge foreign exchange reserve, but the foreign exchange reserve had to pile up, the RBI had to pile up the foreign exchange reserve to control the exchange rate. from appreciating. So the increase in foreign exchange reserve during the lockdown year has been quite enormous. In fact, I was comparing the foreign exchange reserve to GDP ratio before lockdown and now. The increase in foreign exchange reserve of commercial of the central or RBI has been more than 3.5% of GDP. So that so the central bank is absolutely in comfortable position to lend some money to the government, and government has stopped. Indian government has stopped monetization since 1996. Following an MOU between the RBI and the Ministry of Finance. However, during the financial crisis, during the financial crisis of 2008, when the interest rate was shooting up, and here also there was a perception of financial crunch. That time, government did indirect monetization by buying up some of the government papers from the commercial banks. So, if RBI ultimately holds government papers, that is nothing but monetization. Now, monetization would not necessarily cause. So, in this kind of an exceptional situation, many people are comparing this year's case with the Great Depression of interwar period of 1940s. So, in this kind of an exceptional year, government also should step up government expenditure and should pursue some kind of fiscal policy, which is also exceptional. And as an exception, probably the government of India and also they can borrow directly from the Reserve Bank of India, and also the state governments may be allowed to borrow some money from the state Reserve Bank of India, and Reserve Bank of India is absolutely in comfortable position to lend some money to the government. So I would like to say that monetization is one way of financing fiscal deficit, which must be explored in this kind of an exceptional year in order to step up the government expenditure and break the vicious cycle. Otherwise, it would take long time for recovery. Obviously, economy would recover, but it would take long time to recover. And in the meantime, the unemployment rate would be higher, the wage rates would be lower, the government revenue as a proportion of GDP might come down. As a result of that, fiscal deficit to GDP ratio would go up anyway, even if the government expenditure does not rise. So, to break that vicious cycle, and also in the real sector, in the economy, the profitable opportunities would be less, the private investors would be skeptical, the business confidence would be low, private investors would be skeptical for making investment. As a result of that, the employment level would be lower, relatively lower, unemployment would be high, and so on and so forth. So it is always strategically better, in my opinion, in today's context, that government goes for an expansionary fiscal policy financed by monetization, and government, for the time being at least, give up the conservative attitude. So this is not the right time of for fiscal conservatism. I would argue that the Keynesian demand management policy is the need of the hour, and government must give a big push, push for faster recovery of the economy, for ensuring higher growth rate and higher level of employment in near future in Indian economy and in the economies, in all the economies around the world. So I would like to stop here. My time is up. Now, if there are questions, comments, criticisms, I would be absolutely happy. I don't know whether I would be able to answer satisfactorily all the questions or not, but I would be absolutely happy to engage in a discussion. Thank you.
Thanks to Dr. Surojit Das for enlightening us about the fiscal policy under demand depression. Thanks to our respected Principal Sir Dr. Subroto Kumar Roy, Dr. Orpita Mondol Nandi, Principal Prabhu Orpita Mondol Nandi, Principal Pachla Mahavidyalaya, and our respected Tapasri Banerjee, Associate Professor, Prabhu Jagat Bandhu College. Now we are going to start technical session 1. This session will be chaired by Dr. Shamulendu Chatterjee, Principal, Chittaranjan College, Kolkata, and Dr. Mo Roy, Associate Professor, Lady Brabant College, Kolkata.
Ma'am, 15 minutes was there for discussion. Is there a change in the program?
No, sir, no, sir.
If there are some questions or comments or criticisms.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, there is a communication gap, sir. Sorry, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, any question or the clarifications from the audience, please? Anyone may ask any question, some clarification. If Gopal is hello, my Gopal's lecture. I mean, my sir, গোপাল ঢুকে গেল কেন ওখান থেকে বারণ করো গোপালকে ঢুকতে বারণ করো হ্যালো
Yes, sir.
Hello. Some gap is there. Sorry, sir. Again.
No problem,
Sir,
sir.
I have a question that
Yes, sir.
you have discussed in detail about the fiscal policies. It's I mean the pandemic period, etc. Sir, I have some questions. You have cited so many times that is on the agricultural sector. I have some connected questions.
Right, sir.
So regarding the farmer suicide and the agricultural growth and the fiscal policy. I'm just wanting to relate these three things. I mean, what type of fiscal stimulus should be there to control such type of suicide or etc. or the any other macroeconomic policies there? If you mention, please, sir.
Sir, I am not an expert in this agriculture sector, but in general, I can tell you that as far as farmer suicides are concerned, farmers were committing suicides, but now they are protesting. I mean, the Delhi is surrounded by farmers. A lot of farmers from North Indian states, particularly Haryana, Punjab, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, and so on, they are protesting because they are there's a feeling that their rights are being curbed by new laws and so on. So for increasing farm income, there is this Swaminathan committee report, which is which has been tabled long back and which was discussed extensively, but none of those recommendations got implemented. So I think the implementation of Swaminathan committee report itself would be a very big step towards sustainability of agriculture and to make agriculture profitable.
Now, sir, during this pandemic period, what are the the fiscal policies operating? But my question is that how through the operation of the fiscal policy we can rescue from this type of pandemic situation? How can we escape? That is my another just clarification.
I think, sir, I think in the morning, Professor Lekha Chakraborty was mentioning that the health expenditure, combined health expenditure in India is less than 1% of GDP, which is the lowest, one of the lowest in the whole world. And I think in 2004, when this UPA government, first UPA government came in the center, they drafted one common minimum program, national common minimum program, where they talked about increasing health expenditure from 1% of GDP to more than 3% of GDP. However, I was looking at the data as far as China is concerned. Chinese health expenditure was also around 1% during the year 2000. Slowly, gradually, they have increased it to more than 3% now. As compared to that, in India, including water supply and sanitation, our health, including state government expenditure and central government expenditure, our total health expenditure is around 1.2% of GDP, and expenditure only behind health is less than 1% of GDP. So it's a matter of shame. And this COVID pandemic has shown the lack of infrastructure, health infrastructure in the country, and particularly lack of affordable health infrastructure in the country. The private hospitals were charging exorbitantly. Most of our countrymen, 80% of our population, would not be able to afford to go to those private places. And government infrastructure is so small that they were just not good enough to tackle this kind of pandemic situation. Otherwise, also there is a need of increasing the government expenditure in health infrastructure at a substantial level. But many people are arguing for quite long. That is one area where people can spend. And education also, I would say that we spend very less, around 3% of GDP in this country behind education. As far as world average is concerned, most of the countries in the world, they spend more than 4.5 to 5% of GDP on education. As compared to that, we spend, including state government and central government, we spend something around 3% of GDP on education. So the social sector, health, education, etc., if government spends more money, and if common people have to spend relatively less money from their pocket, if out-of-pocket expenditures behind health education comes down, then given their level of income, their purchasing power would go up. This is called social wage. So that in turn would have a multiplier effect and would help in reviving the economy at a faster rate. More importantly, since poorer section of population avail government health facilities, government educational facilities more than the richer section of population, so if the real income or real purchasing power of poor section of population increases proportionately more, in that case, the degree of inequality in the society would also come down relatively, which is increasing continuously. Piketty and many others are telling. And also, it would help, as far as Mikhail Kaleski is concerned, he is saying that the multiplier, the value of multiplier for poorer section of population is higher than the richer section of population, since the consumption propensity of richer section of population is lower than the poorer section of population. So multiplier, the value of government expenditure multiplier is also class sensitive. It depends on the consumption propensity of different classes of people. Now, if government spends more money on health education, and if it becomes free for the poorer section of population, then I think it would help to tackle the humanitarian crisis also effectively, and also it would help in faster recovery for reviving the growth and employment.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Any more question? If you have.
Subroto, I have a question. Shatarupa.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sir,
ma'am.
this is Shatarupa Bandopadhyay from Bethune College.
Yes,
my question is, what is your opinion about the unconditional money transfer to poor people as recommended by Professor Bandopadhyay Banerjee and as manifested by the Congress party in the last election?
Yes, even I think West Bengal is going to face election soon. I was going through the manifesto of Trinamool Congress, they have also proposed similar kind of scheme, I think. 6,000 rupees for all households and 12,000 rupees per annum for, or 1,600 per month and 1,000 per month for the SC/ST households. So even Congress's Nyay scheme, that was also designed by Professor Banerjee and all, that was. But as far as cash transfer is concerned, I mean, I am not, as far as my personal opinion is concerned, cash transfer, I am all in favor of cash transfer, but cash transfer should not substitute the public distribution system in the country. Earlier, we have seen one attempt of making public distribution system irrelevant, and instead of, many people are arguing using Slutsky equation and so on, that even if we do away with public distribution system, it does not matter, because similar amount of cash can be transferred to the poor people so that they can come above the poverty line. I am not in favor of that argument. But under this crisis, when people have lost their jobs, their income, at least for 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, we went to Goa, Assam, they have lost, many of them have lost income for 8 months in this, anyway their income is lost, very less. So in this kind of a situation, everybody, many people are going for some need of some cash transfer. So I am all in favor of that. In fact, I remember in Delhi, there was a trade union rally of various trade unions of all political formations. And jointly they were arguing for rupees 7,500 per month amount of cash transfer to the poorer section of population, at least for 3 months. So just to compensate their income loss. But that's what I was saying, that the government could not do it because they were clueless. They didn't know where from so much money would come. I estimated roughly I estimated that if they would have done that, it would have costed something around 3% of GDP amount of money. Now, revenue is falling, fiscal deficit is already increasing. So for union government, as far as revised estimate of 2021 is concerned, already fiscal deficit is more than 9%. The state government's fiscal deficit would also be more than 4%. So together it would be more than 13% of GDP. On top of that, if they would have done cash transfer of amount of worth of 3% of GDP, then the fiscal deficit would be 16% of GDP or more. So, that is the whole concern. That need, of course, government needs to spend more money on health, more money on education, more money on cash transfer, everything. And the need is absolutely genuine. But the dilemma in fiscal policy is, if government does that, then where from the money would come, and whether that would be sustainable, whether that would cause other problems like crowding out or inflation or debt sustainability, etc. So there I was arguing that monetization could be one route that government must explore. And fortunately for India, this huge foreign exchange reserve, unnecessary foreign exchange reserve idle balance is lying idle with RBI. Part of that, I'm saying 10% of that, I mean, it would be around, let's say 2.5% of GDP. So at least 10 to 15% of that money can be utilized in order to finance part of the fiscal deficit. So that way government can step up expenditures, can spend money on where they need to spend without thinking much about the increase in fiscal deficit in the current situation. That would ensure faster recovery and faster recovery in government's own revenue also, and that automatically in future would help government in reducing its fiscal deficit as proportion of GDP.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you, sir. I have one. We have already announced the name of Dr. Orpita Mondol of Pachla Mahavidyalaya. She is the principal. So she also co-chairing this session. So I am requesting Orpita to ask the audience if any questions or clarifications are there. It's not here. Hello, Orpita.
Hello, Subroto da.
you may ask any questions if from the audience.
Actually, I joined late in this session, so I was just listening to the rest of the part. Maybe I'll be able to follow from now on.
Not listen the lecture actually. If any questions, what time now?
Good afternoon, sir. Can I ask a question?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Sir, first of all, thank you so much for such an informative session. I'm Aditya Gautam Datta, currently pursuing MSc Economics from MIT University. Sir, my question is that the government has taken the steps to implement the disinvestment policy to reduce the fiscal burden. So I want to ask, will it bring benefit in near future or a gestation period is required, sir?
It's not a question of gestation lag. That's what I was arguing, that disinvestment, first of all, according to our current accounting norm, this non-debt capital receipt is incorporated into the calculation of fiscal deficit. But Raja Chelaiya and many others have argued, since it is kind of a negative capital expenditure, it should not be included into the calculation of fiscal deficit of the current year. Okay. Secondly, more importantly, as far as the aggregate investment demand in the country is concerned, mere handing over of some companies from public hand to the private hands would not increase the total aggregate investment demand. If that does not increase, then obviously your growth would not revive, your employment would not revive. So disinvestment per se would not help. Disinvestment only might help in showing that our fiscal deficit as proportion of GDP is relatively less. But effectively, as far as macroeconomics is concerned, it would not help anyway. They want to do that in order to make these international rating agencies happy. This Moody's rating and all, because they incorporate, when they rate different countries, they incorporate fiscal deficit to GDP ratio in their equation. However, even if fiscal deficit to GDP ratio is lower, if your growth rate is lower, then also Moody's rating would come down. So international investors would not choose India as a destination where growth rate is minus 7%, 8%, right? So in order to, so this is the trade-off. You may want to show lower fiscal deficit to GDP ratio by sacrificing your growth aspect. However, that also would lower your rating in the eyes of international finance capital. And as far as domestic economy is concerned, if the growth rate remains low, or if growth rate takes long time to recover, then unemployment would be very high, common people suffering would be higher, and you can understand it may lead to a humanitarian crisis.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, the audience,
Thank you, sir.
those who have asked the questions, and also not asked the question, also, and just hearing all the types of question and also listened it. So I actually, my sincere thanks, again my sincere thanks, artist thanks, and congratulations also to Professor Surojit Das.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Center for Economic Studies and Planning, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Sir, in future, we are expecting you. So definitely.
Anytime, sir. Please, sir.
Yes,
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
I want to join this Bengal Economic Association. I am not a member, but I am a Bengali, so I can. Hopefully, I can join. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I want to be part of it. Yeah.
Thank you.
And thanks, Saki. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Saki, also.
We would also love
It
for you
was,
joining.
an excellent session. It was an excellent session.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
See you again. Huh?
See you, sir.
Hello. Start হচ্ছে এবার start হচ্ছে sound. ঠিক আছে, আমি তাহলে পৃথ্বীশদাকে বলে দিই। আচ্ছা 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 শোনা যাচ্ছে তুমি এসো এদিকে এসো।
কিছুই করার নেই ম্যাডাম।
প্রথমে hello, now the rest part of the program today will be coordinated by Dr. Shamli Mukhopadhyay. So I am requesting Dr. Shamli Mukhopadhyay to coordinate the session, technical session.
Thanks to Dr. Surojit Das for enlightening us about the fiscal policy under demand depression. Thanks to our respected principal sir, Dr. Subroto Kumar Roy, and our respected Tapasri Banerjee of our college, and Dr. Orpita Mondol Nondi, Principal, Pachla Mahavidyalaya. Now we are going to start technical session 1. This session will be chaired by Dr. Prithvish Kumar Roy, Associate Professor, Profullo Chandra College, Kolkata, and Dr. Mou Roy, Associate Professor, Lady Brabourne College, Kolkata. Professor Sakhi Roy of Amity University act as rapporteur in this session. I am requesting chairpersons to start the session. Please.
Well, am I audible? This is Prithvish Roy speaking. Am I audible?
Yes sir, yes sir.
Well, Dr. Subroto Roy, Principal, Andul College. I am very delighted to be invited as a chairperson in this August webinar, jointly organized by Prabhu Jagat Bandhu College as well as Economic Association, Bengal Arthaniti Parishad, Bengal Economics Association. Actually, I was not. I have some paucity of time because of some prior engagement. So I would request Dr. Roy to chair most of the time. But initially, I'll be there. As Dr. Roy, Subroto Roy knows, dot of time, I think we can accommodate this, and I would like to request Professor Roy of Brabourne College to chair this session for most of the time, at least for the at the end of the session. So let us start this session, and this session is on mostly there are so many contributors, at least. As far as my knowledge goes, there are at least 8 contributors who will participate in this first session, first technical session. So I would request Dr. Roy to inaugurate this first, to invite the first lecture. Or Dr. Gopal.
Hello, Dr. Prithvish Roy.
Yeah, listen.
Dr. Moura's computer is in some problem, so you first start.
No, artist Subroto, I am here. I am here.
Okay.
I have joined.
Okay.
I have joined. Now, shall we know how many speakers are actually at present? Then we can allot time for them.
Yes. Gopal Chandra Mandal is present.
Yes. Then Sutopa Roy.
Yes, present.
Acha. Then Sutopa Roy actually has 2 papers.
Yeah.
Then Yojana Kharga.
Madam, one paper is joint actually. One is joint with Rabia Khatun and one is my single paper.
Okay. Acha. Well, Yojana Kharga, is she present?
I think present.
Yes, ma'am, I'm there. Okay. And Monojit Ghosh and Tomojit Ghosh, are they here?
He will be present, no problem. He has participated in the program. I think he will come.
Okay, we have, so I think we have an Chandrima Chakraborty there also. I think they will also present their paper. So if we have 8 speakers, then my question is to Dr. Pritish Roy, how many minutes shall we allot to each of them?
That is a problem, madam, because we have only 45 minutes left for this session as far as the allotment is concerned. So 8 papers, they would hardly get 5 minutes each.
Yes. So it's and 5 minutes. So let's give them 8 minutes, right?
Okay, go on. Go ahead. Let us start first.
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Myself, Chandrima Chakraborty. Can I know the title of my paper?
Your title of your paper is Convergence of the Growth of Output of Emerging Market Economy, Evidences Based on Structural Break Unit Root Test.
Okay. Ma'am, actually, the thing is that I have earlier I have talked to Subrata Da about this paper. The co-author of my paper is actually engaged with some work. So this paper will not be presented. I have other 2 papers. Subrata Da knows that.
Okay, but you can present, I think, only one paper. So let's start with Dr. Gopal Chandra Mondol, right?
Okay, thank you.
Just a minute, Gopal is coming. Daku. Come. Very good afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Gopal Chandra Mondol, respected chairpersons Dr. Pritish Roy and Dr. Mo Rai. My paper, the title of my paper, COVID-19 Pandemic and Smallholder Farmers in India. I shall try to finish this paper within 8 minutes, whatever the time you have provided to me. Undoubtedly, the COVID-19 pandemic and its preventive measures such as lockdown, social distancing have resulted in grave crisis in overall economic activities and fall in economic growth. However, agricultural sector has witnessed reasonably satisfactory growth in production in this overwhelming crisis compared to manufacturing and services, as the government of India has announced agricultural production and marketing activities as essential services. However, the nationwide lockdown measures shuttered the operation of retail sellers and restricted their movement, as well as they constrained the movements of goods severely and closed progressive processing units that use agricultural commodities despite their essential service tag. The disruption of agricultural supply chains as well as depletion of workforce resulted from the COVID-19 crisis have adversely affected farmers of all sizes, particularly smallholder farmers in India. And at the same time, it is also certain that the most of the perishable agricultural product and high value agricultural product and farm enterprises such as dairy, floricultural, foods, fisheries and poultry must adversely affected because of this pandemic. Now, I first want to mention some specific characteristics of the small holder farmers
in the globe as well as India. The smallholder farmers, they have farm size is less than equal to 2 hectares. They are poor, food insecure, having limited access to local and agricultural markets and other rights, as well as limited entitlements to access necessary farm imports and supply, and thus they are vulnerable. Most of them are engulfed in debt. Although their choices are constant, they cultivate their land and produce food for considerable proportion of people of their countries. With insufficient farm produce, besides farming, they have to involve in multiple low-quality activities for their sustenance. So this implies their main livelihood, not a single one, but actually a group of activities, most of whose qualities are very less. Now I go to the India case. In India also, 78% of the farmers are small and marginal farmers who own only 33% of the land, cultivated land, but produce 41% of the country's food gains. Other feature is, in India, the productivity of the smallholder farmers is relatively greater as compared to the large size farmers. And a study of NABARD in 2015-2016, it is found that 38% of the farm households survey dependent on non-formal sources of finance, with 30% relying exclusively on informal sources. Under this background, the paper attempts to analyze the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the smallholder farmers in India, as well as the paper also attempts to scrutinize the challenges and the government measures undertaken for such farmers, and allows to suggest some policy implications for better livelihood and living condition of the small scale farmers. The objective of this paper is to suggest mitigate measures to ensure a sustainable food system during and post-COVID crisis area, after analyzing the immediate challenges on the impact of COVID-19 and subsequent lockdown imposed on the smallholder farmers in India. The methodology here, whatever the methodology I use in this paper is mainly the existing literature during and after the COVID-19 pandemic, and the impact on the agriculture sector, rural livelihood, and small scale farmers. Now the main finding, I go to the main finding of this paper. The main findings of this paper is lockdown, came at a unprecedented time, as it was the harvest season of Rabi crops. This means the smallholder farmers who were involved in Rabi crops, harvesting of Rabi crops, they are mostly impacted badly because of this lockdown and pandemic measures. And that time, because of stoppage of communication and transport system, such farmers also faced labor problem regarding harvesting their crops. And later on, they also face availability of farm equipments. We know to the small farmers, the choice is rent the harvesting machinery other than purchasing the machinery, because rent the machinery is possible at a cheaper cost compared to the purchasing of the machinery. Now, when lockdown is started and the farmers face communication and transport problems, they are not able to rent the appropriate machinery for the harvesting seasons. This results in delay harvesting. Sometimes they abandon the harvestings, and this actually either the extent of problems regarding harvesting varies from areas to areas and from states to states. Now, during the planning time, I have already mentioned the smallholder farmers, like other farmers, face tremendous problems regarding transportation and marketing of their products. In most cases, the farmers, they have gathered their harvest at home, and because of breakdown of the supply chain and their difficulty in going to the market for selling their product, they are forced to sell their product at home to the middleman at low cost. So hello. So
Dr. Mondal, if you can now just conclude, because 8 minutes is over. You had many other points to discuss, but we are very sorry as we are running short of time. So if you can conclude.
Okay, ma'am. Actually, for the smallholder farmers, government also taken some measures under Garib Kalyan Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi, which deal with the credit crisis of the smallholder farmers, and they have also given assistance in terms of good farm, like 5 kg rice on wheat and 1 kg of pulses per farmer for the next 3 months, etc., etc. Whatever and other under Pradhan Mantri Kisan Yojana, rupees 200 is provided to the farmers from the first week of April, and so on, so on. And whatever the most of the migrant workers, they have come back to their home, and come back to the home means actually they come back to this smallholder farmers. These times their labor problems will be met, but because of the more family members, so they face tremendous crisis initially regarding the food availability, and later on in rural places, not only more migrant laborers have attended their home, but other non-farm activities were almost stopped. So all this togetherly, the income, actually this income is not only farming plus non-farming income of the farmers has reduced.
Dr. Mondal, sorry to interrupt you, but we are running behind the schedule. So please cut it short.
Okay, sir. So what I need actually, whatever the assistance program or security program must be taken, did not only have to be include the farmers, but also landless laborers, tenant farmers have to be included, and other cases. Actually, I support this assistance program in terms of good to the farmers, and also cash support of rupees 200 per farmers, because at the present days the cultivation is actually totally lost. They are running loss to cultivating the land, particularly in this.
Thank you, Dr. Mondal. Thank you very much. Dr. Pritish Roy, will you now please call the next speaker and ask her to be on time? 8 minutes is enough, just to highlight the important points.
Okay, next speaker, as schedule Dr. Sutapa Roy. I would like to invite Dr. Sutapa Roy. He is supposed to talk on COVID and yoga, the ultimate answer. So, Dr. Sutapa Roy, please. And you please adhere that schedule.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. This is a joint paper by me and Rabia Khatun. So, Rabia Khatun, my colleague, will present the paper. Rabia, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes. Yes, start.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir, and everyone else present in this conference. I will present a paper entitled COVID and Yoga, the Ultimate Answer, written jointly by Dr. Shutapare and myself, Rabia Khatun. Now, COVID-19 has infected millions and killed hundreds of thousands in what is expected to be the first of multiple waves of disease outbreaks. Most forecasts do not anticipate highly effective treatments or vaccines in many countries, and eradication anytime soon seems unlikely. COVID 19 is highly contagious even before symptoms emerge, and efforts to mitigate exposure risk and contain outbreaks largely enter an individuals physically distancing themselves from one another. Already, health disparities related to risk of exposure, morality, and or access to testing and care are becoming evident. As such, we can reasonably expect a long-term transformation in the field of psychotherapy to intermittently accommodate periods or regions of sustained physical distancing requirements. Based on the benefits of presenting progressive muscle relaxation, yoga may be potential psychosocial intervention to reduce anxiety and insomnia and positively impact immune response in COVID-19 cases. This paper discusses how yoga is the ultimate answer for this virulent virus. Um, Since ages, yoga and yoga based lifestyle have been recommended to help persons remain mentally healthy as well as promoting immunity in human beings. The present government has been very enthusiastic in encouraging practice of yoga since the first day of office. The pandemic proved to provide a platform to again emphasize on the importance of yoga. The government of India recommended yoga highly to improve optimal immune functions during the current pandemic. To contain the COVID-19 pandemic and resume activity, new norms such as social distancing, increased numbers of persons working from home, and other obvious reminders of the pandemic have become the order of the day. In order to reduce the negative impact, this could have, there is an increasing role for yoga in public health. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted everyone's life. The range of impact differs according to whether a person is healthy and in lockdown, COVID-19 positive yet asymptomatic and in mandatory quarantine. Third is COVID-19 positive with mild symptoms in quarantine and surveillance, and COVID-19 positive with moderate to severe symptoms being treated in a designated hospital. Along this spectrum,
Rabia, go to
hello,
challenges page. We don't have
hello,
hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes,
okay,
yes. Go to challenges faced.
yes, ma'am.
Go to challenges faced. Challenges faced. Last দিকে.
Okay. Along this spectrum, Persons would face varying degrees of social isolation. Symptomatic patients have been reported to experience the symptoms of respiratory distress, and if the condition worsens, to develop respiratory distress, which would be a cause for concern. These symptoms are further heightened by the unusual situation, which could seem threatening, namely healthcare providers in hazardous material suits the stress associated with sounds associated with an intensive care unit. Knowledge of fatal outcomes and social isolation is an additional factor. A study was conducted among people who were quarantined. It was found that psychological distress during quarantine is an obvious phenomenon. People who were quarantined reported fear, nervousness, sadness, frustration, and depression. Sleep disorders related to anxiety was also a very common feature. Commonly used anti-anxiety and uh, hypnotic medications have a respiratory depression effect. For this reason, non-pharmacological interventions have been tried in people with anxiety or insomnia considered to be at risk of developing respiratory symptoms. Recently, a randomized control trial assessed 51 asymptomatic COVID-19 positive cases in an isolation ward located in a hospital in Delhi, who were randomly assigned to progressive muscle relaxation as the experimental group and to a control group.
Professor Rabia Khatun, please
Yes, sir.
sum up your lecture so that we can get the essence
Okay.
of your.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. The ultimate goal would be to arrive at standardized systems of yoga therapy, which can be integrated into mainstream healthcare. After having sufficient research-based information about their efficacy, safety, and mechanisms of action. With such research, yoga would receive the position it deserves as a prophylactic intervention and much more as a therapeutic intervention for COVID-19. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Rabia, for your fascinating talk. So, before going to the next speaker, I would like to request Dr. Mohu Roy to continue the remaining session. I have some urgent work, so please excuse me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Then over to Dr. Shutopa Roy, who will be presenting a paper on Make in India, the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat in post-COVID-19 economy. Right. This is our request to Dr. Shutopa Roy to limit your lecture within 8 minutes, maximum 8 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope I'm audible to all.
Yes, but the voice is, the sound is low.
Okay. Now is it okay? Hello?
Others, can you hear?
Shutabadi, I think you need to hold your microphone closer.
Okay? Georgina,
No,
is this okay?
not audible.
Yes, yes. Now it's okay.
Yeah.
Now it's okay.
Okay. Yes. So I hope my time starts now.
Yes.
The topic is Make in India, the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat in post-COVID economy. To cut it short, I would straight away go to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's remark in one of his most recent addresses to the nation on May 12th, where he said that it was necessary to convert the coronavirus crisis into an opportunity and make India self-reliant. Now, this paper looks at the post-COVID economics and the feasibility of Prime Minister Modi's idea of an Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Now, straight away, I'll go to the questions which I have raised in this paper as 1, 2, 3, 4. How has COVID-19 changed the economic landscape, especially the way countries approach manufacturing and trade? 2. Is this the end of the WTO as more countries become protectionist? Has Modi's package come a bit late? 4. What is the concept of Make in India? 5. How can one reconcile self-reliance with Make in India? 6. When you have been reliant on foreign technology all these years to promote Make in India, how can you become suddenly self-reliant? 7. Will local and promote local increase the share of manufacturing in the economy? 8. Will it affect our plans to become a global supplier and our companies to be globally competitive? 9. Should India be more aggressive in wooing industries from China without bothering about bilateral ties with its largest neighbor? 10. There is a feeling that the Modi government is insensitive to the migrants' problem. Thousands of migrant laborers walking back with families and meager belongings is a bad example for an emerging economic power. Could the center and the state governments have addressed the issues with greater urgency? Now, the answers to these questions have been discussed by me, but if I go into the answers just now, it's going to take a lot of time. Rather, I would straight away go to the main focus of my paper, which I have tried to highlight. That is the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat in the light of Swami Vivekananda. Like Modi has a vision for India. And what I believe is that this will be possible if we follow the footsteps of Swami Vivekananda. So I will just read out from my paper regarding his vision. Around 125 years back, Swami Vivekananda, during his visit to America, visited the University of Michigan, where he told a group of journalists, "This is your century right now, but 21st century is India's century." We find a reiteration of this by Prime Minister Modi, who also said that 21st century must belong to India. He said we must strive to make the 21st century India's century, and the path to do that is self-reliance. The center and state governments are doing and will do what they can. But the more challenging issue, which I believe is that we as Indians, are we really willing to be self-reliant? Is it possible for a country to be self-reliant if its countrymen are not self-reliant themselves? These are the bigger questions which must be addressed. Self-reliance is possible only if countrymen share the vision of self-reliance. We have to consciously make efforts to realize that vision. This will be possible only if one understands and inculcates Swami Vivekananda's concept of oneness. We need the concept of oneness today. We need oneness of the vision, oneness of the mind, and effort towards achieving the goal of self-reliant India. Our ways, methods, processes, procedures, and courses of action can be different, but one idea that has to be common goal of all Indians is our prime goal to make India self-reliant. Further, Swamiji despised aping Western culture. He said we can learn from the West, but should not imitate their ways blindly. We have to look across the globe and take ideas, but absorb them in our own way. Swamiji's ideology of forsaking foreign culture and adopting Indian ethos and culture is a strong push towards self-reliance. Instead of relying on others, we should rely on our own resources, he said. Swamiji believed that proper education was a rich source and inspiration for a self-reliant nation. Education gives enormous faith in one's own self. In India, even today, we have a huge population of uneducated youth. For Swami Vivekananda, education was not a tool to get a job. Rather, he talked about man-making education. In his lecture, The Future of India, he said, education is not the amount of information that is put into your brain and runs right there, undigested all your life. We must have life-building, man-making, character-making assimilation of ideas. If you have assimilated 5 ideas and made them your life and character, you have more education than any man who has got by heart a whole library. Education must be on the national lines through national methods as far as practical. Swamiji believed that this education will help build national character, where individual excellence and egoistic growth will transform into social growth, where the spirit will go forth to embrace the nation, the entire humanity with its love, compassion, and humanistic care. If this is developed, our best minds, which have been trained in highly subsidized institutions of higher studies like IITs, etc., will not go abroad for employment. We cannot separate them with terms like they and us. India needs them. And since the nation has made them what they are, they should be able to serve the country in the best possible way, albeit we will have to create a conducive environment for that. where creativity, innovation, and growth can be assured for the deserving one. On the part of individual, it should not be what the nation can provide to us. Rather, it should be how can I serve my nation? We all know how, after the Balfour Declaration, Jews from all across the world came back to their promised land, Israel, to make a nation which they themselves and their ancestors have always dreamt of having. And now, in less than 100 years, we see a powerful nation marching ahead in every field. This was only possible because of their love for their land. Jews across the world, without selfishly thinking about their personal growth, went back to their land. This is a striking example of national character for one and all. Similarly, Swamiji says no great work can be done without sacrifice. We have to forego our comforts and pleasures to make a bridge of human chains over which millions will cross this ocean of life. So we have to work tirelessly because we have to convert this precarious situation into an opportunity and this opportunity into a reality. We have to work, work, and work, he says. The results will take care of themselves. So let us join hands and accomplish our mission of self-reliant India. Hence, I conclude that whatever the economic policies Modi government ushers in to make India self-reliant, its dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat will be fulfilled by following the footsteps and ideology of Swami Vivekananda. Only then will the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat in the light of Swamiji will help establish a just economic society in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roy, for your wonderful lecture. Though you raised many questions which were not which were left unanswered due to shortage of time. Hope that in your paper, which will be published in our journal, we will get a glimpse of those questions and their answers. Thank you very much. So now we move to Yojana Kharga, assistant professor in economics, Kalimpong College, and her paper is on ecotourism, a panacea for rural hill economy. A warm welcome to Yojana Kharga.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes. And also, this is my request to you to keep yourself within the time and just present your objectives and your hypothesis and your analysis.
Sure, ma'am. I'll try my best, ma'am. Ma'am, is my slide visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Thank you, ma'am. So, a very good afternoon to all. And thank you, respected chair, for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. So my paper is on ecotourism, panacea for rural hill economy, and it is a case study. So I start with the definition. I'll just read through. It is a responsible, ecotourism is a responsible travel to natural areas which conserves the environment and improves the welfare of the local people. And the UN World Tourism Organization has also defined ecotourism as traveling to relatively undisturbed natural areas with the specific objective of satisfying, admiring, and enjoying nature and its wild plants, animals, as well as existing cultural aspects found in the areas. So in a nutshell, ecotourism is about conservation communities and unifying conservation communities and sustainable travel. Now, a phenomenon is being seen in the rural hill economy. The rural hill economy is stagnating. So some of the reasons for this is over-dependence on the limited productivity of the marginal farmers. And the productivity is going on depleting day by day. The agricultural activities that are practiced on the isolated terrace slopes with hard toil and labor is getting lesser and lesser remunerative over time. And because of this, there is general movement of agricultural labor to urban centers in search of better employment opportunities. So how does this create a base for ecotourism? Many authors have described ecotourism with these words like natural, protected, undervisited, pristine, wild, relatively underdeveloped, uncontaminated, and relatively undisturbed. And most of the rural areas in the hill regions of Darjeeling and Kalimpong district meet these requirements. I have taken Ichegaon, which is a small village in the Mansang Gram Panchayat located in Kalimpong subdivision in Kalimpong district of West Bengal. This is a very small hamlet. We can say it consists of 26 households. The main livelihood of this village in the past was agriculture and livestock rearing. The fodder came entirely from forest because it is located very near to the forest. Additionally, they did vegetable cultivation, and they also cultivated cash crops like ginger and cardamom. And the only revenue that they derived from the livestock was through the sale of milk in around the village and also in Kalimpong town. And there was no relation was seen between the amount of livestock owned and the size of landholding. It totally depended upon the number of working hands at home. Now, over time, we saw a change in the livelihood pattern of the people. The main livelihood, which was agriculture, shifted to other activities. The reasons for this was reduction in agricultural productivity, decrease in the amount of land holdings due to fragmentation of land, of course, it became uneconomic, and shortage of family labor because of migration of the workers to the urban centers. And there was decline in agricultural productivity over time. Ginger, which was a very thriving cash crop, lost its production, and it went down drastically, the production, and slowly it began to be replaced by cardamom. Seasonal vegetables were being cultivated, and it was sold by almost every household, depending, the quantity was variable. And every household, from every household, there was a member working on dairy wages. And almost 42% of the households have a family member working outside the village, either in Kalimpong town or nearby Sikkim. 38% of the households have their family members migrated to nearby urban centers of Sikkim and Kalimpong. So, in this backdrop, tourism emerged as a new livelihood strategy for the people in this village. The geographical location and the surrounding forest satisfy the criteria for a perfect ecotourism location. Ecotourism activities that take place in this area are majorly homestays, and along with it, there are treks and bird watching. The location is perfect for all these activities. And since its introduction in 2012, this phenomenon has witnessed an enormous growth. In 2012, there were just 4 rooms. It was provided by just one household then, and accommodating 10 individuals. But now it has spread to major section of the village. Almost every household has a room let out for a homestay, and now the whole village has more than 50 rooms to offer. Actually, this happened accidentally. Some tourists, they could not find a room in the hotel in Kalimpong town. So somehow they got contact in this village, and they went over to stay there for a night. And this is how this ecotourism started there in the village. Now, over time, we see that ecotourism has been a blessing for the village, because every household has an average of almost 2 rooms to offer. Every member in the household is engaged, or we can even say employed in that sense. We saw remigration of village members to their homes, because now they needed more hands to work at home with these ecotourism activities started. So remigration became a cause and effect of ecotourism. Increase in agricultural production, that is of vegetables, and also introduction of new varieties of crops and vegetables. And these are majorly used in the homestays in the village itself. Only a very little amount is sold outside these days. There was increase and initiation of livestock rearing, because the livestock products were used. Again, the demand was created in the village itself for the homestays. The beautification and maintenance of cleanliness in the village led to conservation of natural resources, because this is very important aspect for promoting ecotourism. Now, employment opportunities was created not just for the villagers, the village members, but also for the people living nearby in the other villages. And ecotourism activities from this village, it has initiated similar activities in the surrounding areas as well. which did not have these earlier. So we see that ecotourism came as a blessing for this village, and with the geographical location and other factors, it helped the village to go take on a new livelihood. But of course, there are some constraints. First of all, poor planning. The villagers do not know how to plan, how to construct their rooms, or how to maintain their gardens and such. So they do it only on their own. Secondly, there's limited use of information technology. They cannot develop their own website. They cannot, of course, and they cannot lure tourists through internet. And of course, lack of professional marketing. The tourists come not most, I would say almost 30% of the homestays there are given out on lease. So had they been able to do it themselves, I think it would have been more remunerative for them. So of course there are these problems, and over time I hope they will be able to tackle with it with some help from the government side, of course. So yes, thank you. This is the end of my paper.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Yojana, for keeping yourself restricted within your time and speaking on a topic, ecotourism, which has emerged as a very important means of livelihood in recent years. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Dr. Monojit Ghosh and Tomojit Ghosh. Are you ready?
Yes, madam, I'm ready.
Okay, please, can you please limit yourself within 7 minutes?
Perhaps it will be within 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very short abstract.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Very good afternoon to our all sirs and madams and our principal, and also my fellow colleagues. It's a grand opportunity to deliver in this beautiful forum, such a beautiful academic exercise. My topic is, let me go directly to my topic. My topic is water resource. We all know that water resource is the most important natural resource nowadays. Not only nowadays, it was past days also, because without which we cannot survive. Because the requirement of water is in various fronts, like agriculture, in industry, apart from human use. And also in power plant, and also fire brigade, all these various types of requirements are there for water. So water distribution, water generation, and the proper water rights, these are the major issues of water resource management on which I have highlighted. Now, my water has got two aspects. One is a national aspect, another is an international aspect. The national aspect is about the distribution of water, of the river water distribution I'm talking about. You all know the disputes between the all South Indian states and between also West Bengal and other states also. That is quite common and quite known to us. Now, but my topic is not that. My topic is transboundary water disputes, transboundary, international front, particularly the Asian countries of India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Pakistan also. How these riparian countries, how these countries of water banking areas, countries are really affected and also are in a mood or in a concern of distribution of water for their own requirement of revival of their economy, and also for the sustenance of the economy, where water plays the most important role in particular industry and agriculture, apart from human use. So my topic is concerned with that, for the maintenance of the sustainability of water use, and financial sustainability, and also physical sustainability of physical supply of water. And my objectives is actually to present the water sharing position between all these riparian countries. And we all know that the countries which are economically more dominating, and also having some Himalayan countries, transboundary countries, because of its geographical location also, they do have some authority or some advantage of getting higher share of water also, higher distribution of water. And by doing that, what happens, the lower economic countries, the countries with low profile in terms of they get sometimes deprived of their genuine water rights and all this. But this is not as far or complying with the sustainability of water use. The sustainability in the context of globalization of water and other aspects also, that water sharing should be optimal,
and water rights or the entitlement of this all important natural resource should be very much optimal, very much fair, and very much just, very much ethical also. So apart from presentation of the water sharing position and water distribution position of the between different all countries, what is my second objective is how this water sharing is strongly affected by the different water policies of these countries of India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, etc. And my third objective also very important, the economics of this water sharing. I mean, by economics, we have meant that what is the supply of water resource, and also what is the present situation of demand of water resource. As you all know that the demand for water resource is really going up, triggered off by the rise in part of urbanization, of the rise in population growth and rise in various economic activities, and the rise in the involvement of different countries in the process of enhancement and process of maintaining the sustainability of the different points of globalization and millennium growth, millennium objectives also. So in that context also, how water distribution is being affected between all these Himalayan countries, all these riparian countries, all these South Asian countries in particular. This is also my own objective, that what is the ethics also behind. The ethics also very important, that I have already told that the water rights, the fair distribution of water, because our main concern should be survival of human life rather than the politics, rather than maintaining the dispute of geopolitical issues. I think the survival question should be at the topmost priority. That is also my one. That also will be my one important chapter. That the ethical points, highlighting the ethical issues of water distribution and water sharing, and the third and very important is the legal aspects. The legal aspects is how the Constitution is offering this, how the Constitution is prescribing or proclaiming what is the question of maintaining the water, and how the international human rights, the weapons like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the ICCPR, ICCSCR also, they are also talking about the supply of water and the water distribution in the fair and optimal manner, so that all countries can get proper amount of water for their optimal use also. And for that, what are the legal prospects, what are the legal potentials, what are the legal instruments for their own countries, and how all countries should sit together to maintain the international legal aspects also, and to maintain the international forum also, to go the international forum for the ethical standards, and also the first what I have said, also the most important, the economics part of this. That is the question of marketing, how this water sharing, how the people depending on water areas, how they are surviving, what are the
Dr. Ghosh, will you please cut short, please?
Okay, I have already completed. Thank you very much. These are my all areas of my study. These are my all objectives of my study. Okay, I have completed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Chandrima Chakraborty, are you here? Dr. Chandrima Chakraborty? He was here in the beginning. Well, let's move on to the next speaker, Srimanto Das. Srimanto Das, Department of English, Haldia Government College. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Srimanto Das. Srimanto Das.
Is there absent.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you are very much audible.
Okay, then Dr. Chandrima Chakraborty, we do not find her now. Also Srimanto Das. Then we are left with the last one, Anirban Bhattacharya.
Yes, ma'am, I am available here. Hello, ma'am. Good evening.
Yes, Anirban Bhattacharya.
Yeah, this is Anirban Bhattacharya.
Okay, then you are. Okay, thank you. You now present your paper and please limit yourself within 6 minutes, 6 to 7 minutes, right?
Okay, actually, I'm a CA final student, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm very thankful to my principal that he is giving that opportunity to present my paper in this kind of platform. So this is my first experience. So at the starting, I would say in this topic, my heading should be like resilience in face of once in a century crisis. It is under that heading. I would like to state that as the novel coronavirus COVID-19 rapidly spread across the world, health services in many nations are increasingly overwhelmed, while the global economy is falling into an unprecedented recession. And on the other hand, the International Monetary Fund has cut India's growth forecast for financial year 2021 to 1.9% down from the earlier estimate of 5.8% growth in January this year. So, according to the after hitting this suffering from this crisis, our informal sector workers and members of lower income groups have been hit particularly hard as their wages disappear. As India takes steps towards economic recovery after COVID-19, there's also some room to take action for long-term sustainable development and improve resilience. On the other hand, though actually I want to say it is not like a research paper in conventional sense, but I am just trying to present my view on the challenges that India faces at the critical moment in world affairs and outline a framework for India to tide over or to recover from the current crisis by investing in institutions and infrastructure for the future resilience and thrive in the following decade in the world what is likely to be resembled within the previous 10 years by adapting issues like say for example strengthening its law and institution that govern bankruptcy resolution of firms. Okay, and on the other and all after that developing a suitable medium term fiscal strategy, thereby building resilience in fiscal management and adaptation in coming years. uh, Also, the process of reviving private investment by improving state capital relations and easing binding constraint on productivity, and most importantly, the increasing procedural transparency and effective grievance redressal mechanism should be ensured for greater support for, and it should be available for the general public, so they can ask for what kind of remuneration they can get from the government, or is there any other way to make their job opportunity better. So, so deal with those challenges across the short, medium, and long-term process. Indian domestic economy needs to be tied to its external engagement, but in the post-pandemic world, ensuring external stability will be essential to building resilience at home. And now this is the time for India to create opportunity in shifting towards integrated geoeconomic, geopolitical, global strategic balances by choosing right path like balance its loop-sided economic relationship with China and recalibrate its engagement with other Asian states by playing a stronger role in developing South Asia and having a clearly defined or Indo-Pacific strategy will help India safeguard its interest. And there is a good positive sign we are seeing that from China. Actually, what happened there after the COVID-19 impact, considering emerging as a viable alternative from farms, wanted to relocate from China to India, and if India started a concrete process to giving shifting trade relationship and trade, and India could position itself as a strong alternative. In addition to building capability, India will have to balance its image of being economically self-sufficient, yet keen on building trade relationship. And the last second point would be investment and strengthen its digital infrastructure. Because without strengthening digital infrastructure in today's world, it is actually uh, really tough to get in touch with some people, those don't used to stay in city. Actually, we need to connect them remotely. So in addition to building capability, India will have to balance its image of being economically self-sufficient yet keen on building trade relationship. And investment and strengthening its digital infrastructure not only depends on the regulation but also need each and every aspect of the department. It needs scrutiny of each and every aspect of department, and the building domestic capability transitional project in which is India looks those are all those options are available, but India still lose that opportunity to play a pivotal role in key transactional project. And also other hand, every year in our budget we used to see that there is a budget deficiency, but the most of the budget is reoriented to the existing assets of military assets. If we provide some more effective opportunity or more effective sustainable policy to reuse the military asset, that will keep our GDP growth rate better. So this is all my presentation, ma'am. Can we, am I audible, ma'am?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And as a student, it's a very good attempt at breaking all the inhibitions and writing a paper. Wish you all the best.
I'm really
So
thankful for getting this platform. Okay, sir.
yes, Bangiya Arthaniti Parishad actually provides the young scholars this platform, and we are really we have all grown up like this. And so I think no one is left because Dr. Chandrima Chakraborty, this is the last call to her, and Srimanto Dash, I think they are not present. So it was a wonderful session, and we have exceeded the time limit. So is our principal, Dr. Subroto Kumar Roy, and Secretary BAP, is he present? Shall we end here?
Okay, then I need to check whether they are available on the other side or not. Can you hold for a minute?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Madam, please.
Thanks to chairpersons Dr. Pritish Kumar Roy and Dr. Mo Roy and Dr. Shakhi Roy. Now we are going to start technical session 2. This session will be chaired by Dr. Shyamolendu Chatterjee, Principal Chittoranjan College, Kolkata, Professor Yojna Kharga of Kalimpong College, and Dr. Soumen Das of Prabhu Jagatbandhu College will jointly act as rapporteur. Please, sir. Dr. Shyamolendu Chatterjee. Dr. Shyamolendu Chatterjee.
Perhaps Dr. Shyamolendu Chatterjee is not here.
Yes, ma'am. Wait a minute, ma'am.
I find Dr. Purva Chattopadhyay here. Purva, are you here?
দেখছি একটু দেখছি 1 মিনিট মোদি একটু দেখছি সামনে থেকে ফোন করছি
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
তুমি করো না ওই লিঙ্কটা নিয়ে এসো তো আমার কাছে লিঙ্কটা আছে ও কি বুঝতে পারেনি নাকি সে ও তো মানে রাপোর্টিয়ার না ফোনটা ধরো এখানে বসবি ফোনই ধরছে না এটা 2 ঘন্টার বিষয় ঠিক আছে আরেকজন তো আছেন ভাগ করে নিলে কিন্তু যোজনা করবে তো লেফট করে গেল দেখছি তো তুমি অ্যানাউন্স করো যোজনা করবে থাকার জন্য বলো লেফট হয়ে গেছে স্যার সুইচ অফ করে রেখেছে আর একটা তো আসছে না বাবা কি কথা স্যার তাহলে অর্পিতাকে রাখছি অর্পিতা করে দেবে অর্পিতাকে একটু বলি জয়েন করতে একে টাইম নেই ওরা দুজনে রাপোর্টের কি আছে রাপোর্টের সৌমেন আর যোজনা থাকে কি আছে চেয়ারপারসন কে আছে চেয়ারপারসন তো এখানে শ্যামলেন্দুর একা নীতিশ বাবু তো আগেরটাই চলে গেল আমি দেখছি প্রোগ্রাম সেলুনটা একটু স্যার আমার কাছে এটাই আছে ওই অ্যাবস্ট্রাক্টটা ন্যাশনাল না পেপারে টাইটেলগুলো আছে টাইটেলগুলো ওইটাতে টাইটেল হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ অর্পিতা একটা ইমার্জেন্সি হয়ে গেছে তুমি একটু 1 ঘন্টা একটা 1 ঘন্টাও নেই 40-50 মিনিট একটু চেয়ারম্যানশিপ করে দিতে পারবে হ্যাঁ 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 ওই যাকে দেওয়া ছিল সে রেডি নয় না কি জানি তাকে কিছুতেই কন্ট্যাক্ট করতে পারছি না হ্যাঁ 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 তুমি ঢুকে যাও আচ্ছা এটা খোলো বলে দাও যে অর্পিতা মন্ডল হ্যালো হ্যালো মৌদি হ্যালো
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ বলো হ্যাঁ
হ্যাঁ বলছি ওই ডক্টর অর্পিতা মন্ডল নন্দী principal Panchla Mahavidyalaya will chair this session because I am not able to connect Shamalanduda. Okay.
That would be better instead of wasting time. That would be better. Yes.
Yeah. So so how do you continue? Let wait for some time. That is Orpita Mandal will come and join. Okay, start.
Now we are going to start the technical session 2. This session will be chaired by Dr. Orpita Mondol Nondi, Principal, Panchla Mahavidyalaya, Howrah, and Professor Rojna Kharga of Kalimpong College and Dr. Soumen Das of Prabhu Jagatbandhu College will jointly act as rapporteur. Please, ma'am. Orpita ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I welcome all of you. Yes, I welcome all of you here to the next technical session. We are having presentations by, I think, as far as I know, as far as the schedule goes, we have about 6 speakers, I think.
8 speakers, Orpita. I'm sending you through your WhatsApp now. Okay. Have you received it earlier?
Okay, right. Okay.
Okay. So
So let us proceed with this session. Yes.
yes. Let us start.
Yes, we can.
So just a minute. I'm sending you the through WhatsApp the photo of the ticket list of contributors. Okay.
Acha, okay. So till the list is ready, we can proceed with the. I think first speaker is here with us. So can we proceed with the session?
The Orbita.
Yes.
First speaker is Dr. Anushree Mollik, Assistant Professor, Assistant Professor, Narula Institute of Technology, and CMA Dr. Sudarshan Maiti, Deputy Director, the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Their
Okay.
study is on changing trend of consumer buying behavior towards online
Online
shopping,
shopping, right?
amid COVID-19 pandemic and empirical study. So
So we have
requesting
Dr. Anushri Mallik here. Is she present? Is Dr. Anushri Mallik present with her paper?
Dr. Sudarshan Maiti.
May I know how many of you are present? Is there Dr. Aurobindo Brahma present?
No, Aravinda Brahma not. Arpita, you see the second session.
Yes, we are. I'm
You have
looking
got
at the
the.
second session.
You have got the. Have you got the list of contributors through WhatsApp?
Yes, yes, I just received through WhatsApp.
Okay.
Then we have Dr. Shoma Pal.
Yes, ma'am, present.
Okay. Dr. Professor Devashruti Jana.
Yes, ma'am, present.
Thank you. Shubhratoda will be. Shubhratoda, you have your fourth paper, right? Fourth presentation is yours.
Yeah, fourth presentation is also here and the single paper is also.
Right. And then we have Priyadarshini Goenka. Priyadarshini Goenka is here.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Thank you. And then she will be followed by Srimati Rapti Dev. Srimati Rapti Dev. Dr. Anindita Basu. Dr. Anindita Basu. Okay, and the last one we have presentation by Dr. Shija. Dr. Shija, are you present? So I think we can proceed with this session now. Can we begin the technical session, the second technical session? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, so can we proceed with the paper by Dr. Anushree Mallik?
He is not present probably.
So let us move on to the paper by Dr. Shoma Pal.
Yes, ma'am.
She is here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So let us begin this session with a paper by Dr. Shoma Pal. She will be talking on violence against scheduled caste women across states in India.
To you, Dr. Pan.
Good afternoon. Our paper title is Violence Against the Scheduled Caste Women Across States in India, an empirical study. In India, scheduled castes are found at the bottom of the traditional fourfold caste system. They are so-called untouchable or outcast group. If the people belonging to the scheduled caste were a victim of discrimination, and the women who belonging to this section were doubly discriminated. They are discriminated on account of their caste. On the other hand, they were discriminated on gender line. As per NCRB report in 2019, the number of rape rate against scheduled caste increased by 37% in the last 4 years. The survey of literature reveals that there are a number of literature that look into the different aspect of scheduled caste, but these studies mainly focus on all India. And state level analysis is very few in the literature. The literature also suggests that there is a dearth in the study on scheduled caste women, and more specifically on crime against the scheduled caste women. Thus, the present study is an attempt to fill the gap in the existing literature. The objective of the present study is threefold: understanding the relative position of the different sample states with respect to all India in terms of rape, comparing the position of the sample states in terms of rape between the 2 decades, and finding out the factors that may control rape against the scheduled caste women. To understand the relative position of the different sample states and compare the position of the sample state in terms of rape, we use the simple Everest method. And to finding out the factors that may control rape against the scheduled caste women, we use the panel regression technique. We categorize all the variables such as socioeconomic variable, deterrence variable, as well as policy variable as possible determinants of rape control. Under the socioeconomic variable, we have taken the two variable economic growth and education level. Economic growth is a measure of level of economic prosperity, and higher the level of education of SC women raises the skill and ability and are associated with understanding the legal right and increase the awareness among them. It is expected that socioeconomic variable may encourage the control of rape against the scheduled caste women. The present study used the per capita net state domestic product as a measure of economic growth and gross enrollment ratio of SC women at the primary level as a measure of education level. Under the deterrence variable, we have considered two variables: total police expenditure and conviction rate. That it is expected that higher the police expenditure leads to more and more control of rape, and higher the conviction rate means better judiciary system that may reduce the rape against the scheduled caste women. Under the policy variable, we have taken the two variable time dummy and state dummy to understand whether the rape control has increased in the second decade or not. We use the state dummy, and the value of the state dummy is 1 for the first decade and 0 otherwise. And to test whether the rape control is same or different for the DMARO state, we use the state dummy, and the value of the state dummy is 1 for the DMARO states. That means for the state Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Gujarat, and Maharashtra, and 0 otherwise. The following panel regression model is used to identify the possible determinants of rape control, and here the dependent variable is 1 by rape rate. The present study considered the secondary time series data covered the year 2001 to 19, and in our study we only considered those states in which share of the SC population is above 6%. In this way, 18 Indian states are considered. Now results. We divided total time period into 2 decades. First decade covered the year 2001 to 10, and the second decade covered the year 2011 to 19. Based on the average value of the rape rate, states are ranked for both the decades. Highest rank, that means rank 1, is given to the state having the lowest rape rate. In the first decade, least rape rate observed for the state Bihar and West Bengal, and highest rape rate is observed in Madhya Pradesh. In the second decade, it is observed that West Bengal continue to hold the first position with a minimum rape rate, and the highest rape rate is observed in Kerala. Now, in case of Dimaru states, for both decades, among Punjab is the best performing state among the Dimaru states, and the maximum rape rate observed for Haryana. It also observed that for the state Gujarat and Haryana, the rape rate increased in the second decade as compared to the first decade. Now, to understand the relative position of the different sample states in terms of rape, we compare the average value of each state with grand mean, which is calculated by the average of all the states taken together. In the first decade, the average rape rate for the 7 states is found to be more than the all states average. In the second decade, the average rape rate for the 9 states is found to be more than the all states average. In case of Dimaru state, in the first decade, only 2 states like Haryana and Himachal Pradesh are found to have a rape rate higher than the all states average. And in case of the second decade, 3 states like Gujarat, Haryana, Maharashtra have a rape rate higher than all the states average. It is noticeable that Haryana continues to higher rape rate than all the states average in both decades. Now, the result of the panel regression shows that the random effect model to be better fitted, and all the socio-economic variables like economic growth and education are significant, and with expected sign implying that positive effect to prevent the rape. Among the deterrence variable, only total police expenditure has a positive and significant impact on rape control, whereas conviction rate is found to have a negative impact but statistically insignificant. Now, in case of policy variable, the coefficient of time dummy is statistically significant with a positive sign. This means that rape control is more in the first decade as compared to the second decade. This may be due to the fact that number of reported cases may have increased in the second decade compared to the first decade. That the state dummy is found to be negative and statistically significant. This indicates that Dimaru state are still lagging behind in terms of controlling the rape of SCs. Now, the policy suggestion. The study indicates that to control the rape against the scheduled caste women, it is important that legislators often focus on law enforcement and punishment, along with some effective policy mechanism. And the policies are designed in such a way that it can increase economic growth, education level, and expenditure on police. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shoma. This was a very interesting paper, especially for us women. We could really know the state of affairs in comparison to the different states of India. So I think we can take some questions now, or shall we keep it for the end of the session? There is an audible disturbance here. Should we take the questions now, or should we keep it for the end of the session? Can everyone hear me?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, Subhatoda.
Urpita, I'm telling you that next paper of the Professor Devashruti Jana, na?
Yes, we have the Professor Devashruti Jana on the line.
Yes, ma'am.
So you can proceed with your paper now.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
PPT visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Yes.
PPT visible, ma'am?
Yes, 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 just visible. It's clear.
Good evening to all. Today, I will present our joint paper entitled The Growth Status of Micro Manufacturing Enterprise, a study with special reference to West Bengal. A major part of workforce in India work in unorganized sector. In this unorganized sector, 99% enterprise are micro, small, medium enterprise in nature. Here we concern especially micro manufacturing enterprise of West Bengal. 99.46% enterprise are in micro in nature. Here, we try to analyze the nature of growth of MMEs in West Bengal, labor productivity status of growth of MMEs in West Bengal, and also the factor that explain the status of growth of MMEs in West Bengal. The present study basically based on the secondary data source and data collected from 67th and 73rd round NSSO data survey on the unincorporated non-agricultural enterprise. And the data analyzed with the help of descriptive statistics, F statistics, and T statistics. For the status of growth, we can use the multinomial logic regression analysis. The share of MMEs of West Bengal to the total MMEs in India. According to number of enterprise, the West Bengal occupied the first position and in 2010-11 and 2015-16. And according to employment, the West Bengal occupied the second position in 2010-11, but in first position in 2015-16. And similarly, output generation, West Bengal occupied the fifth position in 10 to 11, but in first position in 15-16. Now we consider the growth of MMEs in West Bengal. We see that the West Bengal, all the aspect in enormous growth according to the number of enterprise, employment generation, and output generation. And if we consider the growth rate, then the West Bengal occupied in the top position of the growth rate of MMEs, and number of MMEs employment declined in the major states. The decline is substantially high in Gujarat, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Odisha, Tamil Nadu, and Punjab. Now, MMEs of West Bengal by type of ownership, from the table we conclude that in both the year 2010-11 to 2015-16, MMEs were operated by the general caste community. And during this year, SC entrepreneurs have remained almost unchanged, and OBC community people that increased significantly during this period. Distribution of MMEs of West Bengal by nature of operation, perennial, seasonal, and casual. From the table, we conclude that in the West Bengal, 98.09% MMEs operated throughout the year. That implies that all the major enterprise are perennial enterprise, while the casual enterprise and seasonal enterprise are very low. Labor productivity of MMEs in West Bengal, according to from the table, we conclude the labor productivity is significantly high in establishment enterprise than own account enterprise. And from the labor elasticity of labor productivity can be estimated with the help of the CES production function. And from this equation, we estimate the elasticity labor productivity of establishment across the major industry. And from the major industry, we say the elasticity of labor productivity with respect to wage rate is very high. And profitable of the entrepreneurs is substitute the abundant labor force to scarce capital until the marginal productivity of labor is equal to the wage rate. And according to the status of growth of MMEs, we can classify it in three growth status: expanding, stagnating, and conducting. In most of the entrepreneurs in West Bengal is the stagnant enterprise, but the increase in conducting enterprise is greater than the expanding and stagnating enterprise. To discuss the status of growth of MMEs, we can use the multinomial logic regression model. And here, the status of growth can be considered as the dependent variable, and all the other factor is the independent variable. From the analysis of the logic regression model, we conclude that the establishment MMEs are more expanding, urban located enterprise are most stagnant, then expanding enterprise, higher productive enterprise are more expanding in nature, and higher profitable enterprise are expanding in nature. From the above discussion, we conclude that in most of the cases, labor productivity is significantly high in establishment than the own account enterprise. That main reason the establishment enterprise are becoming more progressive in doing their business management and assessing the market to compare the own. The elasticity of labor productivity with respect to the wage rate is very high, and therefore profitable of the entrepreneurs is. So the MMEs is the labor intensive technology and showing the increasing return to scale. We can say but that the establishment enterprise, higher productive enterprise are morely expanding in nature. But here we see that the credit creation or government assistance not significantly affected on the expanding enterprise in growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Devashruti Jana. Next, we have our Dr. Subroto Kumar Roy. Subroto da, you have your presentation on gender-based violence, challenges faced by the society.
Yes.
So we are looking forward to your paper.
Thank you, Dr. Orpita Mondol Nande, to give me this opportunity to say something about the gender-based violence, and also to the Bengal Economic Association for offering this opportunity. The title of my topic is Gender-Based Violence, Challenges Faced by the Society. Actually, I want to point out some salient features of this paper. Yet, though it is to mention that I have not completed till date this paper, but what will be the objectives and what will be the salient features, what are the motto and the objective of the paper, I am highlighting this issue. There are so many definitions. Gender-based violence is a general term actually, used to capture any type of violence that is rooted in exploiting unequal power relationship between genders. So this can include gender norms and role expectations specific to a society, as well as situational power imbalances and inequities. Gender-based violence can impact anyone and can include intimate partner and family violence, elder abuse, sexual violence, stalking, and human trafficking. So, under the the umbrella of the domestic violence, we get the both the intimate partner violence and family violence. So, in this paper, we have made an attempt to explore the consequences of gender-based domestic violence and the remedies to tackle the problems. So before that, I am just citing some statistical data. In the European Union, gender-based violence since the age of 15, we find the following. Number one, women have experienced physical and sexual violence is 1 out of 3 women. Number 2, women have experienced sexual harassment is 1 out of 2 women. Number 3, women have been raped 1 out of 20 women. Number 4, women have experienced stalking 1 out of 5 women. And last, point 5, 95% of the victims is trafficked for sexual exploitation in the European Union are women. There are some social and economic costs. The social and economic costs of intimate partner and sexual violence are enormous and have ripple effects throughout the society. Women may suffer isolation, inability to work, loss of wages, lack of participation in regular activities, and limited ability to care for themselves and their children. To achieve lasting change, it is important to enact and enforce legislation and develop and implement policies that promote gender equality by number one, ending discrimination against women in marriage, divorce, and custody laws. Number two, ending discrimination in inheritance laws and ownership of assets. Number three, improving women's access to paid employment. Number four, developing and resourcing national plans and policies to address violence against women. So, my study is actually to see what are the consequences and of the gender-based domestic violence and the remedies to tackle the problem. So this is the situation, and I have also identified some factors associated with intimate partner and sexual violence occur at individual, family, community, and wider society levels. Some are associated with being a perpetrator of violence. Some are associated with experiencing violence, and some are associated with both. So, risk factors for both intimate partner and sexual violence may include several things. Similarly, factors specifically associated with intimate partner violence include so many things. Similarly, factors specifically associated with the sexual violence perpetration include so many things. Gender inequality and norms on the acceptability of violence against women are a root cause of violence against women. So, the paper actually aims to see to investigate what are the consequences. I will not discuss it in the full paper because we have the paucity of time. It will take so much time, and that is why I am just telling this, that the consequences will be investigated, have already investigated, and also some remedies to be given. So thank you all to listen my paper, the spirit of my paper. I'll be very much, proud, or I may say I'm very much thankful to all of you. If you just, if I able to to send the message that is what is the paper I want to do. Thank you all.
Thank you, Shubhratoda. That has been a very interesting part uh, when we get to know on the violence, especially based on gender. And these are the real challenges that we are facing across the society. Thank you once again. And your next paper is also with Shomodeep Roy. So I suppose Shomodeep will be presenting the paper on your behalf, or you will be presenting?
Yeah. Shomodeep will present the paper.
Okay. So welcome, Shomodeep. You can proceed with the paper.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My paper is status of the Indian migrant workers during COVID-19 pandemic. Migration of workers from one place to another place is not a new one. We find the migration from rural to urban area in this Lewis model. Due to the lockdown announced by the government of India, the world economy has become unbalanced. Naturally, Indian migrant workers have faced multiple hardships with factories and workplaces shut down due to the lockdown imposed in the country. Millions of migrant workers had to deal with the loss of income, food shortages, and uncertainty about their future. One of the consequences of the lockdown measure in the country has led to an unprecedented migration of workers and their families from large urban centers. This case is an opposite as described in the rural urban migration. All transport were suspended as the factories and workplaces are closed down. Millions of migrant workers had to deal with the loss of income, food shortages, and an uncertain future. How did they reach home? Naturally, large number of migrants are died. This loss cannot be accepted. The overarching concern is workers returning the cities and the places of work is the risk of spread of the viral infection from the urban hotspot to the rural villages. With chronic underfunding in the rural healthcare and economy, the pandemic has highlighted the feelings of rural infrastructure. It appears the COVID-19 pandemic has forced India to finally acknowledge the migrant. For many migrant workers who had crisscrossed the country desperately trying to return home, homecoming has been bittersweet. They stare at another crisis with significantly reduced work opportunities, the very reason for them to migrate, and trying to come to terms with the leveling of virus carrier stigma has caused a great deal of anxiety and associated violence has been reported. Migrants thought that going back to their hometown they could return to farming or take up employment in the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act MGNREGA 2005 scheme. So in this paper, I made an attempt had made to explore the problems of migrant workers and the solutions to alleviate the said problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Shomodi. Uh, Next, we have a paper on the theme the contemporary challenges to the Indian economy. This will be presented by Priyadarshini Goenka, a student from the National Law University, Orissa. Are you here, Priyadarshini?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, let us listen to your paper now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My paper is on poverty and deprivations. The term poverty is defined as any state or condition wherein an individual or community lacks financial resources and essentials with the goal of achieving some minimum standard of living. It refers to the fact that the income level from employment is so low that the individuals can't even afford the basic standards of living, which includes social, economic, as well as political elements. In our country, the rate of economic development is quite low as compared to what is required for a good level. Therefore, there persists a constant gap between the level of availability and requirements of the different goods and services. Thus, the net result is termed as poverty. The economic definition encompasses a standard form of living which is filled with deprivation, malnutrition, poor sanitation, lack of access to safe drinking water, education, healthcare, and other social factors, and no survival safety net. It must be understood that a condition like poverty is much more than unemployment, mere living standards, low income, etc. Sources have pointed out that the global extreme poverty rate has fallen to 9.2% back in 2017 from 10.1% in 2015, which is thus equivalent as to 689 million people living for more than per day. At higher poverty lines, 24.1% of the world has lived less than $3.20 a day and 43.6% on less than $5.50 a day,
as in 2017. Has the rate of poverty increased in all the while? Nation's poverty rate has witnessed a sudden rise as the fastest pace even in the year 2020. After 8 for the unemployed declined. The US poverty rate has surged over the past 5 months, with 7.8 million of the Americans falling into the shackles of poverty, the latest indication of how deeply many are struggling after the government aid dwindled. Causes of poverty. It could be an increase in the rate of population, less productivity in the field of agriculture, less utilization of the resources, a short rate of economic development prevalent around, increasing price risk, unemployment around, shortage of both capital and able entrepreneurship, social as well as political factors. On the basis of social, economic, as well as political aspects, there are various ways as to identify the types of poverty. It could be absolute, relative, situational, generational, rural, and urban. The updated estimation of the overall impact of COVID 19 on global poverty, that is looking back at year 2020 and the outlook for 2021. Back in the month of October 2020, using the June vintage of growth forecasts from the global economic prospects, it could have been estimated that between 88 and 115 million people around the globe could have been pushed into the periphery of extreme poverty. Using this year's forecast, that is January 2021 forecast from GEP, it can be hence expected that COVID 19 has introduced new poor back in the year 2020, that is a rise between 119 and 124 million. This range of the expected estimates in line with other estimates, which is based on alternative recent growth forecasts. Furthermore, the number of COVID 19 induced new poor is estimated as the difference between poverty projected with the pandemic and poverty projected without poverty like situation. These help promote a blueprint for both peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. They are an urgent call for united actions on the part of various countries, both developed and developing in a global partnership. They have recognized that in an attempt as to eliminate poverty, which can be only accomplished through strategies that help improve health and education, help risk inequality, and help spur economic growth. All this while tackling climatic change and working as to preserve our oceans and forests. Making the big vision alignment. World Vision launched this summer its first ever global awareness campaign and is affirming some of our biggest, boldest goals. The global brand campaign, Hidden Hero COVID 19 Response, unites all our offices around the globe and activates global audiences to take action. The campaign is a call for ordinary people around the world to unleash the hero hidden in each of us and honors the hidden heroes which have come before us, each playing their important role along the way. Our greatest desire is to impact the world's most vulnerable people, no matter what they are facing. World Vision already reaches a new person with clean water every 10 seconds and 3 more schools a day with clean water. As a big vision goal, now plans to support the government's ambitious plan to reach 100% water access across the country's people by 2024. Solutions to cut poverty could be by creating new jobs, raising the minimum wages of the people, supporting pay equity, establishing work schedules that work, and expanding the medical aid. How to control the above situation? Control deprivation. Describes the act of not providing an individual their desires, wants, and needs in a deliberate way as to control their individual level. That is often achieved through acts such as lack of affection, acts indifferent and detached, failure to respond, emotionally distant, deliberately withholding sex, shifts blame to the individual, and other techniques. Control deprivation can lead to a wide range of effects, causing depression, leading people to aggression, increased social class effects, and the use of social stereotypes in making decisions on people as well as product acquisition. Lack of control over a situation can significantly affect a person, changing the way a person thinks and acts. That is often exploited by individuals, businesses, and in other situations. However, individuals are very capable of finding alternative means to retain the control that was previously lost and regaining personal control. Social deprivation is the reduction or prevention of culturally normal interaction between an individual and the rest of the society. The social deprivation is thus included in a broad network of correlated factors that contribute to social exclusion. These factors could include mental illness, poverty, poor education, and low socioeconomic status. Though the term is considered slightly ambiguous and lacks concrete definition, with such a condition existing, one is bound to have limited access in terms of their interaction with the early world due to factors such as low socioeconomic status or poor education. The early development was a research on social deprivation, which was based primarily on observational and self report measures. Critical periods refers to the window of time during which a person needs to experience a particular environmental stimulus in order to provide for proper development to occur. In instances of social deprivation, particularly for children, social experiences tend to be less varied and development may be delayed or hindered. Feral children provide an example of the effects of severe social deprivation during critical development periods. These children had no language skills, limited social understanding, and could not be rehabilitated. They lacked important social and environmental conditions in childhood and were subsequently unable to develop into normal functioning adults. Is world poverty a disaster? Billions of people around the world live in extreme poverty. Nearly 10% of the world's population, nearly 700 million people living below the World Bank poverty line of $1.90 per day. The extremely poor live without support, on the sidelines, watching economic growth and prosperity pass through them. They are shunned by the world economy. They live lives abundant in scarcity, without enough food, access to clean water, or proper sanitation. Thus, the situation of poverty is not inevitable. It certainly is going to persist if people come together, uptake the government schemes, and make the world a better place. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Priyadarshini. Really, we are in a very critical situation regarding the data or the enlightenment that you have provided through your paper. Thank you so much. And now we have a paper from Srimati Rapti Dev and Dr. Anindita Basu. They will be presenting the paper on sectoral interlinkages in India and econometric analysis. I suppose Srimati Rapti Dev is going to present the paper. Is anybody of you here?
They are absent, Orpita.
They are absent. Okay.
Yes, absent, and other contributors also absent.
Oh, so we have completed this session, I think.
Yes.
Okay, so this has been a very interesting session, and this session really covered various aspects of the things that we are going across nowadays. It started with the violence against women, especially regarding the scheduled caste women, to the growth status of micro manufacturing enterprises, and then we had Shubhrata's paper on gender-based violence and the status of Indian migrant workers. And lastly, we had a paper on the poverty and deprivations also. So can we have some questions? Do we have some questions regarding these papers? Any of you would like to question? Is there any question from any of you? No? Okay, so may I ask a question to Priyadarshini? Priyadarshini, may I ask you a question? Are you? She's not responding.
Not responding. Okay. So
Okay.
in the session.
So let us end this session now. Shubhamuda, do you have any
Yes.
questions?
Yes. I have no questions, but thing is that uh, because so I think contributors, some of the contributors has already left the meeting or session, so no problem. Okay, just I think that the maximum papers are in the very, not the initial stage but in the preparatory stage. So after we shall give the time for the preparation of the full papers. Just I'm telling to all of you, all the contributors, and then we shall try to publish all the papers.
Okay, that will be really
So
nice.
thank you, Orpita. You
Thank you,
have,
sir. Thank you so much.
thank you,
Thank you
Orpita.
so
Just
much for including me in this seminar,
okay,
because
okay. No, no, no,
I am the
no.
only non-economic person here, I think.
Now, anthropology is very much related to economics also. But
Yes,
anyway,
exactly.
you have helped a lot in this session. Thank you
And
again.
nowadays we think we can do some multidisciplinary works, and this will really bring about the holistic approach in different
Yes,
directions.
yes, yes, yes,
Yes.
yes. It's true. It's true. So
Thank you. Thank you so much.
anyway, in the day two, you have very you have a good big responsibility. You know what I told you in the last of the
Yes, yes.
session. Okay, just you
In
please
the end,
come and
okay,
join.
yes.
Please come and join. I have sent you the link already. Okay. Thank you
I
all.
hope I'll be able to do my job well.
Okay, okay. Thank you all.
Thank
Thank you
you.
all. So
Thank you,
today
everyone. Thank
also,
you.
so tomorrow is the day 226. The program will be session will be started from 9:30. 9:30 it will be started and will be continued. Thank you all for attending this
Thank you. Thank you so much.
program.
Thank you.
Okay, okay. সবাই একটু করে নিয়ে আসুন ল্যাপটপটা নিয়ে গিয়ে কাজ করি এখন প্রচুর কাজ আমার মাথা খারাপ করে দিচ্ছে উকিল হচ্ছে এটা ঢুকিয়ে দেবে হ্যাঁ স্টপ করতে হবে এখন রেকর্ডিং হচ্ছে